Hello and welcome to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In today's video, we are going to learn how to build and deploy a full-stack job portal application using mongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. This will be a fully functional job portal website where user can search and apply for job openings, and recruiters can also publish new job posts. So let's start by taking a quick look at the project demo that we will be building in this tutorial. So this is the home page of our job portal where you can see the navigation bar with logo, recruiter login and login button. Then we have this welcome message and search box. Then we have some company's logo. Then we have latest job post. And in the left side you can see the filter. By selecting these filters, we can filter the job list. And here we have the paginations. After that, we have some message for app download, and then we have the footer. Here we have the login button, and if I click on this login button, it opens a user login form. To implement this user authentication, we have used a very popular authentication service called Clerk. Using Clerk, we can easily integrate user authentication and user management features in React project. It provides beautiful and ready-to-use UI components like sign in, sign up, and profile components for React app. So let me log in on this application using my Google account. I can click here. Then I will select my Google account. After login, let me open any job post. So I'll click on this button, and here you can see the message already applied because I have already applied for this job. And in this navigation bar you can see we have the name, that is GreatStack, and here we have the image. And if I click here, it will open this drop down, and here we have the manage account section. Let's click here, and from here we can manage our profile. And here we have the applied jobs. If I click here, you can see all the jobs that we have applied. And here we have the status also. And if I come back to the home page and let's open any other job that I have not applied. So let me open this DevOps. Here you can see the button apply now. If I click here, now you can see the message applied successfully. So we can easily apply for a new job, and you can see the message already applied on this button. And if I come back to this applied jobs, here we have a new job that we have just applied, and you can see the status pending, and the recruiter can either accept or reject this application. Then we will see the updated status here. On this applications page, we have the option to update our resume. Here you can see I have already added the resume, so I can click here to view the resume. And if I click on this edit button, I can upload a new resume by clicking on this button. Now let me sign out from this account and click on this recruiter login. So here recruiter can create an account or login into existing account. Here we have the sign up option, so any company can create the account, and here we have the login option. So let me add one recruiter's email ID and password. Then click on the login button. So now we are in the recruiter's dashboard. Using this recruiter dashboard, a recruiter can publish a new job post using this form. Then we have this manage jobs where recruiter can see all the job posts. Then we have view applications where recruiters can see all the applications received for their job opening, and recruiters can also accept or reject the application. So this is the recruiter dashboard. In this project, we will be using Sentry for error debugging and app performance monitoring. Sentry is a debugging platform that provides real-time insights into production deployments with information to produce and fix errors, crashes, and slow code. After we finish building this app, we will deploy it on Vercel. Before we dive into the code, if you are completely new to React, I highly recommend watching my React beginners tutorial first. It is available for free on my YouTube channel, and I will include the link in the description below. Now let's get started. Now we will come to desktop screen, and here we will create a new folder and write the folder name job portal. Now we will open this folder with VS Code editor. So select open with code. Now we will open integrated terminal. So right click, select open in integrated terminal. After that, here we will create our client project. So here we will write npm create wheat at latest. Then press enter. Here we have to provide the project name. So simply type client. After that, select the framework React, then select JavaScript. Now in the left sidebar you can see we have one folder with the name client. Now we will move to this folder using the terminal. So let's add this command cd client. So just type cd client, press enter. Now we are in the client directory. Here we will install the dependencies. So just use this command npm install. It will install the dependencies required for our project. Now all the dependencies has been installed. Now we will run this project. So just type npm run dev. Our project is running on this localhost port 5173. So let's open this link in the web browser. Now you can see our basic React plus Vite project is successfully running in the browser. Now we will install the Tailwind CSS in our project. So just open new tab and search for Vite Tailwind. From here we will open this link, and in this link we have to create one project that we have already done. Then we have to install the dependencies. So just copy this first command. Now open the VS Code editor and we have to stop this project. So just add Ctrl C and paste the command. Then press enter. So it will install the dependencies for Tailwind. After that, let's come back to the website again and copy the second command and paste it in this terminal. After executing this command, it will create one tailwind.config.js file. Now just come back here and from here just copy this configuration. After that, let's open this file tailwind.config.js and let me remove the previous configuration and paste the configuration that we have just copied. Now save the changes. After that, let's come back to the web browser and just copy these 3 lines. And we will come to src folder, index.css file, remove all the codes and paste the code that we have just copied. Now save the changes. Again come back to the web browser. After that, here we have to run the project. So let's copy this command npm run dev, add it in the terminal and press enter. Now again our project is running. Now we have the support of Tailwind CSS in our project. Next we have to clear this default page. So we will delete this app.css file. Then we will open app.css file and from here remove all the codes. And here we will write RAFCE. It will create a basic component. Now save the changes. Now here you can see the project is clear and now we will change the title also. So to change the title we will open index.html file and within this title tag let me type job portal. After that save the changes. Now you can see we have the title job portal. Next we will create the folder structure. So in this src folder, let's create a new folder with the name pages. Now create a new folder in src and write the name components. In this components folder, we will create all the components, and in this pages folder, we will create multiple pages for our application. After that, let's create a new folder and write the name context. In this context folder, we will create the context for our application. After that, we will install some other dependencies for our client project. So just stop this project using Ctrl+C and write npm install React Router DOM. It will add the support of React Router. Now we will install the React Toastify. Using that, we can display the toast notification. So just add npm install React Toastify. After that, we will install Quill package. We will use it to create the rich text editor. So just add npm install Quill. So it will install this dependency. Now we have installed these three dependencies. Now again run the project using npm run dev. After that, we will insert the assets in our assets folder. So let me just come back to the desktop screen. Here we have one assets folder. You can find this assets download link in the video description. After that, let's open this folder, and from here just copy all the images and icons. Then come to project folder, client, then src, assets. And in this one, we will paste all the images and icons. Now close this folder and come back to the VS Code editor. Now in the left sidebar, we have all the assets, and in this one, we have one assets.js file where I have already imported all the icons, logo, images, and provided it in the assets object that we can use to access these icons easily. Then we have some data like job categories, job locations, then sample data like manage jobs data, applied job, then we have application page data, then we have job data. We will use all these data to create our front end. After that, we will create our pages, and we will use React Router to mount our pages. So in this pages folder, let's create a new page, that is home page. So create a new file and write the name home.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. After that, create a new file in this pages folder and write the name applications.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. After that, create a new file in this pages folder and write the name applyjob.jsx. Here also use RAFCE, save the changes. So we have created 3 pages. Now using these 3 pages, we will create 3 routes for home page, apply job, and applications. So open app.jsx file. Here we will create the route. For that, we have to initialize the React Router DOM package. So let's open main.jsx file. From here, remove this strict mode, and here we will type browser router. Now we have to import this browser router tag from React Router DOM package. So just add import curly braces browser router from React router DOM. Now save the changes, and now we have the React router DOM support in our project. Now just open app.jsx file, and here we will set up multiple routes. For setting up the routes, first we have to import route tag and routes tag from React router DOM. After that, in this div, we will add routes tag. Within this routes tag, we will create multiple route. So let's add the route tag. And in this route tag, first we will provide the path, that is slash. That is the home directory of our application. Then we will add element. And in this element, we will add home component. So here we have the home component in the suggestions. So just click here. So it will automatically import this home page. Now just close this tag. Now just create one copy of this route tag, and here we will provide the path, that is apply job / ID. And in this one, we will use the element, that is apply jobs. So you can see this apply job has been imported. Now just create another copy of this route tag. Here we will update the path / applications. And in this element, we will add applications component. We will select it from here. So it has been imported. Now save the changes, and now we have set up the route. So just come back to the web browser. Now we are on 5173 port, and here we have the message home. That is our home component. If I provide / apply jobs / any ID like 123, then we have this page apply job. Now if I open / applications, here we will get this text applications. So our route is working fine. So after setting up the route, we are going to create one context for this project. In this context, we will manage all the central logic and API calls in the single context file. So in this context folder, we will create a new file and write the file name appcontext.jsx. Here we will create the context. So simply write const appcontext equal to, and we will use create context. Here we have created one app context using this create context. Next we have to export this context from this file so that we can use it in other file. After adding this export, here we have to create the app context provider function. So just add export const app context provider, and it will be one arrow function. In this function, first we will create one variable with the name value. So just add const value equal to, and it will be one object. Whenever we will add anything in this value like a state variables or function, then we can access those functions and variables in entire project. After that, we have to create the return statement, and in this return, we will return app context dot provider. Here we have added app context dot provider. Now in this parameter, we will get the props, and here in this return statement, between this app context dot provider tag, we will add curly braces and we will add props dot children. With that, in this app context dot provider tag, we will add the value property, and in this value property we will simply add this value object. So just add value. So now we have simply created one context. Now save the changes. Next we have to add the support of this context in our project. So just open main.jsx file, and after this browser router we will write app context provider tag. So app context provider has been imported automatically. After that, just move this app component between this tag, that is app context provider. Right click and select format document and save the changes. Now we have the context support in our project. After that, we will start the UI part of this project. To create our home page, first we need a design file. So let's open this Figma design file. You can access this Figma design file from the link given in the video description. Here we have created the design for all the pages. So first we will create the home page. Here we have the home page. So using this design we will create our home page. First we have to create this navigation bar. To create this navigation bar, we will come back to the VS Code, and in this components folder we will create a new file and write the file name navbar.jsx. After that, here we will add RAFCE. Within this div tag we will create another div tag, and here we will add the image tag. In this image src we will add the logo of our job portal. So just add assets. We are not getting the suggestions for the assets object, so just open this assets folder, assets.js file, then come back to the navbar.jsx. Here we will write assets. So now we are getting the suggestions. Just click here, so it will automatically import it. Now in this src we will add assets.logo. After that, save the changes. After saving this navbar, we will open home.jsx file and remove this home text, and within this div we will mount our navbar component. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have this logo, that is insider jobs. Again come back to navbar.jsx file, and after this image tag we will create one div. In this div we will create two button tags, button into 2. Now we have two button tag. In the first one we will write recruiter login. In the second button simply write login. If I save the changes, here we have recruiter login and login. Now we will add some CSS properties for this navbar. So first in this div, let's add the class name property, and we will add shadow and padding y. After that, come to this second div, and in this one we will provide the class name and provide container, padding x, padding for different screen size, then margin x, auto, flex, justify between, and items center. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now here we have this shadow, and in the left side we have the logo, and in the right side we have these button text, recruiter login and login. Now we will add the CSS properties for these buttons. So in this div, let's add the class name and just provide flex, gap 4, max sm text small. Save the changes and open the web browser. After that, we will add the CSS property in the button tag. So just add the class name. In the first one, we will add text gray 600, and in the second one, within this class name, we will add background blue, text white, and padding for different screen size, padding Y, and border radius. After that, save the changes. Now our navbar is ready. After that, here we are going to use Clerk authentication in our project. To use the Clerk authentication, we will open new tab and search for Clerk. Clerk is user authentication and user management platform. By using this platform, we can easily integrate the user authentication in our Mon project. To integrate this Clerk, we have to create one account on this platform. So I already have an account. Simply click on sign in. If you don't have an account, you can easily create it using the GitHub or Google account. Here we have to create a new application. So just click on this create application button, and here we will add the application name. So just add the name like job portal. After that, we'll click on this create application button. Now we'll come to this page, and from here we will select this React. Here we have this steps to integrate this Clerk in our React project. After that, we have to install this package in our client project. So let me just copy it and come back to the VS Code editor, and we will stop this project by using Ctrl+C. Now paste this command, and it will install the dependencies required to add Clerk authentication in our project. Now the dependency has been installed. Now just come back to the web browser, and now we will copy this Clerk publishable key. Just copy it and come back to the VS Code, and here in this client folder we will create a new file, that is environment variable file. So write the name .env and create this file. In this one we will paste the publishable key and save the changes. Now just scroll, and here we have to import the Clerk publishable key in main.jsx file or tsx file. So just copy this line and come back to the main.jsx file, and here just paste the code that we have just copied. Now save the changes. Here we have the publishable key. After that, we have to create the Clerk provider tag, and in this tag we have to provide this publishable key. So here we will mount Clerk provider tag, and we will wrap these components using this Clerk provider. Next, we have to import this Clerk provider from Clerk package. So just add import Clerk provider from, we will add at Clerk/Clerk React. Now we have the support of Clerk provider. Now in this tag we will add publishable key, and in this publishable key we have to provide our publishable key that we have received in this variable. So just copy this one and paste it here. After that, we have to add one more property, that is after sign out URL. Just copy this one and paste it here. So whenever the user will be logged out, then we will be redirected to home page. Now we have done the setup of Clerk authentication. Now we'll add the user profile button in this login button, so that user will click on this button, it will open a Clerk login pop-up. Then user can log in or create an account. So just open navbar.jsx file, and in this file First we will import use Clerk, user button, and use user from this package. So we have imported use Clerk, user button, and use user. We will use these three things to create the pop-up, to show the user button, and to check whether the user is logged in or not. First, here we will add the logic so that when we click on this login button, then one pop-up will be open. So just add const. We will get the open sign in, and we will get this function from use Clerk. Whenever we will run this function open sign in, then it will open a sign in pop-up. To display this sign in pop-up, we will scroll down, and in this button tag we will add the onClick property. In this onClick property we have to provide event, and we will use this arrow function. In this arrow function we have only one statement to execute, so simply write open sign in, and we will call this function. Now if I save the changes, come back to the web browser, let me reload this project. So now we have to run this project again. So here we will write npm run dev. Now again come back and reload the web page and click on the login button. Now you can see we have this sign in to job portal. So we have this sign in component. Using that we can sign in using the Google account, and we can also sign in using email ID. After that, just come back to the Clerk dashboard and we'll click on this configure button. Here we have the option for personal information. We will enable this name option and click on save. Now user can change their name from user profile section. After that, user can edit their name in Clerk profile. Now just click on this login button and we will log in using the Google account. Just click on this continue with Google. Then choose the email ID. Click on continue button. Now we have successfully created an account in our job portal project. And here we have the option to update the profile, where we can update the image and we can edit the first name and last name. Then we have the security option. From here we can set the password and we can also delete the account. Now just click on this job portal. So we will come back to the home page. Now you can see we are already logged in, still we are getting this login option. So now we have to display a user icon here whenever we are logged in. So to display that user button, just come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div, first we will check if the user is logged in or not. So here we will write const. We will get the user info using the use user. Whenever the user is logged in, then we will get this user data, and if the user is not logged in, then we will not get the user. So after this image tag, we will add the ternary operator. So just add the curly braces and we will check if we have the user. In that case, we will return a div, and if we don't have the user, then we will display this div where we have added two buttons, that is recruiter login and login. So just move this div from here after this colon. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are logged in, and now we are not getting the login button. Now whenever the user is logged in, then we have to display the user button and the message that contains hi and the user's name. So here we will create a link tag. We will get this link from React Router DOM package. in this link tag, we will add a text that is applied jobs. After this link tag, we will create a p tag, and in this p tag, we will add the text. Then we will add one more p tag, and in this p tag, we will add the message hi. And here we have to get the user's full name. So to get the user's full name, we will add user.firstname, and in this one, we will concatenate a string with one space, then again concatenate the user.lastname. After this p tag, here we will add user button. So just add user button and close this tag. So here we have added the link tag, p tag, and this user button. Now in this link tag, we will add the to property where we will add the path of our applications page. So just add applications. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have the text applied jobs, then hi greatest tag, and then we have the user profile icon. Now this profile is working fine. Next we will add the CSS properties. So first in this div, we will add the class name property, and in this class name property, we will write flex item center and gap 3. Now save the changes. Now it is looking good. Now if I click on this applied jobs, now we are on this path /applications. From here we can manage the account, we can update our profile, we can add another email, we can delete the account also, and we can set the password for this account. Now our navbar is ready. After this navbar, we have to create this hero component where we have the search bar where we can search for the job like job title and job location. So to create this header section, just come back to the VS Code, and in this components folder, we will create a new component. So create a new file and write the name hero.jsx. Here we will write RAFCE. Now in this div, we will create one more div, and in this one, we will add the text in h2 tag. Now within this tag, we will add this text. So just copy the text from here and paste it here. Now save the changes and open home.jsx file. And after this navbar, we will mount the hero component. Now again come to hero.jsx file and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are getting this title in h2 tag. After that, we'll add the text in p tag. In this p tag, we will add the text. From here and paste this text here. After this paragraph tag, we will add one div. In this div, we will add one more div, and in this one, we will add the image tag. In this image tag, we will add assets.search icon. After this image tag, we will add the input field, and using this, we will get the input from user. The type will be text, and in this input field, we will add the placeholder and write the placeholder text, that is search for jobs. After this placeholder property, we will add class name property. In this class name property, we will add some class name for our input field. For this input field, we will add max sm text extra small, padding border radius, outline none, and width full. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we have this search icon and this input field. And here we have these text. Similarly, we will copy the div from here and paste the same div again. Instead of this search icon, we will use assets.locationIcon, and in this placeholder we will write location. Now save the changes. Here we have the second input field and we have the second icon. After that, we need this button. So to create this button, after this div we will add the button tag. Within this button tag we will add text search. Now save the changes. So we have created the HTML structure for this component. Now we will add the CSS properties for this component. So just come here. In this div we will add the class name property so that this div will act as a container. So just add container. For 2XL we will add the padding, then we'll add the margin X, then margin Y. Now we have some space around this text. Now just come back to the design file. Here in this background we have the gradient color from light to dark. So just come back and we will come back to the VS Code, and here we will add the class name, and in this one we will provide bg gradient to right from purple 800 to purple 950. After that, save the changes. Now you can see we have the gradient color in the background from light to dark. With this gradient we will add some other CSS properties, that is text white, some padding, text center, then margin from X and border radius. Now we'll add CSS. Next we'll add the CSS properties in the h2 tag. So just add the class name property, and here we will provide text 2XL, text 3XL for different screen size, and text 4XL for different screen size. Then font medium, margin bottom. Save the changes. Come back to the web browser. Now this heading is looking good. Next we will add the CSS properties for this paragraph tag. So in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide margin bottom, max width, text small, font light, and padding X. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now this text is also looking good. Here we have two input field and search button, and we need the input fields in a single row like this. For that, just come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex, item center, justify between, background white, rounded, text color gray 600, max width XL, padding left, margin X, and margin X auto for larger screens. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have the box where we have two input fields and search button. Next we will add the CSS properties for this individual input field and search button. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here let's add flex, item center. Similarly, in the second div we will add the class name property. We will provide flex, item center. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have the icon and input field in a single row. Now we have to add the CSS properties for the search button, but before that we have to add the height and width for the icon. So in this image tag, let's add the class name, and we will provide the height 4, and for larger screen size we will add the height 5. Now just copy the class name from here and paste it in this image tag. Save the changes. Now you can see perfect size for this image. After that, come to this button tag, and in this one we will add the class name property. Here we will provide the background color, then padding X, padding Y, border radius, then text white and margin 1. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. You can see this search button is looking good. Now we have completed this first section with this search bar. Now in this hero component we have to create this section where we will display company's logo. So to create this, let's come back to the VS Code, and in this hero.jsx file, after this div we will create one more div. In this div we will display trusted by text and these logo. To display that, here let's add another div and we will add the text in p tag. Here we will add the text called trusted by. After that, we will create 6 image tag. So just add img into 6. Now we have 6 image tags. Now in all images we will add the src assets dot Microsoft logo. Now replace the logo from second one, third one. So in the third one we will add Accenture logo. In the next one let's add Samsung logo. In the fifth one we will add Amazon logo, and in the last one we will add Adobe logo. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Now we have all the logo. After that, just come back, and here we will add the CSS properties for all images. So in all images we will add the class name and we will provide height 6. Save the changes. Now you can see perfect size for these logo. Next we will add the CSS properties for this complete section. So in this div, let's add the class name, and here we will provide border color, then we will provide this shadow, then margin X, margin top, padding, border radius, then we will add flex. Save the changes. Now you can see this box, and in this box we have this text and logo. Now in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, justify center, gap, then gap for larger screens, flex wrap. With that, in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here just provide font medium. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. As you can see, this section is also looking good. Now successfully we have created the hero section. After that, here we will add some logic so that when we write some text in these input field and click on search button, then the data will be saved in a state variable that we will use to filter the job list. To store the data of these input field, we will use the state variable, but we are not going to create the state variable in this file because we need the access of that state variable in entire project. For that, we will create that state variable in this app context.jsx file. So here, before this value object, here we will create the state variable with the name search filter. So just add const search filter, and setter function name is set search filter, and we will use the use state hook. Make sure to import use state from React package. Now we have created this state variable. Now we will add this variable and setter function in this value object. So here let's add search filter and set search filter. After that we have to initialize this variable. So here we will add one object, and in this object we will create two properties for this two input fields. So in this object we will add title that contains the data of first input field. So here we will add empty string. After that we will add one more property, that is location, and initialize it with empty string. After that let's add another state variable that will be is searched. So whenever user search a data, then it will become true or false. So let's add const is searched, and setter function name is set is searched equal to user state, and initialize it with boolean data false. We will also pass this state variable and setter function in this value object so that we can access it in any other component, and we can filter the jobs. So here just add is searched and setter function name set is searched. Now we will try to access this state variable in our hero component. So open hero.jsx file, and here we will add const curly braces. We will get set search filter and set is searched. We will get these setter function from context. So to use the context, simply provide use context, and in this use context we will provide app context that we have created in app context file. So it has been imported, and here we have imported use context from React. Now we have set search filter and set is searched. After that we have to save the input field value in this setter function. So to set the input field value, we are going to use useRef hook. To use the useRef hook, let's create one variable with the name titleRef. Here we will use useRef, and in this useRef we will just provide the value null. Now use this titleRef in this input field, and for the second input field we will add one more reference variable. So let's create one copy of it, and here we will add the name locationRef. Now we have two useRef variable. Now link these variables with the input field. So here we have the two input fields. So in the first input field we will add ref equal to, and in this ref we will add titleRef. Similarly, in the second input field we will add ref, and it will be locationRef. So now we have added the ref property, and here we have used the useRef variables. After that, here we will create the function that will be on search, and whenever we will click on the search button, that function will be executed, and using these reference variables we will get the input field value, and we will set it using this setter function. So just add const on search equal to create the arrow function. So now we will link this function with this button tag, so that when we click on this button, that function will be executed. So just add on click property, and in this one just provide on search function. Now in this on search we will add the logic so that we can get the values using these reference variables, and we can set it using this setter function set search filter. So here just add set search filter, and we will add one object. Here just add the title property, and in this title property we will add titleRef dot current dot value. By using the current dot value, we will get the input field value. After that, here we will add location, and in this location property, we will add location ref dot current dot value. Whenever we will click on this search button, then we will set this set is searched true. To verify this logic, here we will just add console log, and in this one just copy the object from here and paste it here in this console log. So whenever we will press the search button, then in the console we will get the object with title and location. Now just test it. So let's click on inspect, open console, and reload the web page. After that, in this input field we will add the text test1. In the location we will add test2 and click on search button. Now we have one object where you can see location and title. So this logic is working fine. Now let me remove the console log from here. Now our hero component is ready. After that, we will create this search filter and this job listing component. And in this job list component, we will create a fully functional pagination component. So first, let's come back to the VS Code, and in this components, we will create a new file and provide the name job listing.jsx. Here also just use RAFCE. In this component first, we will create the sidebar. As you can see here in this Figma design, we will create these buttons and these options. So just remove this text job listing and save the changes. After that, we have to mount this component in our home page. So just open home.jsx file, and after this hero component, we will mount job listing component. Make sure to import this job listing from this components folder, this file. Now just come back to the job listing.jsx, and here in this div, first let's add the comment. So we will add the comment sidebar. So first we are going to create the sidebar. After this comment, we will create one div, and in this div, first we will create this current search component. Whenever we will search anything from here, we have to display that keyword and location here. For that, in this div, we will add one comment and write search filter from hero component. So here we are going to display the search filter from hero component. Here we will use ternary operator, and in this one first we will check if anything is searched or not. So if it is searched, then we are going to display the title and location data in this current search. For that, we need the is searched state and search filter state. So we will get that state variable from our context. So just add const curly braces is searched and search filter. We will get it from context. So just add use context, and in this one we will add the app context. Make sure to import use context and app context. After that, in this ternary operator, we will check if is searched is true. With that, we will check if the search filter has the title not equal to empty string. If it is not equal to empty string, then we are going to display this component. With that, we will add OR operator, and here we will check search filter dot location. should not be equal to empty string. If these cases are true, then we will mount this component. So here we will use this bracket, and in this bracket we will create the structure that we want to display. So here just add the fragment, and in this fragment we will add the h3 tag, and in this h3 tag we will add this title, current search. Paste the text here. After this title, we will create one div, and in this div we will check if we have search filter dot title. In that case, we will add this operator and we will return one div, and we will return the span tag. Similarly, we will copy this and paste it again. If the search filter dot location is not an empty string, then in this case we will return one span. After that, within this span tag we will add the curly braces, and here we will use search filter dot title. So it will display the text that we have searched in the input field. Now in this span tag we will add curly braces search filter dot location, so it will display the location that we have entered in the search box. Let's come back to the web browser. Right now it is blank, and if I type something in this input field like full stack, and if we search the location like US, click on search button, now you can see current search and full stack and US. So we have the search term and location. After that we will add the cross icon so that we can remove this filter from here. So to add the cross icon, after this text in this span tag we will add the img tag, and in this img src we will add the assets dot cross icon. With that we will add the class name property, that is cursor pointer. Now just copy the image tag and paste it here in this second span tag. Now in this span tag we have the text and image, then we have the location and image. Now save the changes, and here we are getting these cross icons. Now we'll add the functionality so that when we click on this cross icon, then it will remove the title search, and if I click on this cross icon it will remove the location search. So from these, for that on this image tag we will add onClick property, and here we will add the event, and here we will call the set search filter function. So first we have to import it from our context, so here just add set search filter. In this arrow function we will call set search filter function, and here we will pass the previous function from the parameter, and here we will add this bracket, and in this bracket we will return the object that contains the previous data, and in this data we will modify the title and location property. So in the first one we will add title, and here we will add title equal to empty string, and in the second one we will add location equal to empty string. So the location will become empty string. So whenever we will click on this cross icon, it will reset the title or location. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. If I click on this second cross icon, it will hide the location, and if I click on the first cross icon, it will remove the title filter also. If we don't have any filter, then we will not get this component called current search. Now we'll add some CSS properties for our elements. So here in the first div we will add the class name property, and here we will add container, to Excel, padding X, margin X, flex column, for larger screens flex row, For max screen, we will add a space Y and padding Y. After that, save the changes. Now if I click on search button, we have this container that contains the sidebar component. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this div. So let's add the class name, and in this one, let's provide width full. For larger screens, we'll add width 1/4, background white, and padding X. Save the changes. Now we have little padding. After that, we'll add the CSS properties for this title, which is in the H3. So in this H3, let's add the class name property, and we will provide font medium, text large, margin bottom 4. Save the changes. So this title is looking good. After that, in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide margin bottom, then text color. After adding this, just come to this span tag, and here we will add the class name property, and in this class name we will provide inline flex, item center, gap 2.5, then background color, then border and border color, then padding X, padding Y, and border radius. After that, we will come to second span tag, and here also let's add the class name property, and we will copy the same class name from the first span and paste it here. Instead of this color blue, we will add color red 50, and in the border also we will add red. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have this full stack and US, that is the location, and if I click on cross icon, it will remove it, and when we click on search button, it will display the filter again. So this logic is working fine. Now just come back to the VS Code editor, and in this span tag, in the second one, we will add some margin from the left side. Save the changes. Now we have some space between these search items. Now we have created this section to display the search filter. Next, we will display the filter for the categories. So after this curly braces, here we will add the comment, and let's add the comment text category filter. In this category filter, we will create a div, and in this div we will create the h4 tag, and here we will add the text that is search by categories. So let me just copy it and paste it here. After this title, we will create a UL tag, and in this UL tag, we have to display multiple categories. To create the categories, we are going to use assets.js file where we have added one array, that is job categories. Here we have multiple type of categories that I want to display in our web page. So we will use this array. So in this UL tag, we will add the curly braces. In this one, we will add job categories that we will get from assets folder assets file. Here we will use the map method, and in this map method, we will add the arrow function. In this arrow function, we will add the parameter that is category and index number. After that, here we will return the li tag, and in this li tag, we will add the key property. In the key property of this li tag, let's add the index, and in this li tag, we will add the input field, and the input type will be checkbox. After that input field, we will add the curly braces, and in this curly braces, we will add category that we are getting from this parameter. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see here we have all the categories and checkbox. Next we will add the CSS properties for this section. So in this div we will add the class name. So first we'll add the CSS in this first div. So here just add the class name, and here we will provide max LG. For this max screen we will add hidden. So for the smaller screen this component will be hidden because we have added max LG hidden. After that we'll add the CSS properties in this h4 tag. So here we will add the class name property, and in this class name we will provide font medium, text LG, padding Y. Now in this UL tag let's add the class name property, and in this UL tag let's provide space Y4, text gray 600, and save the changes. Now in this li tag let's add the class name, and here we will provide flex gap 3 item center. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now it is looking good, as you can see in this left sidebar. After that we have to increase the size of this input field. So in this input type we will add class name, and we will provide a scale 125. Save the changes. Now you can see increased size for these input checkbox. So we have created this section search by category. Next we have to create this section search by location. For that, just copy the code from here and paste it here, and instead of this category filter we will add the comment location filter. Instead of this job categories we will add job locations. We will get it from assets folder assets file. After that, here we will add the text search by location. Then remove this category from here. Here we will add the location. So we will get individual location and provide it here in this curly braces. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see here we have search by categories and search by location. After that, in the right side we have to display the job list. To display the job list, after this div we will add one comment, and here we will write job listings. After this comment we will add one section. Here we will use this section tag, and in this one first we will add this title. So here we have this title. We will use the s3 tag for this heading. So in this s3 tag let's add the text latest jobs. Now just copy the second text from here, and we will add the p tag for this text. So just add p tag and provide the text that we have just copied. After this p tag we will create one div, and in this div we will create job card. You can see we have multiple job cards. So we will create one card and we will re-render that card multiple times for multiple data. For that, here first we will add the CSS properties for this title and p tag. Then we will mount the job list. So first in this section we will add the class name and we will provide width full. For different screen we will add width 3x4, then text color, and for mobile screen we will add padding X. Now we'll add the CSS properties in this s3 tag. So we'll add the class name, and here we will add font medium, text 3XL, and padding Y2. Then we'll add the ID property, and here we will write job list. Now we will add the class name property in this p tag also. So just add the class name. And here we will add margin bottom 8. After that, we will add the class name property in this div that will act as a container for our job card. So to display the job card, we are going to use grid, then grid columns 1. For different screen size, we will add different grid. So grid column 2, grid columns 3, then gap 4. So we have created this structure. Now you can see we have this title and text. Now we will mount our job cards. Before creating the job card, we need some space here. So let's come back and we will add the margin. So in this job listing.jsx file, come to this location filter, and in this h4 tag, we will add padding top 14. So it will add gap between these categories and location. Now we will create the job card component. So in this components folder, let's create a new file and write the file name jobcard.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE, and in this job card component, first remove the text, and within this div we will create another div, and in this div we will add the image tag where we will display the company's logo. We will get the job data here as a parameter. So first we will destructure the job data, so simply write job. If I come to assets folder, assets.js file, here we have one array, and in this array we have multiple objects. Each object is representing a single job data. As you can see, we have the ID, title, location, label, company ID, description, salary details, date, and category. To use this data, we will pass the individual job in this job card component, and we will use this job data to display a card like this. So in this image tag, first we need to display the company logo. So here we will use assets.company icon, that is Slack company, right? So for now, this is going to be a static image. When we will create the backend, then we will create the front end also, and it will display the dynamic data. So after this div, we will create one h4 tag, and in this h4 tag, we have to display the job title like this, like full stack. For that, here we will add curly braces, and here we will write job dot title. If I open assets.js file, here you can see we have the title. After adding the job title, we will create a div, and in this div we will add a span tag to display location and job label. So in this div we will add the span tag. We will create two span tag, and in the first one we will display job dot location, and in the second one we will display job dot label. After this div, we will add the paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag we will display the description. So if I come to assets, here you can see we have the description, and in the description we have this HTML tag that we will display on our job description. To mount this HTML tag, in this p tag, we are going to use dangerously set inner HTML. So in this p tag, we will add dangerously set inner HTML property, and in this one we will add the object, and here we will add double underscore, then HTML colon, then we will add job dot description. Now as you can see, our job description is very large and we have to display a small amount of description. For that, here we are going to use .slice method, and in this one we will pass parameter 0 to 150. After this paragraph tag, here we will create one div, and in this div we will create two buttons for apply now and learn more. So here we will create the button tag. We will add two buttons. So now we have two buttons. In the first one we will add text called apply now, and in the second one we will add this text learn more. Now we have two buttons. Now save the changes and come back to the job listing.jsx file, and here in this div, in the job listing section, we will render our job data using the job card component. So just add job data that we will get from assets file, and here we will use .map method, and after adding the map method, here we will pass the arrow function. In the parameter we will get the individual job data and we will add the index. Now in the return statement we will return the job card component. So just add job card. As you can see, we are getting this suggestion, just click here. So it will get imported, and in this job card component we will add the key property, and in this one we will add the index. After that, here we will pass the parameter, that is job, and in this parameter we will add the job data. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see here we have all 24 job data from our assets file. After that we will add the CSS properties for the job card. So let's open job card component from here, and let's add the CSS property in this div. So just add the class name in the first div, and here in this one we will provide border, then padding, then shadow and border radius. Now in the second div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex justify between item center. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have the border and shadow. Now we'll add the CSS properties in this title, but before that, in this image tag we'll add the class name, and here we will provide the height 8. Now in this h4 tag, let's add the class name property, and in this class name we will provide font medium, text XL, margin top 2. Save the changes. Now the title is looking good, as you can see here. After that, we will provide CSS properties for the location and label, as you can see here. So in this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex item center, gap 3, margin top, text extra small. In this span tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will add background blue 50, border color, padding X, padding Y, border radius. Now in the second one we will change the color, so we will add BG red 50, and we will change the border color border red 200. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see these location and job label is looking good. Next we will add the CSS properties for the small description. So here in this p tag we will add class name, and here we will provide text gray 500, text small, margin top 4. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this description is also looking good. Next we have to add the CSS properties for these buttons. So in this div tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide margin top, flex, gap then text small. Save the changes. Now we will add the CSS properties for these buttons. So just come back to the VS Code, and in the first button tag, let's add the class name. We will provide the background blue 600, text white, padding X, padding Y, then rounded. That will add the border radius. Save the changes. Now the first button is looking good. Apply now. Now we will add the CSS properties for this Learn More button. For that, come back to the VS Code editor, and in this one we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 500, border gray 500, rounded, px4 and py2. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now the Learn More button is also looking good. As you can see here, this section is looking good. So now we are getting this jobs data from the assets file. But instead of that, we are going to import the data in our context, and we will get the data from our context. So first let's open app context.jsx file. And here, after this state variable, we will create one more state variable, and we will name the variable like jobs. After that, we will add the setter function, set jobs equal to use state, and in this use state, we will initialize this variable with one empty array. After that, in this value object, we will add jobs and set jobs. In the value object, we have added it so that we can access it in any other component. After that, we have to create one function to get the jobs data from the assets file and store them in the jobs state variable. So just add the comment, and here in this comment, let's write function to fetch job data. After that, we will create the arrow function. So just add const fetch jobs equal to, and it is going to be asynchronous arrow function, and create the arrow function. So we have created this function fetch jobs. Next, we have to execute this function whenever our client project gets loaded in the web browser. For that, we will add the use effect. Make sure to import use effect from React package. Now in this one, we will pass the arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. Now in this one, we will call the fetch jobs function. Now in this fetch jobs function, currently we will fetch the jobs data from the assets file. So here simply write set jobs, and in this one we will provide jobs data that we are getting from assets file. So it will set the jobs in this state variable, and after that, when we will create the backend, then we will fetch the jobs data from our API. Now just come to job listings.jsx file, and from here we will get the jobs data from the context, as you can see here, and here we are mapping the job data. So here simply write jobs. After that, we can remove this import from here, jobs data, just remove it from assets. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Still we are getting this data, but we are getting this data from the context file. After that, we'll add some custom font in our web page, so it will look perfect. So just search for outfit font. Let's open this website fonts.google.com and click on get font button. Then click on get embed code. Then click on import. And after that, just copy this import statement. Now just open index.css file, and in the first line we will paste this import statement. So we have added the custom font support in our project. Next we have to apply this font, so just add a star that will select all the HTML elements. So in this one we will add font family and we will provide outfit. Save the changes and close this file. Come back to the web browser again, close this tag, close this tab. Now you can see our font has been updated. It is displaying the text with outfit font. Now our website is looking good. After that, we will make this website responsive, and when we click on this apply now button, then it will open the apply page. Currently we are not getting any response when we click on this button. So first we will make this component responsive. To make this component responsive, we will right click and select inspect. Then click on this icon to open the web page in mobile view. From here you can select different device. In this navigation bar you can see we have the user's name like hi great stack. So we will hide it from the phone view. So just come back to the VS Code, open navbar.jsx file, and in this p tag we will add the class name and provide maxsm hidden. So it will be hidden from phone view. Now this navbar is looking good. After that, if I scroll down, you can see all the components are looking good in phone screen. But here the sidebar filter is hidden. So here we will create a button that will either display or hide the filter. So just come back to the VS Code editor and open joblisting.jsx file. And in this sidebar, here we have to add a button. After this, search filter. But before that, first we have to create a state variable with the name showFilter. So here before this return a statement, we will add const, create the state variable with the name showFilter. Then write this setter function set showFilter equal to use state and initialize it with boolean data false. By default the filter will be hidden, so we have initialized it with false, but for now we will make it true so that we can design the component. After that, here before this category filter we will create one button tag, and within this button tag we will use the ternary operator. We will add showFilter when it is true. In that case we will add the text called close, and when it is false then we will add the text called filters. Now in this button tag let's add some classes. So just add the class name and provide the tailwind classes like padding x, padding y, then border radius, then border, then border color, and for large screen we will make it hidden. Now you can see here we have this close button because we have created this state variable with initial value true. If I make it false, now it is displaying the text filters. Now we will add the functionality so that when we click on this one it will change the state and toggle the showFilter like true or false. So in this button tag we will add the onClick property, and in this one we will pass event, then create the arrow function, and here we will call the set showFilter, and in this one we will take the previous value from the parameter and we are going to return not of previous. So if it is false it will make it true, and if it is true it will make it false. Save the changes, and if I click here you can see it is working fine. After that we will display this category filter according to this showFilter state. For that, in this class name remove it and we will use the dynamic class name. To provide the dynamic class we will use the ternary operator. For that, here we will check if so filter is true. In that case, we will not return any class name, and if it is false, then we will return max lg hidden. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are getting the search by category, and if I click on close, it will get closed, and if I click on filters, it will again display the filter. After adding this dynamic class name, we will add the same thing in this location filter. So just copy it and paste it here in this location filter like this. Now save the changes. Now if I click on this, it will display both categories filter and location filter, and if I close it, it will close both filter. So till now we have created this home page with navigation bar, hero section. Then we have the job list where we have added the filters. Now let's search something like full stack. Enter the location and click on search button. Now we are getting current search. After that, we will come back to the Figma design file, and here we will create this pagination for our job listing site. So to create the pagination, we will come back to the job listing.jsx file, and here we will create a state variable to manage the pagination. So first, let's create the state variable. The name will be current page, and setter function name will be set current page equal to use state, and initialize it with value 1. So by default we will be on the page 1. To create the pagination, let's scroll down, and in this section we have added this job listing comments. So after this div, let's add one comment, and we will add the text called pagination. And here let's add the curly braces, and here we will add jobs. So we will check the length of this jobs. For that, just add jobs dot length. If its length is greater than 0, in that case we will return a div. So just add the AND operator and we will return this div. Now in this div, first we will add the anchor tag, and in this anchor tag we will add the image tag for this arrow icon. You can see we have the back arrow icon. So let's add the img tag. In this image src, we will add the assets dot left arrow icon. After that, save the changes. Let me close this, and at the bottom you can see left arrow icon. After that, just come back to the VS Code editor, and after this anchor tag, here we will add the curly braces, and here in this website you can see we have to display 6 cards, and for other 6 cards we will create the pagination. So in this curly braces we will write array dot from, and in this one we will add one object, and here we will define the length property. So the length property will be total number of job divided by 6. For that, here we are going to use math.ceil that will help us to find the number of pagination. So let's add math.ceil, and in this one we will add the jobs array, and in that one we will check the length. We will divide the length by 6 because we need the 6 card in one pagination. So on this one we will add dot map method, and in this map method we will pass one arrow function like this. Now in this arrow function parameter we will get underscore and index. In this one, we will return one anchor tag, and between this anchor tag, we will add the button tag, and we will create the pagination using this button tag. So in this anchor tag, we will add the href, that is has job list. This is the ID that we have added here. So whenever user click on this button, then it will scroll the web page to this section. Now in this button tag, we will display the numbers. To display the number, we will use index, and the index will start from 0, but we need the pagination from number 1. So just add index plus 1. Now the index will start from 1. Here we have to correct the index. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So at the bottom you can see here we have the number 1, 2, 3 and 4. After that, we will just copy this anchor tag from here, and after this array we will paste this anchor tag, and in this src we will use assets dot right arrow icon. Now save the changes. So here we have the right arrow icon. After that, let's copy this job list from here, and in this array and in this anchor tag we will add the same thing, and in the last anchor tag also. After that, we will add some CSS properties, and after that we will add more functionality so that when we click on the button, it will change our page. So first in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex items center, justify center, space x2, margin top 10. Save the changes. Now you can see we have the pagination in the center of this component. Now we will add the CSS properties for this button tag. So just add the class name property, and here we will use the dynamic class name. Here we will add the curly braces, and in this one we will use the ternary operator. So in this one we will use the template literal and ternary operator. So just add backticks, and we will add the class name, that is width, height, flex, item center, justify center, border gray 300, border radius. Save the changes. Now you can see these paginations are looking like a button. And after that, in this button tag, here we will use the template literal. So just add. Here we will add the $, curly braces, and in this one we will use ternary operator. So just add current page variable, and we will check if it is equal to index plus 1. Then we will provide the class name, that is bg blue 100 and text blue 500. And if it is false, then we will add text gray 500. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. As you can see, we have this blue background color for the first index because the current page is 1. Now we will sort this data according to the current page state. For that, here in this section, job listing, we have jobs.map section. Here in this mapping, we have to display 6 cards in a page. So here after this jobs array, we will add slice method. Now in this slice method, we will add current page minus 1. After that, multiply it by 6. Then we will add comma current page into 6. Suppose the current page is 1 and we will get 0, and here we will get 1. So in the first page we will get total 6 job card, and after this logic we will save the changes. And let's come to our web browser. As you can see here, we are getting total 6 cards in one page, and if I click on 2, it should display another 6 cards. So we will add the logic on the button. So it will change the current page to index 2 and it will update the list. So to add that logic, just come back to the VS Code editor and come to pagination section, and in this one we have the button tag. So here we will add onClick property, and in this onClick property we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call set current page, and in this one we have to provide the index number and we will add 1 because the index starts from 0 and pagination starts from 1. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on this second, now the data has been updated. Now we are on the second page for the pagination. If I click on 3, it is displaying another data. It will display another job list and it will display total 6 job list. Now we will add the logic on the back arrow icon so that it should display the previous data, and if I click on next, it will display the next job list. So just come back to the VS Code, and in this image tag we will add the onClick property. Here we will pass the arrow function, and in this one we will add set current page, and in this one we are going to use math.max method. So just add math.max, and in this one we will provide current page number -1, and in the second parameter we will add simply 1. After that, come to the second image tag, that is next arrow. Here we will add the onClick property, and in this onClick property we will add arrow function. Here we will call the set current page, and in this one we will use math.min method, and in this one we will add current page +1. After that, in the second parameter we will add math.sil, and here we have to provide the array length divide by 6. So just add jobs.length and divide it by 6. Now save the changes and let's come back to the web browser. Now we are on the third index. If I click on left arrow, now we are on the second page. If I click on right arrow, again we are on the index 3. So this pagination logic is perfectly working. So now we have created this pagination, then job list, and this filter in this left sidebar. So this job list component is completely ready. After that, just come back to the Figma design file, and here you can see we have to design this download mobile message section. From there, user can download the app for Android or iOS. So to create this one, just come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will create a component file in this components folder. So write the file name appdownload.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE. Now mount this component in our home page. So just open home.jsx file, and after this job listing, let's add app download component. Now save the changes and design this component. So in this div we will create another div, and here we have to create another div, and here we will add the title in h1 tag for the heading. So in this h1 tag, just copy this text and paste it here. After this title, we will create a div, and in this div we have to create 2 anchor tags. So just add the a into 2. Now in the first anchor tag, we will add the image tag. In this image src, we will add assets.playstore_image. Similarly, in the second anchor tag, we will add the img tag, and in this src we will add assets.appstore. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see in the left side we have the text and these images. Here we have to add one featured image also. So let's come back to the VS, and here after closing of this div tag, we will add the image tag, and here we will add src assets.appMainImage. Save the changes. Now here we have the all images and text. Next we will provide the CSS properties for this component. So come to this div, and here we will add the class name. Here we will add the class name property, and we will provide container padding X, padding for larger screen, margin X auto, margin Y. Save the changes. Now we have some space because we have added the container. Now come to this second div, and here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide relative background gradient to right from violet 50 to purple 50. Then we will add the padding for different screen sizes. Then add border radius. Save the changes. So now we have the color in the background. Now we will add the CSS properties in this title. So just add the class name, text to Excel for larger screen. We will add text for Excel, font bold, margin bottom, and max width will be medium. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name, and here we will add flex and gap 4. Save the changes. After that, just come back to the VS Code editor. In this anchor tag, we will add the hashtag, and here also we will add the hashtag. Now we will add the CSS properties in these anchor tags. So just add the class name property. Here we will provide inline block. Similarly, in the second anchor tag, we will add the class name and provide inline block. Now we will add the CSS properties in the image tag. So in both image tag, we will add class name property, and here we have to define the height. After that, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now according to our design, here we have to place the image in the right side of this component. For that, here in this image tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will add absolute width right bottom, margin right, and for small screen we will make it hidden. Save the changes. Now you can see we have the featured image in the right side. So this section is ready. If I open this web page in mobile view, now you can see it is looking good. After this component, we have to create this footer. To create this footer, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and in this components folder, we will create a new file and write the file name footer.jsx. Here we will add RAFCE snippet. Now save the changes and come to homepage.jsx file, home.jsx. In this file, we have to mount the footer. So just add footer. So we have imported this footer here. You need to import all the components that you have mounted here. Save the changes and close this file, and now we will design our footer. So to create the footer, first in this div we will add the image tag. In this image src, we will add assets.logo. After this image, we will add the paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag we will add some text. So let me just copy the text from here and paste it here. Copyright at greatesttag.dev. After that, we will add one div, and in this div we will add 3 images for the social icons. So just add the img tag, into 3. We will get 3 image tag. In the image tag, we will add src curly braces assets dot Facebook icon. In the second one, we will add Twitter icon. In the third one, we will add Instagram icon. After that, we will add the width property for all images. So just add the width. Here we will provide 160. In these 3 images, we will add width. That will be 38. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see we have all these content in the footer. Next we have to add the CSS properties for this footer. So let's add the class name in this div. So we will add the class name property and we will provide the classes container, padding X, and we will provide the padding for different screen, then margin X, flex item center, justify between, gap 4, padding Y, and margin top. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see all these contents are aligned in a row. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this p tag. So we will add the class name, and in this p tag we will add the flex1, border left, border color gray 400, then padding left, text a small, and text color that will be gray 500. Then we will add hidden for a smaller screen. Save the changes. Now you can see our left side of the footer is ready. Next we will add the CSS properties for the right side. So here we have this div. So in this one we will add the class name and simply provide flex and gap 2.5. Now save the changes and open the web browser. Now you can see this footer is ready. So after creating this footer, we have completed the app download, we have completed this job list and filter, we have displayed the multiple card to display multiple jobs, and here we have created the navigation bar where we have added the Clerk authentication. Now our next task for this page is, whenever we search any data or filter any data, then we will apply that filter on this data. If we write marketing, and here we will add the location like US and click on search button, here we are getting this filter, but it is not functional. It is not applied on this job list. So we will add the logic so that when we apply the filter from the left side or the search bar, then it will filter the job list. For that, just come back to the VS Code editor and we will come to job listing.jsx file, and here we will create some state variables to store the filtered data. So just add const. Here we will create the state variable with the name selected categories. After that, we will create the setter function, that is set selected categories equal to use state, and here we will add the empty array. So we have initialized this variable with empty array. After that, we will create one more state variable. So here we will write const and name the variable selected locations, and the setter function name will be set selected locations equal to use state, and here also we will provide the empty array. So we have initialized both state variable with empty array, and whenever we will click on the filter, if I select programming design, then we will store the data as a form of a string. After that, we will create the state variable to store the filtered job data. So just add const and write the variable name filtered jobs. Setter function name will be set filtered jobs equal to use state, and initialize it with jobs data that we are getting from the context. We are getting this jobs from the context and initializing this filtered jobs using this jobs array. After that, we will add the logic so that when we click on any of these input field, then the filter will be stored in this array. So let's come to categories filter, and here we have the input field. In this input field, we have the class name and we have the type checkbox. From here, let me delete this name and ID, and here we will add onChange property. So whenever we change the input field value, then it will execute the function. After adding the onChange property, we will create one handle category change function. So when we change the input field value, then the function will get executed. So here we will create the arrow function const handle category change equal to, and we will create the arrow function. In this arrow function, we will add the parameter that is category that we will get from the input field. After that, we will add set selected categories, and here we will take the previous value from the parameter, and here we will check if the previous dot includes this category. Then in that case, we will remove the category from the array. So we will write previous dot filter, and in this filter we will provide the category, and we will check if the category is not equal to category. We will add the space. After that, suppose if the selected category is already there, then it will remove the category, and if the category is not there in the array, then we will store the category in this array. So just add the colon, and it will return the array where we will use the spread operator, and we will add the category in this array. So our logic is ready, as you can see here. If the selected category is already there, it will be removed, and if it is not there, then it will be added. Similarly, just create the copy of this one, and here we will change the name. It will be handle location change. Here in this parameter we will pass location parameter, and we will call set selected locations. Here we will check if previous already includes the location, then we will remove that from the data. Here we will add location, and if it is not there, then we are going to save that. So just add a spread operator previous dot location. Now our function is ready, and we will use this function in our onChange property. So just scroll down, and in this input field we have added the onChange property, and in this one we will pass the arrow function. Here we will call handle category change. In this one we will pass category that we are getting from this parameter. After that, here we will add checked property, and here we will use selected categories dot includes method, and here we will add category. Suppose the array contains this category already, then it will return true, and our box will get checked. Similarly, just copy these two lines from here and come to this location filter, and in this input field we will remove the name and ID and paste both lines, and instead of handle category change we will add handle location change, and here we will pass the location parameter that we are getting from this map, as you can see here. Similarly, here we will use selected locations, and we will add the location. If the array contains the location, then it will become true. In that case, our checkbox will be checked. Right click and select format document, save the changes, and here you can see it is working fine. Now we have the selected categories and filtered data. Now here we have the selected categories data, selected locations data, and here we have the search filter data that we are getting from the hero element. By using this data, we will create one filter that will filter the data and store it in the array that we have created here, filtered jobs, and we will map this array here. For that, here we will use the use effect hook. So just add use effect, and in this one we will pass the arrow function, and here we will add dependency array. In this use effect, we will create multiple single line function that will filter the data according to our filter. So first we will add the logic to filter the data according to our selected category. So just add the const and name the function matches category, and here we will add job in the parameter, and here we will add selected categories array, and here we will check if the length is equal to 0, or selected categories dot includes job dot category. So in this function we will pass the job data, and it will check for the if the selected category length is equal to 0, it means we don't have any filter for the category, and if we have the filter for the category, and if the filter category include the job category, if this category is already available, then the job data will be filtered. After that we'll create one more filter. So just add const matches location. Here also we will pass the parameter job, and here we will check if the selected locations dot length is equal to 0, or selected locations dot includes job dot location. So these filters are similar, but here we are filtering the location. After that we will create one more filter for the title. If we search anything here, then it will filter the job using this title that is included in the job title. So here we will add const matches title equal to, we will add the parameter job. Here we will add the logic that will be if search filter dot title property is equal to empty string, it means we don't have any filter for that, then we will store all the job data, or we will check if job dot title, and here we will use dot to lowercase. After that here we will use dot includes method, and in this includes method we will add search filter title text. For that we will write search filter dot title dot to lowercase. Now we will see the filter here. Here we are sending the job data in this arrow function. Here we are checking if the title is empty string. In that case we will store all the data, and if it is not empty string, then we will check if the job title dot lowercase includes the search filter title lowercase. Here we have added two lowercase both sides. Suppose here we have added the full stack in camel case, and if the user search full in a smaller case, then it will not give the desired result. That's why we have added the lowercase. So we are converting the title and the search term in lowercase. Then we are checking if it contains the title or not. So it will give the correct result. Similarly, we will do the same thing for the search location. So here we will write const matches search location equal to, and here we will pass the parameter job, and here we will add the job.location. Here we will convert it to lowercase. Then we will check if it includes the search filter dot location data, and here also we will use two lowercase, so we will get the proper filter. Here also we will add search filter dot location. We will check if it is empty string, then we will pass all the job data, and if it is not empty, then we will use this logic. Now this logic is perfect. Now using these inline function, we will filter the job, and to filter the job, here we will create the variable with the name new filtered jobs equal to, and here we will use jobs.slice.reverse. Here we are using this reverse because we want the latest data at the top of the search result. After that, we will use .filter method. In this filter method, we will pass individual job. Here we will use this filter that we have created using the inline functions. To apply this filter in this filter method, simply add matches category, and here we will pass the job parameter. After that, we will add the AND operator. Here we will add matches location, then add job, again add the AND operator. After that, we will add matches title. Here also we will add the job parameter. After that, again add the AND operator, and here we will add matches search location, and in this one we will add the job. So we have applied all the filters. Now this array contains all the filtered data. We are going to save this data in our state variable that we have created here, filtered jobs. So simply write set filtered jobs, and we will provide the new filtered jobs that we have recently created here. After saving the filtered data, we will set current page to page number 1. So whenever we will apply the filter, then the pagination will come to first page. Now in this dependency array, we will add jobs, then selected categories, then selected locations. After that, we will add search filter. After that, here just come to this job listings, and here we are mapping this jobs. So remove this jobs array, and here we are going to use filtered jobs. Save the changes and come back to the web browser, reload the web page, and now we have all the job list. And if I select like data science, now you can see we are getting the filtered job only for data scientist. If I click on programming, now we are getting the data for programming and data science. If I select management, now we are getting the job list for management category. But here you can see we have all the pagination list. It is not updating. So we will update this index also. So to update the index, from here remove this jobs, and here we will add filtered jobs. So in this pagination section, we have added filtered jobs, and here also we will update filtered jobs. So let me remove this jobs and provide filtered jobs array. And here also we will add filtered jobs array. Save the changes. Now you can see the index has been updated. If we click programming and data science, so here we have 2 pages. In the second one, we have 3 cards. In the first one, we have 6. If I click on marketing, now we have 3 pages. So this logic is working fine. Let's try to filter using this location. If I click on Bangalore and click programming, now we are getting only one job. This is for programming category. So this logic is working fine. Now let's try this filter using this search. So here we will write full and click on this search button. Now we are getting search filter full, and here we have this job list related to this keyword. If I search any location like Chennai, click on this search button, and here we are not getting any job list in full stack and Chennai. So if I remove this full, now we have the job list according to this location. Now our filter is perfectly working. So now we have fully functional home page. We have created this home page, and after that, if I come back to the Figma design, here we have to create the apply job page where we have to display the data of individual job. But before creating this page, here on this home page we will add the logic so that when we click on apply now or learn more, then it will open apply now page. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will come to jobcard.jsx file, and here we will create one function. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. So we are getting navigate function. We will get this use navigate function from React router DOM. So just add import use navigate from React router DOM. Now in this button tag we will add the onClick property, and in this one we will pass the arrow function, and here just add the curly braces, and here just add the navigate function, and in this one we will add the path of our apply now page, and we will add the job ID. So we will add the template literal. So just add backticks, then add / apply job / then we will add $, curly braces. In this one we have to provide the job ID. So just add job._id. After this navigate function, we will add colon, and after this colon we will add the scroll to. This function will help us to scroll the web page. So here we will add the position 0, 0. So it will scroll the web page to the top. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on this button apply now, now it will open this apply job page, and here we have the job ID. On this page we will design the page like this, and we will display the data according to this job ID. For that we will come back to the VS Code editor, and we will open apply job.jsx file. Let me remove this text, and here we will get the job ID. As you can see, we have the job ID in the URL. So we will get the job ID, and we will find the job from the assets file. As you can see in this assets.js, we have this job ID. We have multiple jobs. So in this page, we will find the job data according to the ID, and we will display the job data on this page, as you can see in this design. So first we will get the ID. So to get the ID, we will add const curly braces, and here we will add ID, because if we come to app.jsx file, while setting up the router, here we have added colon ID. So if you add colon ABC, then you have to add ABC here. So here we have added ID, and after that we will add use params. Here we will get the ID from the params. According to this ID, we will find the job data, and we will set the data in a state variable. So first let's create some state variables. Just add const job data, and the setter function name is set job data equal to use state, and initialize it with null. Now Here we will store the job data. After that, we will create the arrow function with the name fetch job. So just add const fetch job equal to, it is going to be a asynchronous arrow function. So just add async and create the arrow function. Now in this function, we will add the logic to find the data from the jobs array that we will get from context. When we will create the backend, then we will add the logic to fetch the data from the API. So we will get the jobs array data from the context. So just add const curly braces jobs equal to use context, and in this one we will provide the app context. Make sure to import use context and app context. Here we will add the logic. Using that, we will find the job data according to this ID. So in this one, we will add const data equal to, then we will use this jobs array, and then we will add the filter property. After that, in this one, we will pass the parameter, that is job. Here we will check if our job._id is equal to ID. Then we have to store that data in our job data array. So here we will add if data.length is not equal to 0. In that case, we will call set jobs data, and in this one, here we will set data and index 0. After that, we will add console log, and in this one we will add data index 0. Now we have to call this function whenever our component gets rendered. So we will add the use effect. In this one, we will pass the arrow function. Here we have to add the dependency array. In this function, we will call fetch job function, and after that, here we will add the dependency array that will be our ID. So whenever the job ID will be changed, then this function will be called. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I right click and select inspect and go to console tab, and here we have one object, and this object contains this job data. Here we have the ID 20 that is available in this URL. Let me change it to 18. Press enter. Now we have the object with ID 18. We are getting one error. Whenever we are reloading the web page, we are not getting the data, and if we open the page from apply now button, then we are getting this data. So we will fix this error. Here we have one more error in job listing. We have not added the key property. So we will add the key property also. So let's come back to joblisting.jsx file, and in this anchor tag we will add the key property that will be index. After adding this key property, save the changes. If I reload the web page, now we don't have any warning messages. To fix the reload issue, here we will come to apply job.jsx file, and in this dependency array we will add comma and jobs. After adding this jobs in this dependency array, we will come to this use effect, and here we will check if jobs.length is greater than 0, then only we will call this fetch job function. Just move this function within this if statement, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I reload the web page, now you can see we are getting the data from the apply job page. Now we will use this data to display this UI components. To display this UI, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this return statement, first we will check if we have the job data. In that case, we will return these div. Else we will add colon and we will return another div. In this first div, we will display this UI. And if the job data is not available, then we will display second div where we will add the loading animation. Here we will correct it. Here we will write job data. First we will create the loading animation. So whenever we will reload the web page, first we will get the loading animation, and after that, when we filter the data, then we will get the data and it will be displayed on web page. To create the loading animation, in this div, we will create another div. Here we have added the div and we have another div here. Now in the first one, we will add the class name property and we will add the classes. So first we will provide minimum height, screen, flex, item center, and justify center. After that, in this div, we will add the class name property, and in this class name we will provide width 20, height 20, border 4, then border color gray, then border top 4 and border top color. Then we will add border radius, then we will add animate a spin so that we can see the animation. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I reload the web page, we are not getting the animation because here we are getting the data from the file that is very fast. But when we will connect with the API, then it will take some time to get the data from the API, and till then the loading screen will be displayed. For now, after this return statement, instead of this job data, let me write false so that we can see the loading animation. Now you can see we have the loading animation. So we will see this loading animation until we get the job data. After that, let's remove this line from here and we will create a component with the name loading.jsx, and we will use that component to display the loading animation on entire application. So in this components folder, we will create a new file and here we will add the name loading.jsx. After that, we will use RAFCE and remove this div from here and paste the div that we have just copied. Save the changes and come back to the apply job.jsx file, and in this one we will add loading component. So we have mounted the loading component, save the changes. Now you can see the loading effect. Now let me remove this false and we will add job data. Now our logic is working fine. Now we have to display this data according to our UI. So first in this div, let me remove this div and we will use this fragment. In this fragment, first we need the navigation bar. So let's add navbar. Save the changes. Now you can see we have the navigation bar. After that, we have this navigation bar, and then we have to create this header section where we will display the company's logo, job title, and other details like location, company name, and label. Then we will display the CTC. Then in the right side, we will create the apply now button and we will display the time when this job was posted. So after this navbar, we will create a div, and in this div, we will create one more div. Inside this div, let me add one more div, and in this one, we will create another div. So here we have the div for the entire UI of this page. Then we have the div that will contain this section. In this one, we have this another div that will display the left part of this header, then we have the inner div that will display the company data and details. So in this one we will add the img tag, and in this img tag we will display the company's logo. So to display the company's logo, we are going to use assets dot company icon. Save the changes. Now we are getting the logo icon. After this image tag, we will create a div, and in this one we will add the title in h1 tag. In this h1 tag, we will display the job title. For that we will use curly braces, job data dot title. Here we have to correct it. It will be job data, not jobs data. So we have added job data. By mistake we have imported it. Just remove it from here. Now save the changes. Now you can see we have this job title cloud engineer. Using this job ID, if I change the job ID, let me add 20. Now you can see the job title has been updated, graphics designer, because we are using this ID to fetch the data. After adding this job title, we will add one div, and in this div we will add the span tag. In this span tag we will add the image tag. In this image tag we have to display a suitcase icon, as you can see on Figma design. Here we have the suitcase icon, so we will display that icon here. So just add assets dot suitcase icon. After this image tag we will display the company name. For that we will add the curly braces, then write job data. Then we have to display the company name. If I click on inspect element, console tab, here we have this object, and here you can see we have the company ID, and in this company ID we have the email, image, then name, as you can see here. So just add job data dot company ID dot name. Save the changes. Now we have the company name Slack from this data. Now in this image also we will use job data dot company ID dot image. Save the changes. Now we are getting this Slack icon. So in the dummy data we have added the company ID, and where we have added the company details. After this span tag, let me add one more span tag. In this one we will add the img tag, and in this src we will add assets dot location icon. We have to display this location icon, and after that we have to display the location name. So let me add curly braces. Here we will write job data dot location. After that we will create one more span tag. In this span tag we have to display the job label. As you can see in this design, we have to display this people icon, then we have to display the job label. So just add image tag, and in this one we will add src assets dot person icon, and after this image tag we will add the curly braces, and we will display job data dot label. Now save the changes. If I come back to the web page, here we have the logo, title, company name, then we have the job label. After that we have to display this CTC. For that we will come back, and after this span tag, let me add one more span tag. In this one we will add the image tag, and in the src we will use assets dot money icon. After that we will add the text, that is CTC. Then we will add the details of the job CTC. So just add curly braces, and here we will use job data dot salary. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Now you can see we have the CTC according to our job data, that is 91000. Now you can see in this design we are getting the data in 80K, but here we are getting the exact number, so we have to convert it into K. So for that we'll use the package called K converter. Just search it on Google, K converter npm, open this link and just install the package. So just copy this, and we have to stop the project. Just add Ctrl+C, and here we will provide this command npm install K converter. So this package has been installed. Now start the project again using npm run dev. After that we will import that package here. So just add import kconvert from, we will add kconvert package. After that in this curly braces we will add kconvert dot convert to function, and in this one we will pass the number value. So just add job data dot salary. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see here we have the CTC 91K. So this package is also working. After that we have added all 4 icons and data about the job. Next we have to create this apply now button and this job posted time. For that just come back to the VS Code editor, and after this div we will create another div. In this one we will add the button tag. In this button tag we will add the text called apply now. After this button tag we will add the paragraph tag, and here we have to display this message posted 25 minutes ago. If we come to our data, as you can see here, we have date, that is the timestamp when the job was added. So we will use this timestamp to display this message posted 25 minutes ago. So it will display the message like posted 2 months ago, 3 months ago, like that. For that we will use one package called moment. So just add So search for moment npm, open this website and copy this command, and in this terminal we will press Ctrl+C and here just add npm I moment. Now this package has been installed, and write this command npm run dev to start the project again. Next we have to import that package. So scroll up and here we will add import moment from moment package. Let me correct the spelling. And after that in this p tag we will write a text called posted, then we will add curly braces and we will write moment, and in this one we will add job data dot date, then we will add dot from now. So this method will return the timestamp when the project was added. So if I come back, here we have the message posted a few seconds ago. So we have to correct it. Here we will add job data dot date. Save the changes. Now we are getting the message posted a month ago. So in this date the timestamp is old, that's why we are getting posted a month ago. Here if I add the timestamp of current date, then we'll get the message like 1 hour ago, 30 minutes ago, like that. So this package is working fine. After that if I come back to the design file, here we have added this apply now and this message. Now we will add the CSS properties for this section. So just come back and here in this VS Code we will come to this first div and we will add the class name. This div will act as a container for our web page, so just add the min height screen, flex column, then we will add the padding y container class name, then padding for different screen size, then mx auto. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have some margin and space from top also. Now just come back to the VS Code. And here in this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will write background white, text black, rounded and width full. After that, let's add the CSS for this div. So we will add class name, and in this one we will provide flex justify center. For different screen size, we will provide justify between, flex wrap, gap 8, padding x and padding y, then margin bottom and background color. Then we will add the border and border color, then border radius. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have some changes. We have the box with background color. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this div. So here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex column. Then we will add different flex for the different screen. We will add flex row item center. Now you can see we have the data in row, and here we have the logo, job detail, and in the right side we have the apply now and this message. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this image tag. So in this image tag, let's add the class name, and here we will provide, in this class name we will add height 24, background white, border radius, then we will add the padding and margin right. Then we will add different margin for different screen size. Then we will add border, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see the logo is bigger, and here we have the border and background color for this logo. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this section. So in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text center, text left for different screen size, then text color neutral 700. Save the changes, come back to the web page. Now you can see we have some changes in the color. Now if I come to phone screen, we will get this text in the center, and on the desktop screen we will get this text in the left side. So this CSS properties is working fine. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this job title that is in H1. So just add the class name, and here we will provide text to XL. For different screen size, we will provide different size. Then we will provide font medium, save the changes. Now this title is looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this section. So first in this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex row, flex wrap, then max MD, justify center, gap Y, then gap, then item center, then we will add text color and margin top. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see these job data is aligned in a row. After that, just come back, and here in this span tag, we have to add the CSS. So we have total 4 span tags. So in the first one, we will add the class name, and here just provide flex item center, gap 1, and now just copy the class name from here and paste it in the another span tag. So we will add the same thing in all span tag. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see these details are looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for the right section. So just come back to the VS Code, and here we will add the class name in this div, and here just add flex column, justify center, text end, text small, for different screen size, we will add margin X, then text center. Save the changes. Now you can see we have this apply now button above this message. Now we will add the class name in this button tag. Here we will add background blue 600, padding, then padding X, then text color, then border radius. Save the changes. So this button is looking good. After that, we will add the class name in this message. So in this p tag, let's add the class name. We will provide margin top and text color gray 600. Save the changes. Now this text is also looking good. So we have created this section. After that, we have to create this description section and this right sidebar for more jobs. So just come back to the VS Code, and after this div, here we will create another div. In this one, we will create another div, and here we will add the title in h2. So just add h2 tag, and in this h2 tag, let's add the text, that is job description. Just copy it from here and paste it here. After this h2 tag, we will create one div where we will display the job description. So just add div. Here in this div, we will display the description using this description property, as you can see here. Here we have this description in rich text form. So we will display this text like this one. For that, we are going to use dangerously set inner HTML. So in this div, we will add this property dangerously set inner HTML, and in this one we will add the object, then double underscore HTML, and in this one we will provide job data dot description. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have this text. After this text, we will add the apply button. So just add button tag, and in this button we will add the text apply now. After that, let's save the changes. So here we have this button. After that, we have to create this button like this. So just copy this button tag from here and paste it in this div after this div. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have this beautiful apply now button. Now we will add the CSS properties for this section. So in this div, let's add the CSS properties. Just add the class name, and in this one we will provide flex column. For larger screen, flex row, justify between, items start, and save the changes. After that, here in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will add width full, and for the larger screen we will add width 2x3. Now save the changes. Now we have the width 2x3, so we have some space in the right side so that we can display this more jobs from this company. Now we will add the class name in this h2 tag. So just add class name property, and here we will provide font bold, text to Excel, margin bottom 4. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have the margin at the bottom of this title. Now just come back to the VS Code, and here in this button we will add margin top 10. Save the changes and come back to the web page. Now we have the space above this button. After that, we will add the custom class name for this section, and we will provide the custom CSS. So in this div, where we have added the dangerously set inner HTML, in this one we will add the class name rich text. Save the changes and then come back to the assets.js file and just copy this custom class name CSS. So just copy these classes. We just have to copy these CSS properties. It is commented, just copy these CSS properties, then open index.css file, and in this one just paste these classes and CSS properties. Remove these comments. We can remove this line also. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this description is looking good. So here we have added the custom CSS for this description. After that, we will add some more custom CSS properties, that is add layer. Here we will add base, and in this one we will add HTML, then add curly braces, and here we will add a scroll behavior, and here we will add a smooth. We have added the smooth scroll behavior. After that, we will add double colon dash webkit dash a scroll bar, and here we will add display none. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So in this navigation bar, we will make this logo clickable so that when we click here, it will open the home page. So just come back to the navbar.jsx file, and in this image tag, we will add the navigate function so that when we click here, we will be redirected to home page. So here we will add const navigate equal to use navigate, and in this image tag, we will add on click property, and in this one we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call navigate function. Now in this one we will provide home page path, that is slash. After that we will add the class name property, and here we will provide cursor pointer. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. When we click here, it is opening the home page, and if I click on apply now, then it will open the apply job page with a smooth scroll. So this logic is working fine. So we have created the left section. Now we will create the right section to display the more jobs from this company. And at the bottom we will add the footer. So for the right section, just come back to the VS Code and we will open apply job.jsx file to create the right section. After this div, we will create a div. And before that, we will add one comment also, so that we will come to know this is the right section of this job description page. So just add right section, more jobs. Now in this div, we will add the title in h2 tag, and let's add the text. More jobs from, and here we have to provide the company name. So to provide the company name, just add curly braces, then add job data dot company ID dot name. After this h2 tag, here we have to add more jobs according to this company. So just add curly braces, and here we will add jobs array, and in that we will add dot filter method, and in this one first we will filter the job data according to the company. So just add parameter, that is our job, and here we will check if our job dot underscore ID is not equal to job data dot underscore ID. So first we will exclude this result. Suppose we have opened this content marketing manager, then we will not display this job card in the right side. So we have added the filter to filter this job data from the right side. With that, we will add one more condition. Using this AND operator, we will check if job.companyID._ID is equal to job data dot company ID dot underscore ID. So here we are checking if this company name, then we will display the job related to this company. So here we have added this filter. So after this filter, here we will add dot filter and we will move it in another line. Here we will add job, then simply return true. Then add dot slice method. Here we have to display only 4 job list. So we are using the slice method, and in this one we will add 0 to 4. After that we will use dot map method, and in this one we will add the arrow function. In this arrow function we will add the parameter, that is our individual job and index, and here we will return our job card component. In this component we will pass key, that is index, and after that we will pass job, and in this job we will provide the job from the parameter. Now here we have applied this filter where we are simply returning true, because when we create our backend and after the user login, we will create a filter that will filter the previous applied job. Suppose user has already applied multiple jobs from this company, then that job card will not be displayed here. So we will create that logic here after creating the backend. So after adding this, come back to the web page. Now you can see we are getting the job from this company Slack, and here we have total 4 jobs in the right side. Now we will add some CSS properties for this structure so that it will look better. For that, first let's add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name, and here we will provide width full. For larger screen we will add width 1/3, margin top 0 for different screen size, and a space by 5. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this page is looking good, and in the right side we have 4 job card, and if I click on any card like DevOps engineer, now we will come to on top of this website, and here we have the job title, then we have the job description for this job. So this logic is perfectly working fine. After that we have to create the footer. So we will come to this page, and here before this closing fragment we will add the footer component. After adding this footer component, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see after this job description we have the footer. If I see this page on phone view, you can see this job card is looking good. Then we have the job description, then apply now button, and more jobs from this company. Then we have this footer. So we have created this page according to our design file. After that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. Now we will create this applications page. If we come to our design file, here you can see this is the applications page, and in this applications page user can manage their resume, and they can see the applied job and their status. To create this, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here in this applications, first we will remove this div, and here we will create the fragment. In this fragment we will mount the navbar. So just add the navbar component. Now if I come back to the web browser, and if I click on this applied jobs, now we have this navigation bar. After that, just come back, and here we will create a div, and in this div we will add one text in h2 tag. So let me add this title, your resume. Just copy it and paste it here. After that, here we will create a div, and in this div we will add the option to see the current resume or edit the resume. For that, here we will create the state variable with the name isEdit, and if the isEdit is on, then we will provide the option to edit the resume. So just add const isEdit, and the setter function name is setIsEdit equal to useState, and we will make the value false. After that, in this div, we will use the ternary operator. So we will add the curly braces and we will check if isEdit is true. In that case, we will return a fragment, and if it is false, then we will return a div. Now we will design this div, and then we will add the logic to edit the resume that will be added here in this fragment. So in this div, we will add the anchor tag, and in this anchor tag, we will add the link of our resume. For that, we will keep it empty, and after this anchor tag, we will add the text, that is resume. After this, we will add the button tag, and in this button tag, we will add the text, that is edit. After that, save the changes. Now you can see we have your resume and resume anchor tag and edit button. Now we will add the CSS properties for this section. For that, let's add the CSS properties in this div tag. So just add the class name and provide container, padding, min height, padding for different screen size and margin. Now save the changes. Now we have some margin and padding. After that, in this h2 tag, let's add the class name, and here we will provide text XL, font semi-bold. After that, come to this div tag, and here we will add the class name property. So here we will provide flex, gap, margin bottom and margin top. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have this heading. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this anchor tag and this button. So in this div, let's add the class name property, and we will provide flex and gap too. Now we will add the CSS properties for this anchor tag. So just add the class name, and here we will provide background blue 100, text blue 600, padding. Then we will add the border radius. Save the changes. Now you can see this resume button is looking good. Now we will add the CSS for this edit. So in this button tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 500, border color, border radius, padding X and padding Y. Save the changes. Now you can see this edit is also looking good. After that, on this edit button, we will add the logic. When we click on this button, then we will make the isEdit true. So let's add the onClick property, and here we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call setIsEdit, and we will make it true. Save the changes, and if I click on this edit, now the state has been updated and this fragment is rendering on the web page. So now we will design this fragment. So first we will add the label tag. In this label tag, we will add the paragraph tag. In this p tag, we will add the text, that is select resume. After this text, we will add the input field. In this input field, we will add accept property, and we will provide application/PDF, so that we will get the option to select the PDF. After that, we will create the state variable where we will save the resume data. So just add const resume, and setter function name is setResume equal to useState, and we will initialize it with value null. After that, just come to this input field, and here we will add the onChange property. So on this input field, we will add onChange, and in this one we will pass the event. Here we will call setResume function, and in this one we will provide the resume file. So just add e.target.files and add the index 0. After that, on this input field we will add the id property. So write id equal to resume upload, and after that we will come to this HTML4, and here also we will add the resume upload. After this input field we will add the image tag. In this image tag we will add assets dot profile upload icon. So we have added this icon. After this label tag we will create one button tag, and in this button we will add the text save. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I click on this edit button, now we are getting select resume, then upload icon and save button. If I click on this one, we are getting this input field. So we have to make this input field type is equal to file. So here we will edit it and we will type equal to file. Then we will add hidden property. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I click on this one, now we are getting this window to select the PDF. If we select this file, our file has been selected and it will get saved in this resume state. Now here we will add the CSS properties. So just come back, and here we will add the CSS properties for this label tag. In this label tag we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex item center and save the changes. After that we will add the CSS properties for this select resume button. So here in this p tag let's add the class name, and we will provide background blue, text blue, padding x, padding y, and border radius, then margin right. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this select resume is looking good. After that we will come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will add the CSS properties for this save button. So in this button tag let's add the class name property, and here we will provide background green, border color green 400. Then we will add border radius, then padding. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have the select resume and this save option. After that we will add the logic so that when we click on this save button, then we will make is edit state false, so that we can see the resume and edit it. So just come back to the VS Code editor and come to this save button, and here we will add the on click property. On this one we will provide the event, and we will call the set is edit function. We will make it false. If I click on this save button and come back to the save button, now you can see the state has been updated, and here again we have the option to see the resume and edit it. So for now this is working fine. After that we have to create this section where we can display the user's applied job. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and after this div we will create one h2 tag. In this h2 tag we will add the text job applied. So just copy and paste it here. After this text we will add one table tag, and in this table tag we will add t head. In this t head we will add tr, and in this tr we will add 5 th tag. So just add th into 5. In the first one we will add the company detail, so just add company. In the second one we will add job title. In the third one we will add location. In the fourth one we will add date, and in the fifth one we will add a status. After that we will create the t body tag. So after this t head tag let's add t body. In this t body we will add job applied data. So just open assets.js file. In this one we have the array jobs applied, and in this array we have multiple objects, so we will use this as dummy data. So just come back to the applications.jsx, and here we will add the curly braces, and let's add jobs applied dot map method. In this map we will pass the arrow function, and here we will pass the parameter, that is job and index number. Before the return, first we will check if we have job dot job ID, then only we will display applied jobs. If we don't have the property of job ID in our job, then we will not render the data. So just add the bracket and then add the colon, and again add this bracket. Now in this bracket, if we have the job ID property, then we will return one tr tag, and if we don't have the job ID property, then we will return null. In this tr tag, first we will create 5 td tag, so just add td into 5. In the first one, we have to display the company detail, so just add the image tag. In this src, we will add job.logo, so we will get the company logo. After that, here we will add curly braces and we will display the company name, so let's add job.company, that contains the company's name. So in this data you can see we have the company data and we have the name like Amazon, Meta, Google. Let's close it, and here after this td tag, in the second td tag we have to display the job title, so just add curly braces and we will add job.title. In the third one we have to display the job location, so just add job.location. In the fourth one we will add curly braces. Here we have to display the applied date, so just add the moment. If I click on this one, it will get imported. So in line 4 it has been imported. After that, in this bracket we have to provide job.date, that contains the timestamp when the job is applied. After that, we will add format method, and in this one simply add a small l and a small l. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we have made some mistakes, so let me change it. Here we will make it true, and when we will create the backend, then we will add the check for the job ID. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have all the data. Here we have company details, job title, location, date and status. So we have to add the status also. So in the last td we will add curly braces and we will add job.status. Save it. Now you can see we have the 3 status type, that is pending, rejected, accepted. We will display different color for different status. Here we have created the HTML structure for this section. Now we will add the CSS properties. So we will come back and here come to this h2 tag. Let's add the class name property. Here we will provide text XL, font semi-bold and margin bottom. Save the changes. Now this heading text is looking good. After that we will add the CSS properties for this table. So in this one we will add the class name and provide min width full, background white, border radius. Save the changes. Now you can see we have one border and we have the full width. After that we will provide the CSS properties for this th tag. So in the first one let's add the class name and provide padding, border bottom, text left. Save the changes. Now just copy the class name and paste it in this other th tag. we have to hide the location and date from the phone view. So here we will add some extra class name. Here we will add maxSM hidden. Save the changes. Now just come back to the VS Code editor and come to this TD tag. Here also we will add the class name property. We will provide padding Y and padding X, flex item center, gap 2 and border bottom. After that, come to this image tag and here let's add the class name and we will define the width and height. So just add width 8, that is equal to 32 pixel, and height 8. Now come to this TD tag and here let's add the class name, padding Y, padding X and border bottom. Now just copy the class name from here and paste it in this other TD tag. In this location and date we will add extra class name, that is maxSM hidden. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now this table is looking good, and after that we will add the CSS properties so that it will display different color for different status. So come to this TD tag and in this one we will add the span tag. In this span tag we will move this status. In this span tag we will add some dynamic class name. So just add the class name property. Here we will add curly braces and backticks. First we will check the status. For that, here we will add ternary operator using template literal. So we will check if the job.status equal to accepted. In that case we will provide green color in the background. So just add question mark. We will add the class name bg green 100, and if the status is not accepted, in that case we will add colon and here we will use the nested ternary operator. So again we will check if the job.status is equal to rejected. In that case we will add class name background red 100, and if it is not rejected it means the status is pending. So we will add bg blue 100. After that here we will add some classes for all three status. So just add px4, py 1.5 and border radius. Save the changes. Come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are getting different colors for different status. If the status is pending, it is displayed in blue color. If it is rejected, it is displaying in red color, and if it is accepted, it is displayed in green color. So we have created this page. Next we have to add the footer on this page. So just come back to the VS Code and here after this div tag we will mount the footer component. Save the changes. Now you can see we have the footer. So we have completed this page. So till now we have created this home page, then apply now page, and this applied jobs page. After that we will design the pages for recruiter. If I click on this logout, now we have the recruiter login. Now we will create a login pop-up for the recruiter. To create a pop-up for this recruiter login, we will open Figma file and here we have the design for this recruiter login. According to this design, we will design a login pop-up. So we will come back to the VS Code editor and in this components folder, we will create a new file and we will provide the name recruiterlogin.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. After that we will come to app.jsx file and here we will mount that component. So in this div, we will add recruiter login component. Now just open this component file and we will design this file. Here we will create some state variable to manage this pop-up. First we will create one state variable with the name state, and setter function name is setState equal to useState. We will initialize it with a string and the text is login. So whenever we will open the pop-up, then the default state will be login, and if we change the state to sign up, then we will change the state to sign up. After that we will create one more state variable, that is name. So just add const name. We will add the setter function setName equal to useState and initialize it with empty string. Similarly, we will create one more state, that is password, and the setter function name will be setPassword. Let me make it capital P equal to useState and initialize it with empty string. Let's add one more state variable with the name email. Setter function name is setEmail equal to useState. Initialize it with empty string. In these three states, we will store the input field value like email ID, password and name. After that, we will create one more state variable to store the image that user will provide during registration of company. So just add const image. Setter function name is setImage equal to useState and initialize it with false. After that, in this pop-up, when we click on this sign up button, then we will add the name input field, and after that, instead of login, we will display next button. So when the user provide the name during registration like name, email and password and click on the next button, then the user will get the option to upload the company logo. To manage the state of this button like next and submit, we will create a state variable with the name is next data submitted. So just add const is next data submitted, and the setter function name will be set is next data submitted, and initialize it with boolean data false. So that whenever a user click on this recruiter login, then this pop-up will be displayed. So just open app.context.jsx file, and here we will create a state variable. So after this state variable, we will create a new state variable called showRecruiterLogin, and setter function name is set showRecruiter login equal to useState and initialize it with boolean data false. We will add this state and setter function in this value object so that we can access it in any other component. After that, come to app.jsx file, and here in this recruiter login, first we will check if that state is true, then only we will render this component. So just add const curly braces, and here we will get showRecruiterLogin using useContext and appContext. Here we will add the ternary operator, so just add curly braces and we will write showRecruiterLogin. After that, we will add AND operator. So it will render this component when this state is true. Now just come to navbar.jsx file, and in this one we will add the logic so that when we click on this recruiter login, then we will enable the showRecruiterLogin true. So just add const set so recruiter login. After that we will add equal to use context, and we will provide the app context. Come to this button where we have added this recruiter login. So on this button we will add the onClick property. Here we will pass the event, and here we will call set so recruiter login, and we will make it true. So whenever user click on this button, it will enable this recruiter login, and we will get the recruiter login component here. So let's try this logic. So here in this div we will add login pop-up, save the changes. Now we are not getting any login pop-up message, and if I click here, now we are getting this message login pop-up. So this logic is perfectly working. Save the changes. Now we will create the UI component. For that, in this div, let's add one form. In this form, we will create one h1 tag. In this h1 tag, we will write recruiter login. So just add recruiter, and we will add this a state, that is a state. So when the state is login, it will display recruiter login, and if the state is sign up, then it will display recruiter sign up. Now we are getting this recruiter login message if I click on this link. After this h1 tag, we will create one paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag we will add the message. So let's come to design file and copy this message from here and paste it here. After this paragraph tag, we have to display 3 input fields to get the user's name, email ID and password. So we will use the fragment, and in this fragment we will add one div tag, and in this div tag we will add the image tag, and in this image src we will use assets.personIcon. After this image tag, we will create the input tag. Here the type will be text. In this input field, we will add the placeholder. Here we will add the placeholder text company name, and we will make it required. So this input field will be required to submit the form. After that, we have to save the input field data in this name state because we are getting the company name. So here just add onChange property. In this onChange property, we will use this event, and we will call the setName function. And in this one, we will provide e.target.value. So whenever we will change the input field value, it will get stored in this name state. After that, we will add the value property, and we will provide the state name. Similarly, we will create 2 other divs. So just copy this div and paste it here for 2 times. In the second one, we will take email address. So just add assets.emailicon. Here we will provide set email, and in the value we will provide email, and in the placeholder we will add email ID, and the type will be email. Remove this text and add email. Now in the third one, we will add the assets.lockIcon. In this onChange property, we will call set password. In this value, we will provide password, and the type will be password. And in the placeholder, we will add the password. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now, if I click on this recruiter login, we have the option to provide the company name, email ID and password. After that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and after this fragment, we will create the button tag. So just add button, and in this button tag, we will add the ternary operator, and here we will check if the state is equal to login, it means we are in the login state. Then we will provide this text, that is login. If we are not on the login state, then we are on the sign up state, and in that case we will display create account. So we have created this button. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have this login button. Now we will add the CSS properties. For this, it will display it like pop-up. So in this div, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide absolute, top 0, left 0, right 0, and bottom 0. After that, we will add z-index, backdrop, blur, sm, background color, flex, justify center, item center, and save the changes. Now just come back to the web browser. Now you can see it is looking like a pop-up. If I reload the web page and click on this, it will be visible. Now just come back to the VS Code editor, and after that come to this form tag and remove this action from here, and here we will add the class name. Here we will provide relative, background white, padding, border radius, text color, save the changes. Now we have this white container that is looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this heading. So come to this h1 tag, we will add the class name and we will provide text center, text to Excel, text neutral 700, font medium, save the changes. So this heading is looking good. After that, we will provide the CSS properties for this text. Welcome back, please sign in to continue. So come to this p tag and here we will add the class name. We will provide text small. Now it is looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this input fields. So in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide border, padding, flex, item center, gap, border radius full, margin top. From here, just copy the class name and paste it in second div and in the third div. Save the changes. Now you can see we have the border, and here in the left side we have the icon, and in the right side we have these input field. Now we are getting this outline on this input field, so we will hide the outline. So just come to this input field. Here we will add the class name property and we will add outline none. With that, we will add text small. Copy this class name from here and paste it in second and third input field. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we are not getting any outline. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this login button. So come to this button tag and here we will add the class name. We will provide background blue 600, width full, text white, padding Y, border radius. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have this beautiful button. After that, we have to add this forgot password option. For that, in this fragment after this div, we will create the paragraph tag and we will add this text forgot password. And in this one, we will add the class name. Here we will provide text small, text color, margin, cursor pointer. Save the changes. Now it is looking good. Now the state is login, and here we are getting the name field in this login form. So we will hide this name input field from this login form. So in this fragment, we will add the check using the ternary operator. So just add a state is not equal to login. Then we will provide this div. So just add AND operator, then add this bracket, and in this bracket we will move this div. Save the changes. Now you can see our current state is login and we are not getting the name input field. If I change the state from login to sign up, then again we will see that name input field. For that, you can see in this design we have the option don't have an account, click on sign up. So we will change the state using this sign up link. So we will create the text. So after this button tag, we will create 2 paragraph tags. So just add p into 2. In the first one, we will add the text, that is don't have an account. Then we will add the span tag, and in this span tag we will add the text sign up. Similarly, in the second paragraph tag, here we will add the text already have an account. After that, we will add the span tag, and here we will add text login. So we have created 2 paragraph tag, as you can see here. Now we have to display this p tag when the state is login, and we have to display this p tag when the state is sign up. For that, we are going to use the ternary operator. So first we will check if the state is equal to login. In that case, here we will provide this first p tag. So let's paste it here. And if the state is not equal to login, in that case we will add colon and provide this second p tag. So just remove and paste it here. Remove the extra space, save the changes. Now you can see we have this text don't have an account sign up, and now we are on the login state. And now we'll add the logic so that when we click on this one on sign up, then the state will get changed. So on this span tag, we will add the onClick property, and in this onClick property, we will pass the arrow function and we will call setState function, and here we will provide sign up, and in the second one we will provide the state login. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see if I click on this sign up, now we are on the sign up state, and here we have the company name input field. And if I click on this login, then a state will get changed, and now it is displaying login field with email and password. Now we'll add the CSS properties for this message. So just come back to the VS Code, and after that come to this p tag. In both p tag we will add class name. Here we will provide margin top, text center. Now add the CSS properties for both span tag. In this span tag, we will add class name property. We will provide text blue 600 cursor pointer. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have this message don't have an account sign up, and in the login state this UI is perfectly ready. If I click on sign up, here we have to add the logic by using that when user fill the details, and then we will display the next button, and when the next button will be clicked, then we will provide a option to submit a company logo and create account button. To add that logic, just come back to the VS Code. Here, after this p tag, we will add curly braces, and here we are going to use the ternary operator to check whether the state is sign up and if the text is submitted or not. So just add a state equal to sign up, and here we will check is text data submitted. If both are true, that means we are on the sign up state and all 3 input fields are properly submitted. In that case, we will give the option to upload company logo. So we will add the question mark, and after that we will return this fragment, and here we will add this colon, and after this colon we will provide this fragment that we have created here. So just cut it and paste it after this colon. It means when we are on the sign up state and the text data are submitted, then we will display a company logo submission area, and if we are on the sign up state and the text is not submitted, then we will display this text submission input field. From here we can remove this p tag out of this fragment, so it will be visible on the login state. Save the changes. Now you can see we are getting forgot password, and if I click on sign up, here also we are getting this forgot password. After that we will add the logic so that when we click on this next button, then we will make this is text data submitted true. For that we will come here, and after this state variable we will create one onSubmit handler function. So just add const onSubmit handler, and it is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. In the parameter we will get the form event. Whenever we submit the form, by default it will reload the web page, so we have to prevent the page reload. So just add e.prevent default. So it will prevent the web page to reload when we submit the form. After that we will add the if statement, and we will check if the state is equal to sign up. With that we will check if the is text data submitted is false. In that case we will make this state true. So just add set is text data submitted state true. After that let's come to this button tag, and here we will add the type, that is submit. After that here in this form tag we will add the onSubmit property, and in this one we will pass the function onSubmit handler. When the state is sign up, then we will do a nested ternary check whether the text is submitted or not. If the text is submitted, then we will display create account, and else it will display next button. For that we will add is text submitted, and if it is submitted, then we will display this create account, else we will write next. So we have added this logic. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let me reload the web page. Click on this recruiter login, click on sign up, and if I click on this next, it is asking to fill out this field. So let's add some dummy data like slack@gmail.com. Then we will add any password 1 to 8. Click on next. Now we are getting the next button. If I click on this one, here our input fields will be hidden, because here we have created is text data submitted true. Then this component is rendering this fragment, and in this fragment we will add the logic so that user can submit their company logo. For that here we will create a div, and in this div we will create the label tag. In this label tag we will create the image tag. After this image tag we will create the input field. Input type will be file. We will make it hidden. We will add the ID, that is image. In this HTML4 we will add the image. In this image src we will add curly braces, and we will use assets.upload area. After this label tag we will create the paragraph tag, and we will add text called upload company, then add the br tag, then we will add logo. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we are getting this option upload company logo and this upload area icon. So let's add CSS properties so it will look good. So just come back to the VS Code and in this div tag we will add the class name. We will provide flex, item center, gap 4, margin pi. After that, let's add CSS properties in this image tag. So just add the class name. We will provide width, rounded full. After that, save the changes. Now it is looking good. If I click on this image, we are getting this prompt to select the image. If I select this google.png, our image is selected. Next we will add the logic so that if the image is selected, then we will display the image preview at this area. For that, on this input field, we will add the onChange property. And in this one, we will pass the event and here we will call setImage. In this one, we have to provide e.target.files and provide the index 0. After that, in this image tag, we have to display the preview when the image is stored in this image state. For that, first we will check if we have the image state. In that case, we will provide url.createObject URL and provide the image state. And if the image state does not contain any image, then we will add this colon and it will provide this assets.upload area. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let me reload the web page. Click on this recruiter login, click on sign up and provide any dummy details. Click on next button. Now select any image. So now you can see we have selected the image and this image is displayed here. So this logic is perfectly working. Now we'll add one more logic so that this forgot password option will be displayed on this login state. So just come back to the VS Code and before this p tag we will add curly braces. We will check if the state is equal to login. In that case, we will add AND operator and then we will provide this paragraph tag. So cut it from here and paste it after this AND operator. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Reload the web page. If I click on recruiter login, now we have the forgot password option. If I click on sign up, now we are not getting the forgot password option. Here we have to provide some margin so it will look good. So in this button tag, we will add empty4. Save the changes. Now it is looking good and in the login also, here we have some extra margin. So we will make it empty4. Now save the changes. It is looking good. Now this pop-up is ready. After that, to close this pop-up, we have to add the cross icon so that we can click on this cross icon, then the pop-up will be closed. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor and in this form, here we will add the image tag and in the src we will add assets.crossIcon and here we will provide the class name. So let's add absolute top 5 right 5 cursor pointer. Save the changes. Now we are getting this cross icon. Here we have to add the logic. So whenever we will click on this cross icon, then we will make this state false. Then this component will be removed. So let's come to recruiter login.jsx file and we have to get the setter function from context. So we will write const curly braces. We will add set so recruiter login equal to use context. Here we will provide app context. Now just come to this image tag and here we will add the onClick property. Here we will pass the event and we will call set show recruiter login and we will make it false. Save the changes. If I click on this cross icon, now it is getting closed, and if I click on this link, it will display again. So this logic is working fine. Now we have one problem. If I click here, then user can scroll this page. So we will add the logic so that when we click on this recruiter login and this component is open, then we cannot scroll the web page. For that, just come to VS Code and here we will add the use effect. In this use effect, we will pass the arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array. In this use effect, we will add document.body.style.overflow equal to hidden. After that, we will add the return. We will add the function, and in this function we will copy this statement and paste it here, and we will make it unset. So whenever we will unmount this component, then this statement will get executed and the style of body overflow will come to unset. Let's come to web browser and refresh this web page. Click on this recruiter login. Before that, let me scroll this web page so we can scroll it. If I click here, so this pop-up is open and we cannot scroll the web page, and if I close it, then again we are able to scroll the web page. So this logic is working fine. So till now we have created this recruiter login pop-up. After that, we will create the dashboard for the recruiter, from where user can add a new job, manage the job and view the applications. So here we will create multiple pages for recruiter. So in this pages folder, we will create a new file, and the file name is dashboard.jsx. In this file, we will use RAFCE and save the changes. After that, we will create another file in this pages folder with the name managejobs.jsx. Here also we will add RAFCE, save the changes. After that, let's create another file, and the file name is viewapplications.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE and save the changes. Now we will create one more new page, and the name will be addjob.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE, save the changes. Now just open app.jsx, and here we will create multiple routes using this recruiter pages like dashboard, manage jobs, view applications and add job. So before closing of this routes tag, we will create a route tag and the path will be /dashboard. After that, we will add the element, and in this element we will add dashboard page component. After that, we will close this route tag. Within this route tag, we will add multiple route. If we open /dashboard/addJob, then we will display this addJob component. So in this route tag, we will add a new route tag and the path will be addJob. In this one, we will add the element property where we will render addJob component. Now close this route. Now just create a copy of this route. Let's create one more copy. In the second one, we will add the path, that is manage job. Here we will render manage jobs component. Both pages has been imported here. In the third one, we will add the path view applications, and in this element we will add the component view applications. So here we have created routes for the recruiter. If we open /dashboard, let me open it in the browser, /dashboard. Here we are getting this text dashboard. Now if I open add job after this dashboard, /add job, now you can see still we are getting this dashboard component. We are not getting this add job because this is nested route. So to render the nested route, we have to use the outlet using the React router. So in this div, here we will add outlet that we are getting from React router DOM. Close this tag and save the changes. Now you can see we are on the nested route dashboard /add job, and here we are getting dashboard component, and in this one we have the add job component. So now this logic is working fine. After that, let's come to /dashboard page, and here we will create the UI like sidebar, navigation bar for this dashboard. So to create that, just clear this file, and here we will add the class name, that is min height screen. So we have provided the height. After that we will add the comment, and in this one we will write navbar for recruiter panel. After that we will add the div, and in this div we will create one more div. In this one we will add the image tag, and in this image src we will use assets.logo. Save the changes and come back to the dashboard. Here we are getting logo. After this image tag we will create one div. In this div we will add the paragraph tag, and in this one we will add the welcome message. So just add the text welcome great stack. After this text we will create a div. In this one we will add the image tag, and in this image src we are going to use assets.company icon. After this image tag we will create a div, and in this one we will create the drop down menu. As you can see, when we hover on the icon we will display the drop down. So in this div we will add the ul tag. In this one we will create li tag. In this li tag we will add the text logout. Save the changes. Now you can see we have the logo, then welcome message, then we have the company logo and logout drop down menu. Now we will provide the CSS properties so it will look better. So just come back to the VS Code. Now in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide shadow and padding y. After that we will come to this div, and here just add the class name, padding, flex, justify between, and item center. After that in this image we will provide the class name, and let's add width 32 for lower screen and cursor pointer. After that in this div we will add the class name property, and here just provide flex, item center, and gap 3. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now in the left side we have the logo, and in the right side we have the welcome message, icon, and logout text. After that we have to create this drop down feature. So in this p tag let's add the class name. Here we will provide max sm hidden. So we will hide this welcome message in phone view. After that in this div let's add the class name, and here just provide relative and group. After that come to this image tag, and here we will add the class name, width, border, then border radius full. Save the changes. Now this text is looking good. Here in this div, we will provide the class name property. We will provide absolute hidden group hover block top 0, right 0, z index 10, text color black, border radius and padding top. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see the logout link is hidden, and if I hover on it, we will see the logout link. Now we will add the CSS properties for this drop down. So in this UL tag, we will provide the class name, and let's add list none, margin, padding, background, border radius, border, text small. After that, let's add the CSS properties for this li tag. So just add the class name, and after that, here we have to provide padding y, padding x, cursor pointer, and padding from right side. Save the changes and open the web browser. Now you can see if I hover on it, we have this logout option and it is looking beautiful. So we have created the navigation bar for our recruiter dashboard. After that, we have to add the logic so that when we click on this logo, then it will open the home page of our application. So on this image tag, we have to add the navigate function. So first we have to initialize the navigate function. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate. After that, come to this image tag, and here we will add the onClick property. In this one, we will provide event and call the navigate function and provide the path of our home page, that is /. Save the changes and come back to the web browser and click on this logo. Now we are back to the home page of our application, and if I click on recruiter login, this pop-up is visible. After that, to come to dashboard, we have to add /dashboard. Now, so here we have the dashboard navigation bar. After that, we have to design the sidebar of this dashboard. So in the sidebar, we have three options: manage jobs, add job, and view applications. So to create that, after this div, here we will add one div, and this div will contain the left side of this section and right side of this section. So in this div, let's add the class name flex and items start, so that we will get the sidebar in the left side and other contents in the right side. In this div, we will add the comment, that is left sidebar with option to add job, manage job, and view applications. After this comment, we will create one div, and within this div, we will create the sidebar. To create the sidebar, we are going to use UL tag, and in this one, we will create the navlink tag. To create the navlink tag, we will add the opening arrow navlink. Now we are getting this option navlink from React Router DOM. So this navlink will be automatically imported from React Router DOM package. After this navlink tag, we will add two property. In this two property, we will add the path, that is /dashboard /add job. After that, in this navlink tag, we will add the image tag. In this image src, we will provide assets.addIcon. After this image tag, we will add the text in p tag. So let's add the text add job. So we have created one navlink tag. Now just copy and paste it for 2 times. In the second one, we will add the path /manage jobs. In the third one, we will add the path /view applications. In the second one, we we will add the home icon. In the third one, we will add person tick icon. In the second p tag, we have to add the manage jobs, and in the third p tag, we will add view applications. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now in the left side, we have the add job, manage jobs and view applications. After this div, we will add the div. And in this div, we will mount our component that is rendered inside the nested route using the outlet component. So let's add outlet that we are getting from the React router DOM package. So here we have created this structure. Now we'll add the CSS properties for the left sidebar. So first we will add the CSS in this div, just add the class name, and we will provide inline block, min height screen, border right 2. Save the changes. Now in the right side, we have this border line. Come to this UL tag and we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex column, items start, padding top, text gray 800, and save the changes. So we have some color in this text. After that, come to this navlink tag, and in this one we are going to use the dynamic class name. To use the dynamic class, we will add the class name property, and in this curly braces we will pass the arrow function, and in this arrow function we will return a string. To return the string, we will use the template literal, so just add the backticks. In this parameter, we will destructure the isActive property. So whenever this navlink is active, then we are on this path, then this isActive will be true. By using this property, we will display different class name in this navlink. So here we will add some class name. So let's provide flex, item center, padding. We will add the padding for different screen, gap 2, width full, then hover, background gray 100. After that, we will provide the dynamic class, so just add the $sign curly braces and we will check if we are getting isActive true. In that case, we will concatenate this string. So in this string, we will provide the class name like background blue 100, border radius 4, border blue 500. After that, we have to copy the class name from here, and in the second navlink we will paste this class name and paste it in the third navlink. After that, save the changes. If I click on add job, now you can see we are on the path of /dashboard/add job. Now we are getting the background blue. If I go to manage jobs, now in this manage jobs we have background blue and blue border in the right side. So this logic is working fine. In the right side, we have the content of these pages like add job, manage jobs and view applications. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this image. So let's add the class name and we will provide the minimum width 4. Let me just copy this and paste it in other two image tag, in the second and third one. Save the changes. Now we will add the CSS properties for these p tag. So in all p tag, in first, second and third, we will provide class name maxSM hidden. So in the phone device, this text will be hidden from the sidebar. So if you want to see it on phone device, let me right click and select inspect and click on this device icon. Now it will be displayed like this on mobile screen. So we will get only icons. And if I open on full screen, we will get the text also. Now we will design this add job page. In this Figma design, you can see we have to create the job title, job description, then these drop downs for job category, location and label. Then we will add the input field for the salary and add button that will add the job in our database. For now, we will create the UI only, and when we will create the backend, then we will integrate it with the database. So just come back to the VS Code, and after this we will open addjob.jsx file. As you can see here, we have the description box. In this description box, we will add the rich text support so that user can edit their text, like make it bold, they can change the heading style, they can create the ordered or unordered list. So to get the support of rich text, we are going to use the package that is Quill. So search for Quill editor npm. Open this link. We will use this package Quill to get the support of rich text in our project. So just copy this command and come to the VS Code editor, and we will stop this project. And here we will paste this command npm I quill. This package has been installed. Let's start the project again, npm run dev. After that, we have to initialize this Quill. So to initialize this Quill package, first we will come to app.jsx file. Let's open app.jsx. In this file, we will add import quill /dist/quill.snow.css. After that, save the changes and come to addjob.jsx file. Here we will create the UI of our add job page. First, we will create some state variables to store the input fields data and this drop down data. Here, first we will create the state variable with the name title, and setter function name is setTitle, and initialize it with empty string. After that, we will create one more state variable with the name location. Setter function name is setLocation equal to user state, and initialize it with Bangalore location. Now create another state variable with the name category. Setter function name is setCategory, and initialize it with programming. So the default category will be programming. Again, create a state variable with the name label, and setter function name is setLabel, user state, and initialize it with beginner level. After that, to store the data of salary, we will create the state variable. So just add const salary set salary equal to user state, and initialize it with 0. After that, we will create the UI of this component. So let me remove the text from this div, and instead of this div, we will use the form tag. Here also we will add closing form tag. Within this form tag, we will create a div, and in this one, we will add the paragraph tag. Then we will add the input field. In this paragraph tag, we will add the text that is job title. So just copy and paste it here. In this input field, we will take the title. So just add placeholder, that is type here. And in this input field, we will add the onChange property. So just add onChange. And in this one, we will pass the event, and we will call the setTitle setter function. And in this one, just provide e.target.value, so that whenever we will change the input, then we will get the latest data in our state variable. After that, we will add the value property, and here we have to provide the state name, that is title. After that, here we will mark it as required. Now save the changes. Now you can see here we are getting the error, use state is not defined. So just come back to the VS Code and here we have to import this use state. Just click on this use state. So use state has been imported from React. Save the changes. Come back to the web browser again. Now you can see we are getting the job title and this input field box. After that, we will create another div here and we will initialize the rich text editor. So just add the p tag and here we will add the text called job description. After this text, we will add one div. In this div, we will initialize the quill editor. So to initialize that, first we have to create some useref variable so that we can get this element using useref. So here just add const editor ref equal to useref and initialize it with null. Now create one more ref variable, that is quillref equal to useref and initialize it with data null. Make sure to import useref from React. After that, come to this div and here we will add ref and in this one we will provide editor ref. By using this editor ref, we will initialize this quill package. So to initialize that, first we have to import the quill. So just add import quill from quill package. After that, here we have to create the use effect. Here we will pass the arrow function and we will add the dependency array. So this function will be executed when the component gets rendered. In that case, we will initialize this quill. So just add the comment and we will add the text initiate quill only once. To render the quill package one time, here we have to use this quill reference. So after this, we will add if statement and we will check if quillref dot current property is not available. With that, we will check if editor ref dot current property is not available. In that case, we will initialize the quill. So to initialize the quill, here we will use quillref dot current equal to new quill and here we have to provide the editor ref and with that we will provide dot current. Then we have to provide the theme detail. So quill support multiple themes. We are going to use theme that is snow. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I come to job portal, reload the web page. So here we are not getting any rich text editor. So just come back to the VS Code. Here we have to provide double and sign. Save the changes. Now you can see we have this rich text editor. If I reload the web page, still we are getting this. And if I change the page, still we are getting this editor. Now it is working fine. After that, we have to create the drop downs for job category, location and label. So just come back to the VS Code and come to this div. After this div, before closing form tag, we will create one div. And in this one, we will create the drop downs. To create the drop downs, we will create one more div. In this one, we will create the p tag. And here we will add the text called job category. After this job category, we will add the select tag. And here we will remove this ID and name. And here we will provide onChange property. And in this onChange property, we will pass the event and we will call the set category. And here we will provide e.target index.value. Whenever we will change this drop down, then we will get the latest data in the category state. After that, we have to provide the number of categories we have. So if I open the assets file, as you can see here, assets.js, here we have multiple categories like job categories. In this array, we have these categories. We have total 7 categories, so we will use this. So in this select tag, we will add the curly braces. We will add job categories dot map method, then pass the arrow function, and here we will return one option tag. So just add option. In this parameter, we will get individual category and index number. In this value property, we will provide category that we are getting from this parameter, and in this option tag, we will add the key property also, where we will add this index. And within this option tag, we have to add this category. So we are getting the individual category and we are adding it in the option text and option value. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we have this drop down and we have all the options. If I change it, then onChange function will be called and the data will be saved in the category state. Similarly, we have to create 2 other drop downs for job location and job label. So just copy this div and paste it for 2 times. In the second one, we have to provide the text job location. Let's add it here. Here we have to call set location, and here we have to render job locations. Instead of category, we will pass individual location. In this value, we will add the location, and in this option tag, we will provide location. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we have this second drop down job location where we have all the city name. In the third one, we have to provide the job label. So let's add the text job label. In this onChange property, we will call set label, and here we have to remove this curly braces. Here we will create the options tag manually. So just add option, and in this value we will add the text that is beginner level. Similarly, we will add the text here in this option tag beginner level. Let's create 2 other copy of this option tag. In this second option, we will add value intermediate level and write the text intermediate level. In the third one, we will add the value senior level and the text is also senior level. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. You can see we have job labels. After that, we have to create the option to enter the salary. So after this div tag, we will create a div, and in this div we will add the p tag where we will add the text called salary, or we can write like job salary. After that, we will add the input field, and the input field type will be number. After that, we will add the placeholder. So we can add like 2500. After that, we will add the onChange property so that when we change the value in the input field, then we will get the value in a state variable. So just add the event and call the set salary setter function and provide e.target.value. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we have the option to enter the salary. After that, we have to add one button tag, and in this button tag, we will add the text add. So we have this button also. So we have created the HTML structure for the add job page. Now we will provide the CSS properties for this page. So come to this UI, and here in this form tag, let's add the class name. So in this form tag, we will add the class name property and provide the classes container, padding, flex column, width full, items start, gap 3, and save the changes. Now we have some margin, and here we have some gap. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name property and we will provide the width full. After that, we will add the class name in this p tag. Let's add the margin bottom. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this input field. So after this required, we will add the class name and let's provide width full, max width LG, px py, border 2, border color gray 300, and border radius. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this title input field is looking good. Now just come to this div where we are getting the description from user. So in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will add width full and max width LG. After that, in this p tag, let's add the class name property and provide margin y. Save the changes. Now we have some margin here. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name. We will provide flex column. For larger screen, we will add flex row, gap 2, width full, and gap 8 for larger screen. Save the changes, come back to the web browser. Now you can see in this row we have 3 select options. After that, come to this p tag. Here we will add the class name property and we will provide margin bottom 2. Now let's add this margin bottom 2 to second p tag. So just add the class name mb2 and in this next p tag we will add mb2. Save the changes. Now we have the margin bottom for all 3 drop down menu. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this select tag. So just add the class name property. We will provide width full, padding x, padding y, border 2, and the border color gray 300 and border radius rounded. Save the changes. Now this first select box is looking good. Similarly, we will provide the classes in other 2 select menu. So just come back to the VS Code, copy this class name from this select tag and paste it in the second select tag and in the third one. Save the changes. Now you can see all 3 select box is looking good. After that, come to this section and in this p tag we have to add the class name mb2, and now in this input field we will add the class name property. Here we will provide width full, padding, border color, then border radius, and width for larger screen, that is 120. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have this salary input field. Here you can see we can click like this and this number is going in minus. So this is not possible. So in this input field, we will add the min value that will be 0. Save the changes. Now you can see if I click on this down arrow, it will fix the value to 0. It will not go into minus. Now we'll add the CSS properties in this add button. So let's add the class name. Here we will provide width, padding y, margin top, then background color black and the text color white. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So this add button is also looking good. So in this add button, we have to provide the border radius. So just add rounded. Now it is looking good. So now we have completed this add job page for the dashboard. If I see this page on phone screen, you can see it is looking like this. And this rich text editor will also work fine. Let me write something. Points here. Let's add point 1, point 2. Now we can select it and make it bold, or we can make it underline. We can edit this text and the same text will be visible in this job description like this. Again, we will come to /dashboard. Click on add job. So we have completed the UI of this add job page. After that, we will create the UI of this view applications page. As you can see in this Figma design, this is the design file for the view applications. So according to this design, we will design our web page. So just come back to the VS Code and we will open view applications.jsx file. In this one, we are going to use the assets.js file that contains a dummy data for our page. As you can see here, we have this view applications page data. So we have these dummy data. So we will use this data to display the table for UI. And when we will create the backend, then we will display the actual data here. So just come to view applications.jsx file, and in this file, we will remove this text from here, and in this div, we will create another div. In this div, we will create the table tag. So just add table. In this table, we will create one t-head tag, and in this t-head tag, we will create tr tag. In this tr tag, we have to create 6 th tag for index, username, job title, location, resume, and action. For that, here we will add th into 6. In the first one, simply add this hashtag. In the second one, we will add this username. So just copy and paste it here. In the third one, we will add job title. So just copy and paste it. In the next one, we will add location. In the next one, we will add resume. And in the last one, we will add this action. So we have created this structure. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So in this view applications, we are getting this data. After that, we will come to this VS Code, and after this t-head, we will create the t-body tag. In this t-body tag, we will add the curly braces, and we will use the view applications page data. Then we will use the map method. Here we will pass the arrow function. After that, in this bracket, we will return one tr tag. Make sure to import this view applications page data from assets folder assets file. Here we have to return the structure where we will display the index number, user's name, job title, location, resume, and this actions button like accept and reject. So just open the assets file. Here we have the ID, name, job title, location, and this image src. So we will use this data to display the table. So in this tr tag, let me add the td tag, and in this td, we will display the index. So in this map method, we will pass this parameter, that is applicant, and this index number. In this td tag, we will add the index. So just add curly braces and provide this index. This index will start from 0, but we need the number from 1. So we will add +1. After this td tag, we will add one more td tag. In this one, we will add the image tag. In this image tag, we will use applicant.imageSRC property that contains the image of a user. After this image tag, we have to add the span tag, and in this span tag, we will display the applicant name. For that, we will write applicant.name. After this td tag, we will add another td tag, and in this one, we have to display the job title. So just add curly braces, and here we will add applicant.job title. After this td tag, here we have to add one more td tag, and in this one we will display the location. So just add curly braces, applicant.location. After that, we will add one more td tag. Here we have to display a button to download the resume. So we are going to use the anchor tag, and in this anchor tag, we will add the target blank. So it will open the link in new tab. After that, in this a tag, we will add the text that is resume. After that, we will add the image tag, and in this image src, we will add assets.resume download icon. After this, we will create another td tag, and in this one, we will add the option. Here we will create this 3 dot. Whenever we will hover on this 3 dot, it will display accept or reject option. To create that, here we will create a div, and in this one, we will add the button tag. In this button, we will add triple dot. After this button tag, we will create another div, and here we will add two button tag. In the first one, we will add the button text that is accept, and in the second one, we will type reject. We have to display this button whenever we will hover on this triple dot. So after creating it, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here you can see this table is looking something like this. So we will start adding the CSS properties so that it will look better. So we will come back to the VS Code and come to this div. We will provide the class name, container, margin X auto, padding 4. Save the changes, come back to the web browser. Now we have some padding. After that, come to this table tag, and in this one we will add the class name, width full, max width 4XL, background white, border gray 200. For a smaller screen, we will add text small. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we have this border line. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this tr tag. So just add the class name and provide border bottom. We will add the CSS properties for this th tag, as you can see here. So here we will add the class name property, and here we will provide padding and text left. Let's copy this class name from here and paste it here in the remaining th tag. Next, we have to hide this job title and location option from phone view. For that, in this class name, we will add max sm and we will provide hidden. So we have provided max sm hidden for both job title and location. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this title is looking good. We will add the CSS properties for this body also. So come to this tr tag and we will add the key property. We can add this index. After that, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 700. After that, we will add the class name in this td tag, and in this one provide padding, border bottom and text center. After that, just copy this class name from this td tag and paste it in this Second one, in this one, after this text center, we will provide class name flex. After that, let's add the CSS in this image tag. So just add the class name. Here we will provide width 10, height 10, border radius full, margin right, and we will make it hidden for a smaller screen. After that, just copy this class name from here, and in this tree tag we will paste the same class name. Instead of this text center, we will add max sm hidden. Now just copy this class name from here and paste it in the next td, that is for the location. After that, come to this next td tag and we will add the class name property, and here we will provide the padding and border bottom. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this anchor tag. So let's make it in another line and we will add the class name, that is background blue 50, text blue 400, padding, border radius, inline flex, gap 2, item center, save the changes. After that, come to this td tag, and in this one we will add the class name property. Here we will provide padding y2, px4, border bottom, and relative. Here we have added the class name relative so that we can hover on this to display the other buttons. In this div we will add the class name property. Here also we will provide relative inline block, text left, and group class name. Now let's add the class name property to this button tag. So just add the class name. Here we will provide text gray 500 and action button. Now let's add the class name. In this div we will add z-index10, hidden, absolute, right 0, left 0, top 0, margin top, width, background, border, and border color gray 200. We will add rounded, shadow, group hover, and we will add block so that when we hover on the group, then it will be visible. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this button tag. So just add class name and we will provide block, width full, text left, paddings, text color blue 500, and we will add the hover property, that is background gray 100. After that, let's copy this class name from here and paste it in this second button tag. Instead of this blue color, we will add red color. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this table is looking beautiful, and if I hover on it, here we have two options, accept and reject. So we have created the UI of this view applications page. After that, we will come to manage jobs page and we will create the UI of this page. If I come to this Figma design, here we have this design file for this manage jobs page. So we will create this design according to this Figma file. So let's come back to the VS Code. We will open managejobs.jsx file and remove this text, and within this div we will create another div, and in this one we will add the table tag. In this table tag we will create the t-head tag. In this t-head we will create the tr, and here we will create 6th tag. So just add th into 6. As you can see on this design, we have to display hashtag, job title, date, location, applicants, and visible. So whenever the recruiter will uncheck this one, then the job post will be hidden from the front end. So just come back to the VS Code, and in the first th tag, let's add the text hashtag. In the second one, we will add job title. Just copy and paste it here. In the third one, we will add date. In the fourth one, we will add the location. In the next one, we will add number of applicants, so just add applicants. In the sixth one, we will add visible option. After this t-head tag, we will add t-body tag. In this t-body, we will use the dummy data that we have in this assets file. So as you can see here, we have this manage jobs data, that is the dummy data for manage jobs page. So we are going to use this data to create the UI. So let's open managejobs.jsx file, and in this t-body we will add curly braces. Here we will add manage jobs data, then we will use .map method. Inside this map method, we will pass the arrow function. In this arrow function, we will return the tr tag. In the parameter, we will pass the individual job and index number. So we have added job and index. After that, in this tr tag, we will add the key property, and in this one, we will add the index number. Inside this tr tag, first we will add 6 td tag. So just add td into 6. In the first one, we have to display the index number. So just add curly braces, index plus 1. In the second one, we have to display the job title. So just add job dot title property. In the third one, we will add job date. So just come to design file. Here you can see this is the format for date. So we are going to use the moment package. So just add moment. We are not getting the suggestion, so let's import it manually. We will add import moment from moment package. After that, come to this td tag. We will add moment and provide the job dot date that contains this timestamp when the job was posted. So we are going to use this timestamp. So after adding this job dot date, here we will add dot format method, and in this one we have to add the format, that is small l and small l. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have this date, October 16, 2024. So this is working fine. After that, in this td tag, we have to display the location. So just add curly braces. We will add job.location. In the fifth one, we have to add job.applicants. So it will display the number of applicants like this. After that, here in this last td tag, we have to add the input field and the type will be checkbox. Make sure to add the type checkbox. Remove the name and ID property, and let's save the changes. If I come back to the web browser, here we have this index, job title, date, location, number of applicants, and input box. After that, let's add the CSS properties for this component page. So come to this div and we will add the class name property, and in this one we will provide container, padding 4 and max width 5 pixel. After that, come to this div. Here we will add the class name property and we will provide overflow x auto. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this table tag. Here we will add the class name property. We will provide min width full, background white, border color gray 200, max sm text small. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this th tag. So here we will add this class name, that is padding, border bottom, text left. After that, just copy the class name from here and paste it here in this remaining th tag. After that, in this second last th tag, that is number of applicants, we will make it text center. After that, we have to hide the index number, date and location from the phone view. For that, come to this first th tag and we will add the max sm hidden. So it will hide this table head from the phone view. Let's copy this class name max sm hidden and paste it in this date and in this location. Now save the changes. Come back to the web browser. Now you can see we are getting this box, and in this one we have this title. Now we will add the CSS properties for this section also. So just come back to the VS Code. Come to this tr tag, and after this key property we will add class name property and just provide text gray 700. After that, come to this td tag. Let's add the class name property. We will provide padding border bottom and copy this entire class name, paste it in the remaining td tag. After that, we have to make this index, date and location hidden from the smaller screen. For that, in these three td tag, we will add max sm hidden. After adding this, in this job applicants td tag, we will add text center. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this table is looking good. After that, we have to make this input field boxes in the center of this last column, and we will also increase the size of this input field. So in this input field, we will add the class name property. We will add a scale 125 and the margin left 4. Save the changes. Now you can see it is larger in this side and it is in the center of this last column. After that, we have to add this button that will redirect us to the add job page. So after this table tag, after this div, we will create another div, and in this one we will create the button tag. In this button tag, we will add this text add new job. Save the changes. Here we have this add new job link. Next, we will add the CSS properties for this. So come to this div. We will add the class name property and we will provide margin top, flex, justify, end. Save the changes. Now this button is in the right side of this section. After that, just come back to the VS Code. And here in this button tag, we will add the class name property and we will provide background black, text white, padding, border radius. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this button is looking good. Here we have to add the logic so that when we click here, then we will come to this page. So just come back to the VS Code, and here before this return a statement, we have to initialize the navigate function. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate. We are not getting the option to import the use navigate hook, so let's import it manually. So we will add import curly braces use navigate from React router DOM package. After that, come to this button tag, and in this button tag we will add the onClick property. Here we will pass the arrow function. In this function we will call this navigate function. Here we have to provide the path of our add job page. So just add /dashboard/add job. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I click on this add new job, now we are redirected to add job page. So here we have created the UI for admin panel also. If I come to home page, here we have created all the UI part of our project. As you can see, till now we have created this home page. this apply now page. After that, we have created this slash applications page where we can edit the resume, and here we have to display the applied jobs data. After that, we have created the recruiter login pop-up, and after that we have created the dashboard for the recruiter where we have added this add job, manage jobs and view applications page. Now our UI part is ready. Next we will create the backend for our project. Now we will come to the VS Code editor, and from here let me close all these files. Right click and select close saved. After that, here in this job portal folder we will create a new folder with the name server. Here we will create our server files. So in this server folder, let's create a new file with the name server.js. After creating this file, we will open the integrated terminal in this server folder. So right click and select open in integrated terminal. After that, you can see we have the server folder in the terminal. First we have to initialize the project, so just add npm init-y. Now you can see one package.json file, and in this one we have the main and server.js, and here we have this command start node server.js that is automatically created. After that, here we will define the type of our server, that will be modular, so just add type module. Now save the changes, and we will install required dependencies for our project. So first we will install the express package, npm i express. By using this express, we will create our server. After that, we will install some other packages for our backend. So write npm install JSON web token. We will use this JSON web token to create the authentication for recruiter. After that, we will install bcrypt package. It will help us to encrypt the user's password. After that, we will install the mongoose package. With that, we will install the nodemon, and then we will install sfix package. We will use this mongoose package to connect with our mongoDB database, and we will use nodemon to start our server project, and sfix will help us to manage the Clerk authentication webhooks. So we have installed these packages. If I open package.json file, here we have these dependencies: bcrypt, express, JSON web token, mongoose, nodemon and sfix. You can see the sfix version 1.42.0. After that, we will install some other packages. So just add npm i course. Then we will install multer. Then we will install .env. Then we will install cloudnary. This course package will help us to manage multiple origin. Then multer will help us to manage the form data. Then we will use .env to manage the environment variable. Here we are using cloudnary to store the user's resume and company logo on the cloudnary platform. Let's install these packages. Here we have installed all the required packages to create our server. Now just open server.js file, and here we will create the basic server. So to create the basic server, we will import the express package. So just add import express from express package. After that, we will import course from course package. After that, we will import .env/config. After that, we will add one comment, and let's add the text initialize express. After this comment, we will write const app equal to express method. We will use this express method to initialize our app. After that, we will add the comment and let's add text called middlewares. Here we will initialize the middlewares. So first we will initialize this course package. So just add app.use and we will provide this course. After that, we have to add the body parser. It means whenever we will get any response, then the response will be parsed using JSON method. So just add app.use and we will provide express.json. Then we will add one more comment and we will write routes. Here we will create all the routes for our server. So first we will create a basic server route. So just add app.get method and in this one we will pass the path, that is /. After that, here we will add this arrow function and in this parameter we will get request and response. Here we will return a response using this send property and in this one we will add the message, that is API working. So we have created the basic route. After that, we have to define the port on which our server will run. So we will add the comment and write port and here we will create the variable, that is port equal to process.env.port. Suppose we don't have any variable with the port, then we will add the OR operator and we will provide the port number 5000. After that, we will add app.listen and here we will start our backend. So write our port number. After that, we will pass the arrow function and we will add the console log and the message is server is running on port and port number. So write the template literal, just add backticks. Server is running on port. Then we will add the $, curly braces and port variable. So this is our basic Express app. Now we have to run our server. So come to package.json and here we will create a custom script to run our project. As you can see here we have two scripts, test and start. So let's remove this test and here we will add server and in this server script we will use nodemon server.js. So whenever we will run npm run server, then this script will be executed and here we are using nodemon server.js. So it will help us to restart our backend whenever we will make any changes in the backend. So save the changes and come to the terminal and in the terminal you can see we are in the server directory. So we will run this project. So to run this, let's add npm run server. Now you can see the message in terminal, server is running on port 5000. So to test this server, we will use the Postman application to test our APIs. So we will open the Postman application. Now here we have to create a GET request and here we will add the URL, that is http://localhost port 5000. Simply click on this send button. So here we have this message API working. So our Express app is successfully running. After that we'll create the folder structure for the server project. So in this server folder we'll create a new folder with the name models. In this models folder we will store the mongoose model. Using that we will manage the database task. In this server folder we will create another folder with the name routes. We will create different routes for different purpose. So we will create this routes folder where we will create multiple route. After that, let's create another folder in server, and the folder name will be controller. In this controllers folder, we will create multiple files that will help us to manage multiple logic of this server. After that, we will create one more folder and write the folder name middlewares. In this middlewares folder, we will create a middlewares like Multer, CloudNuddy, and etc. Now let's create another folder in this server, and the folder name is utils. In this one, we will store common logics for the controller function like generating a token for user. After creating these folder, let's create another folder in this server and write the folder name config. In this config folder, we will create the configuration file for mongoDB. So first we have to create the mongoDB account. So let's open mongoDB. Open this website. Then click on sign in button. We can sign up using the GitHub or Google account. So I'm going to use Google. After that, I have already created the cluster and database. So I'll click on this connect button. Here I will select I don't have mongoDB Compass installed. Then just copy this mongoDB string. That is mongoDB connection string. Now just come back to the VS Code. And in this one, first we will create the environment variable file. So in this server folder, we will create a new file, and file name is .env. In this one, we will store the mongoDB URI. So here we will write mongoDB_URI equal to, and here we will paste this mongoDB URI that we have copied from mongoDB website. After that, just remove this / from the end, and in this DB password, we have to provide the password of our mongoDB database. So I have provided the username and password in this mongoDB connection string. Save the changes and come back to the config folder, and here let's create a new file. And the file name is db.js. In this file, first we will import the mongoose package, and after that we will add the comment. Here we will create the function to connect with the mongoDB database. So let's add one comment function to connect to the mongoDB database. After that we will create the function. So just add const connectDB equal to async and create the arrow function. In this arrow function, we will add the event listeners so that whenever we will be connected with the database, then we will see the message in the terminal. For that, here we will use mongoose.connection.on, and in this method we will pass the event that is connected. And whenever the connected event is received, in that case we will execute this function. And in this function, we have to add the console log. And in this console log, we will add the message that is database connected. So we have added one event listener. After that, we will connect with the database. So just add await, then write mongoose.connect. And in this one, we have to provide the mongoDB URI. For that, we are going to use the template literal. So just add backticks, $ curly braces, and here we will add process.env. Then add the environment variable name, that is this mongoDB URI. Just copy and paste it here. After that, we will add /, and here we have to add the database name. So let's add the name job portal. After that, we have to export this function from this file. So just add export default connectDB. So here we have added the mongoDB URI, and we are using it in the db.js file. Make sure to remove this / at the end of this URI. So If you add the /, then it will give an error. So make sure to remove it. And after that, make sure your password does not contains any @ symbol. If your MongoDB database password contains the @ symbol, then you will get some error. So make sure to add the simple password that does not contain @. After that, we will use this connectDB function in server.js file. So just open server.js file and we will run the connectDB function. So in this section, after initializing the Express app, we will add the comment, that is connect to database. After that, here we will add await connectDB. So we are getting this suggestion. If I click on this one, you can see it has been imported. Make sure to add the .js extension, then only it will work. After that, just run this function and save the changes. Now you can see the terminal. We have the message database connected and server is running on port 5000. So we have successfully created the connection between Express app and MongoDB database. After this, we will add Sentry in our project. So let's open web browser and here we will search for Sentry. Sentry is the application monitoring software that helps us to find and fix the error and also help us to optimize our application. So in this project, we are going to use Sentry for error management. So to add Sentry in the project, first we have to create one account on this platform. You can open this Sentry application link from our video description. So here we have to create an account. So I'll use this Google sign up. I'll select the email, then click on continue button. Here we have to click on this new account button and we have to provide some details. We have different locations. So let me select US. Now just click on I agree checkbox and click on continue button. Now we have this welcome to Sentry message. Now just click on escape and let's click on this projects. Here we have to create a project. Just click on this button. And from here we will use this Express. After that, we will name this project, that is job portal, and click on this create project button. Now we have the steps to configure Sentry in our project. So first we have to install these packages. So just copy this line from here and come back to the VS Code. And first we have to stop the server. So just add Ctrl+C and then paste the command. So just install these packages. So our package has been installed. Then come back to the web browser and we have to configure the SDK. So to configure this one, we have to create this instrument.js file in our project. So just copy this name instrument.js and come back to the VS Code. Come to config file and create a new file with the name instrument.js. In this file, we have to just copy and paste this script. So just copy from here and paste it here in this file. In this server project, we are using type modular and here it is imported using type common. So we have to change this syntax. So here we have to use the modular syntax to import Sentry. Here you can see we have the comment import star as Sentry from Sentry/node. So just copy this one and remove the second line and here we will paste this one. After that we will write import and remove this equal to and required. Here we will use from this package. Now this syntax is correct according to the type module project. So we have configured this file. Now save the changes and come to server.js file, and here in this first statement we have to import this file. So just add import .config/instrument.js. After importing it, save the changes, and after that we will start the project. So just add npm run server. So it will take some time to start our backend. Just wait for it. And now we have the message database connected, server is running on port 5000. After that, we will come to instrument.js file. Here in this integrations, we will add one more integration for the mongoDB database so that we can monitor the mongoDB database using Sentry. So to add the integration for the mongoDB, here we will come back to the web browser, and from here just click on this full documentation. After that, just search for mongoDB. Here we have the integrations option. Let's select Mongoose package from the left sidebar. We are using the Mongoose package to connect with our mongoDB database. So select Mongoose, and after that we have to write this integrations in the sentry.init method. Now we will come to our VS Code editor, and in this integrations array we will write sentry.mongoose integration. After that, save this file. So we have easily configured the Sentry for mongoose package. If you are using any other package, then you can use the integration of that package. After that, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and here we have the message database connected and server is running on port 5000. After that, we have to initialize the Sentry in our server.js file. So to initialize the Sentry in server file, let's come back to the web browser and click on this back button. So we have added this configuration till now, and after that, here we have this script. So just click on this ESM. So it will give the syntax of module type project. So in the server.js file, we have imported this file. Then we have to import the Sentry from this package, and after that we have to run this sentry.setupExpressErrorHandler. So just copy this statement from here and come to server.js file, then import the Sentry, and after that just copy this statement from here and come to this port section, and after assigning the port, here we have to add sentry.setupExpressErrorHandler. Save the changes. Now you can see the message from the Sentry, that is Express is not instrumented. This is likely because you required imported Express before calling Sentry.init. We are getting this message from instrument.js, and here we are using trace sample rate 1.0. So it will capture all the transactions. So let me just comment it. Now you can see the message database connected and server is running on port 5000. So now we have configured the Sentry and the Sentry is running fine. So to test it, just come back to the web browser and scroll down. Here we have the verify method. So just copy this statement from here, and we will come to VS Code editor server.js file, and after this routes, here we will paste this route. Now we have to save the changes. Now you can see the message database connected, server is running on port 5000. After that, we have to call this route, so it will throw an error, and we will see this error on the Sentry platform. So let's try it. Just copy this and come back to the postman, and after this port 5000 we will paste this path, then click on send button. Now you can see we have this error. Let's click on raw and you can see the error. After that, just come back to the web browser and we will open Sentry dashboard. So here we have this Sentry dashboard. We will click on this issues. Now you can see we have the error that we have thrown from the API route. When we call this route, it will throw a new error, and we will get that error in this Sentry dashboard issues page. So while our project is running, we can monitor all the errors of our application in this single application. If I open this error, here we have the details of this error, from where we are getting this error, and when we are getting this error, from which browser it is called and which environment it is. So we have more details like URL, operating system, and what is the runtime environment. So we have all the details of this error that is required to solve this error. Later in this project, we will see more functionality of Sentry. For now, let me just close these tabs and come back to the VS Code editor. And here we have added the mongoDB database and Sentry. After that, we will add the logic so that when we create a user on our front end using the Clerk, then we will store that user data in our backend also. For that, we are going to use the Clerk webhooks. To manage the Clerk webhooks, we have to create a controller function that will manage our webhooks. For that, first we will create the model for the user. By using that model, we will store the user data in the database. So in this models folder, let's create a new file and write the file name user.js. In this file, first we will import mongoose package. After that, we have to create a user schema. So just add const user schema equal to new, and here we will use mongoose.schema constructor. After that here we will add the object and we will define the properties of the user. So the user will have one ID, so we are adding _ID and initialize it with type string. After that, we will add required true. After that, we will add the name property where we will store the user's name. So just copy the type and required true, just copy and paste it here. After that, here we have to add the email property where we will store the user's email. So we will add curly braces, then write type string required true. After that, we will add the unique property. In this unique property, we will mark it as true. After that, we will add the resume property. The type will be a string. After that, we will add the image property where we will store the user's image. Here the type will be string and we will mark it as required true. So we have created the schema. By using this schema, we will create one user model. For that, we will write const user equal to mongoose.model, and we will create this model with the name user and then add the comma and provide the user schema. So the user has been created. Next, we have to export this user model from here. So just add export default, then write user that we have created here. So we have created the user schema, user model, and we have exported the user model from here. After that, we will create the controller function. So in this controller folder, let's create a new file and write the file name webhooks.js. In this file, we will add the logic that will help us to manage the Clerk webhooks. So first, we will import webhook from svix package. After that, we will import the user model. So just add import user from models folder user.js file. Make sure to add the file name extension .js. After that, we will create a controller function. So just add the comment and write the comment API controller function to manage Clerk user with database. After that, we will create the arrow function. So just add const Clerk webhooks equal to, and it is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. In this parameter, we will get request and response. So just add request and response. Now we have to use this function outside of this file. So just add the export. By using this export, we will use this function in any file. After that, here we will add the try catch block, and here we will add the logic. Using that, we will verify the Clerk webhooks and save the data of user whenever the user is created, updated or deleted. For that, come back to the web browser and open Clerk dashboard. Here we will click on this configure option. Then open webhooks. To use this webhooks, first we have to deploy our project. When we will deploy the project, then we will get a Clerk webhook secret that we will use in this folder. For now, here we will create one environment variable that is Clerk webhook secret equal to, and simply add this empty string. For now, we will use this empty string, and when we will create the webhooks and deploy our project, then we will get the webhook secret and we will paste the secret key here in this environment variable. So here let's add the comment in this try block, and we will write create a sfix instance with Clerk webhook secret. After that, we will add the variable const webhook equal to new webhook. Then we have to provide the Clerk webhook secret. So just add process.env. Then come to environment variable and copy the environment variable name and paste it here. From here, we will get the webhook secret. Then we have to verify the header. So here, let's add the comment verifying headers. Then use await whook.verify method, and in this one we have to pass the request.body using a stringify method. So just add json.stringify, and in this one we have to pass request.body. Then we will add comma curly braces, and in this one we have to add the sfix id, sfix timestamp and sfix signature that we will get from the webhook call. So just add sfix id. We will add request.headers. Here we will add sfix id. After that, here we have to add the sfix timestamp. We will get it from request.headers, and here we have to provide sfix timestamp. After that, here we will add sfix signature. Then we will provide the signature from request.headers and provide sfix signature. So we have provided sfix id, timestamp and signature that we are getting from request headers of webhook call. After that, we will get the data from the request.body, and using that we will create the user or update or delete the user. So just add the comment, that is getting data from request body. Here we will write const curly braces data type equal to request.body. So whenever a webhook call will happen, it contains the data and type. The type will be the event type like user update, user delete, or user create. And the data contains the payload data for the user. Now we'll run different cases for different type. For that we are going to use switch case. So before that, let me add the comment. Switch case for different events. After that, we will create one switch case statement. In this key, we will add the type that we are getting from request.body, and the first case will be user dot created. We can remove this break, and here we will add curly braces. Now we will create more cases like this one. So just copy this one and paste it one more time, and here we will add the type user.updated. Now just copy this one, and here we will update it as user.deleted. Then we will add default. In this default, we will add break statement. So here we have created multiple cases for multiple type. So first we will add the logic to save the user data whenever a user is created. So just add const user data equal to curly braces, and here we have to provide _id, and in this one we will add data.id. So here we are receiving the Clerk user ID in this data.id, and we are assigning the same ID in the mongoDB database. After that, we will add the email property, and in this email we have to provide the email of the user. So we will get the email from data.emailaddresses. This is going to be an array, so we will provide index 0. Then we will add email address property. After that, we have to get the username, so just add name, and to get the name we will use data.firstname and concatenate the string that contains a space. Then we will concatenate the last name, so just add data.last_name. After that, we will add the image, and in this image property we will add data.image_url. After that, we will add the resume property, and in this one we will add this string, that is empty string. So whenever a user will be created, then this resume will be empty string. So here we have created this user data. Next we have to save this data in our database. For that, we will write await, then use the user.create method, and in this one we have to provide user data that we have created here. After that, here we have to pass the response.json, in which we can simply provide the empty object, and now provide the break statement. So here we have added the logic to save the user in the database. Now we will add the logic to update the user data and delete the user data. To update the user data, just copy this from here and come to this second case and paste the same. From here, remove this ID. We will remove this resume, so user can update their email, name and image. So here we will add await user model dot find by id and update method, and here we have to provide the user ID, so just add data.id. With that, we will add this user data that we have created here. So whenever a new updated data will come, then this case will be executed and we will update the email, name and image. After that, we have to send the response using JSON method. In this one, we will pass the empty object and provide break statement. After that, we will add the logic to delete the user. So to delete the user, simply write await user model, that is user dot find by id and delete method, and here we will provide data.id. Here also we will add response.json, and in this one we will pass this object, and then we will add the break statement. So we have added the logic to create, update and delete the user. After that, in this process, if any error occurs, in that case this catch block will be executed. So just add console log and display the message, that is error.message. With that, here we will send the response using the JSON method, and here we will provide success, false, and then add the message, that is webhooks error. After that, save the changes, and here we have created the controller function. By using this controller function, we will create one route, and after that we will upload this code on GitHub platform. From there we will get one backend link, and we will use this backend link to obtain the webhook secret from the Clerk dashboard. For that, just come back to the server.js file. After that, we will create the route for our webhook. So to create the route, after this statement, we will use app.post method, and here we will add the path, that is /webhook/webhooks. Then we have to provide the Clerk webhooks controller function. So just add Clerk webhooks. Now this Clerk webhooks has been imported from controller folder webhooks.js file. After that, we will save the changes. Now we have added this webhooks route. After that, we have to add the Vercel.js configuration so that we can deploy the server on our Vercel platform. So let's go to server folder, and here we will create a new file and name the file as vercel.json. Here we have to add the configuration for our server. So to get the configuration, we will come to web browser and search for github.com/greatstackdev. Now you can see we have this notes. Just open this notes, and in this one we have this Vercel JSON config for MERN. Let me open this file. From here, we have to copy the configuration file. So we have two configuration files. This is for backend and the second one is for frontend. So we will deploy the backend. So just copy this first configuration and come back to the VS Code editor. And in this file, we will paste the configuration. So the main file name is server.js. So here we have provided server.js and server.js. After that, save the changes. Now we'll push this code on the GitHub so that we can deploy this app from GitHub to Vercel platforms. So just click on this icon and initialize repository. As you can see, here we are getting changes 10,000 files. That is because the node modules folder is also included in our Git. So we have to exclude the node modules folder. So here in this root folder, we will create a new file and write the file name .gitignore. In this file, simply add node_modules. Save the changes. After that, we will come to this Git, and now we are getting 81 files. If you are still getting 10,000 files, just click on this refresh button to refresh the Git. After that, we have to make a commit before publishing the code. So let's add the message, that is first commit. Then click on this commit button. Then click on this publish branch button. Here I am getting this option to upload my code in private repository or public repository. It is because we have already integrated the GitHub on our VS Code. If you're not integrated the GitHub with your VS Code, you will get simple prompt and you can configure it easily. After that, we will click on this private repository. Here we have already used this name in my GitHub repository, so I'm going to use another name. So job portal new, and click on this private repository. Now you can see we have the message uploading files. Just wait for a few seconds so that all the code will be uploaded. So now the code has been uploaded on GitHub. Just click on this open on GitHub button. This is a private repository, so we have to log into account to see this repository. Now you can see we have this repository. After that, we will open Vercel platform. Click on this login button. Now come to this dashboard and click on add new project. From here, we will select this repository job portal new and click on this import button. After that, we have to provide the project name, that is job portal new. Then select the root directory. Let's click on this server and click on continue button. We can name it like job portal new server. Now we will add the environment variables. So just come back to the VS Code, open server folder and open .env file and just copy this one and paste it here. Then click on this deploy button. Now you can see the deployment has started. Now we have this message, congratulations. Then click on this continue to dashboard. So here we have the domain name. Using that we can access our server, and here we have the API working message. Now just copy this link from here and we will open this Clerk dashboard, and from here we will open webhooks. From here we will open configure webhooks, then go to add endpoint and just paste this URL of our backend, and after that here we have to add /webhooks. That is our endpoint to access the webhook controller. So if I open server.js file, you can see we have added this /webhooks. After that we will select the event that we want to receive on this webhook. So scroll this one and here we will select this user. After that we will get all the event on this webhook. So user created, user deleted, user updated. Then click on create button. After adding this webhooks, we will get the signing secret. Just copy this one and come back to the VS Code editor .env file, and in this Clerk webhook secret just paste this one. With that, just come back to the web browser again and open Vercel platform. Then go to settings, environment variables, and in this environment variables, here we will edit this Clerk webhook secret and add this key. After that, click on save button. After that, we will again come to deployments, then create a new deployment with the new environment variable, that is Clerk webhook secret. Just click on this 3-dot icon, click on create deployment, and after that we will click on this create deployment button. So it will deploy our project again. Now you can see we have successfully deployed this backend, and after that let's come back to the web browser and we will refresh this front-end project. After that, just click on this login button and click on this continue with Google button. We have already created an account with this email ID, so we have to delete this account. Just click on security, delete account, provide this text that is delete account and click on this button. Our account has been deleted. After that, again click on this login and click on continue with Google button. Now select the email ID, then click on continue button. Now you can see our account has been created. After that, we will open the mongoDB Compass application. So we have the mongoDB Compass application, and in this one we have this user, and in this one we have this job portal collection. If I open this users collection, here we have the ID, name, email, resume and this image property. If I open this image in the new tab, here you can see we have the logo. So this logic is working fine, and whenever we create an account on our front end, then we will get the user data in the database. Now the Clerk webhooks is working fine. Next we will create the rest of the APIs. So first let's close this mongoDB Compass application. After that, we will come back to the VS Code and just close this environment variable. After that, we will create the controller folder, and in this controllers folder we will create a new file and write the file name companycontroller.js. After that, we will add the logic. Using that, we can register the company, login company, and we will get the company data, and from here we will post the job. To do that, we will create multiple controller function for multiple purpose. So let's add the comment, and here we will add the text, register a new company. After that, let's create an arrow function. So just add const register company equal to async and create the arrow function. Here we will get the request and response. Later we will add the logic. First we will create all the controller function. Let's add the comment. Here we will write company login, then create one arrow function. So write const login company equal to async and create the arrow function. Here also we will add export, and in this function also we will add export so that we can use this function in another file. After that, here we will add one more comment. We will write get company data. Then we will create a function. So just add export const, and function name is get company data equal to async, and we will create this arrow function. In this parameter we will get the request and response, and similarly in this one we will add request and response. After that, we will create one more comment, and let's add post a new job. So we will create a controller function to post a new job. So just add export const post job equal to async. Here we will create this function. In this one we will add request and response. After that, we will add one more comment, and here we will write get company job applicants. Then write export const get company job applicants. After that, we will add equal to async, then create this arrow function. In this parameter we will get the request and response. After that, we will create one more controller function, and here we will add the comment. Just add get company posted jobs. After that we will add export const, and the function name will be get company posted jobs equal to async, and we will get the request and response and create the arrow function. After that we will add the comment. Here we will write change job application status. Write export const change job applications status equal to async. We will get the request and response, and we will create the arrow function. We will use these functions. We will use this function to change the job status. If I come back to the home page and go to /dashboard, here we have this view applications, and here we have the action. So we can change the status like accept and reject. So we will create this controller function to manage this logic. After that we will add one more comment, and we will write change job visibility. Here we will create the controller function. So write export const change visibility equal to async, and we will get request and response and create the arrow function. We will use this change visibility controller function to manage this visibility feature. When it is checked, it will be displayed on home page, and if it is unchecked, it will hide the job post. So here we have created all these controller functions to manage the dashboard and recruiter login. After that we will use this controller function to create multiple routes. So just open routes folder, and in this one we will create a new file with the name companyroutes.js. Here we will create multiple routes. To create the routes, first we have to import the Express package from Express. Then we will create the router using the router interface. So just add const router equal to express.router. Then we will create multiple endpoints using this router. So we will add the comment, that is register a company, and here we will use this router dot post method to create the API, and the API endpoint will be /register. Then we will add the controller function, that is register company. So we have added this register company. This register company has been imported, and here we have to provide .js file name extension. So we have created this route for company register. Next we will add one more comment, that is company login. Just use router dot post method, and the endpoint will be /login. After that we will add login company controller function. When we click on this suggestion, it has been imported. After that we will add one more comment. So write get company data, and here we will use router dot get method. Here we will add /company. After that we will add get company data controller function. So just click on this suggestion, so it has been imported. After that we will add one more comment, that is post a job, and here we will add router dot post method, and in this one we have to provide the endpoint, that is /post job, and then we will add the controller function, that is post job. After that let's add one more comment, get applicants data of company. So write router dot get method, and in this one we will add the endpoint /applicants. After that we will add comma and we will provide get company job applicants controller function. After that let's add one more comment, and here we will add the text get company job list. So write router dot get method, and in this one we will add the route, that is /list jobs, and here we will use get company posted jobs controller function. After that we will add one more comment, and here we will write change application status. Then we will use router dot post method, and in this one we will add the endpoint /change status. Then add the controller function, that will be change job applications status. After that let's add one more comment, write change applications visibility. After that here we will create router dot post method, and in this one the endpoint will be /change visibility, and we will add the controller function, that will be change visibility. So we have created multiple routes using these controller functions. After that we will export this router, so just add export default, and we will write this router. Now we will use this router to initialize the endpoints. So just open server.js file, and after this app.post we will add app.use, and in this one we will add the endpoint, that will be /API/company, and after that we have to add the router that we have exported from this company routes file. As you can see here we have exported it. So first we have to import this router. So come to server.js file, and here we will write import company routes from, and write /routes folder company routes.js file. After that we will come to this app.use, and here after this endpoint we will add comma, and we will provide company routes. If we have to access this controller function like register company, then we have to use localhost port 5000 /API/company /register. Let's save the changes, and after that we will start creating the controller's logic. So in this register company controller function we will add the logic so that we can register a company. So to register a company, first we need a company model. By using that we will store the company details in our database. For that, in this models folder we will create a new file, and write the file name company.js. First we have to import the mongoose package. After that we will create the company schema. So write const company schema equal to new, and we will use mongoose.schema. In this one we will add the object and define the properties of this model. So first we need the name property, and the type will be string. After that we will add the required property, and here we will make it true. After that just create the copy of this line, and here we will add the property email, and after that here we will add unique true, so that user cannot register multiple accounts using this single email. After that we will add the image property. So just create the another copy of this line, and here we will write the image property, and the type will be a string required true. After that just create another copy of this property, and here we will write property name password, where we will store company login credentials password. Type will be string and required true. Just click on this format document, and here we have created the company schema. By using this schema, we will create the company model. So let's write const company equal to mongoose.model, and in this one we will provide model name, that will be company, and then we will add the company schema. So our model is ready. Next we have to export this model from this file so that we can use it in company controller file. So write export default, then write company. After that we have to save the changes and come back to the company controller.js file, and here we will add the logic to register the company. To register a company, first we need the name, email and password. So write const name, email, password. We will get this data from request body. After that we need the company logo also. So to get the logo in a variable, first we need to parse the form data that we are getting from the user. So to parse the form data, we are going to use the multer package that we have already installed. So first we will create the multer configuration, then we will add it as a middleware that can parse the form data, and we will get the image in the variable. To do that, first we will come to this config folder and create a new file and write the file name multer.js. In this file, we will simply import the multer from multer package, and after that we will create the disk storage configuration. So to create that, just add the variable const storage. Make sure to name it as a storage, and we will write equal to multer.disk storage, and here we will add this empty object. After that we will create the variable with the name upload, and here we will use multer, and in this one we will add this object. In this object we will define the storage, and in this storage we will provide this disk storage configuration, that is a storage. So write storage. So in the same property we have to provide the same object, so we can directly provide a storage in this object. After that we have to add export so that we can export this and use it in another file. So just add export default, and we will write upload. So we have created this multer configurations. Save the changes, and after that we will come to company routes.js file, and here in this route where we have added registered a company, in this one we will add the middleware. So we will add upload. We are getting the suggestion to import it from config multer.js file. So just add it, and here we will use upload.single function, and in this function we have to provide the field name in which we are sending the image file. So we will add this image. So whenever we will send the image using the form data, then we will add the field name image, so that this middleware will extract the image and store it in request.file. After that, save the changes and come back to the company controller.js file, and here we will get the image file. So to get the image file here, we will simply write const image file equal to request.file. By using this we will get the file. After that we will add the if statement, and in this if statement we will add the logic that will check if we don't get any of this data like email, name, password or image file, then we will terminate this function here and we will generate a response with success false, and in the message we will add some details. So write if we don't have name or we don't have the email, or we don't have the password, or if we don't have the image file. In that case, we will add return, and this function will be terminated here only. And in this return, we will pass response.json method, and in this one we will add object. We will define success, false, and after that we will add the message property. In this message property, we will add the message that is missing details. If we don't get this data, then we will terminate the function here and we will send the response. And if we have all the data, then we will create the user. But before creating the user, first we will check if the user already exists with that email ID or not. If it already exists, then we will throw one error. And if it is not, then we will create the account with this details. For that, first we will add the try catch block. In this try block, we will add const company exist equal to await, and we will use company model. So we are getting the option to import this company. If I click on this one, you can see it has been imported, and here we will add .js extension. And after that, here in this model, we will add find one method. In this company.findOne method, we will search a user with this email ID. So if the user already exists, then we will provide the response with success false and the message that company already exists. And if the account is not created with this email ID, then we will create a new account with this email ID. For that, we will add the if statement, and in this one we will add company exist variable. Here, if we get any data from here, then it will run this if statement, and if we don't get any account with this email ID, then it will mark as false. And if we got an account, then here we will add the return and we will add response.json. And in this one, we will pass one object where we will mark the success property false, and we will add the message property that will be company already registered. And if we don't have any account with this email ID, then in that case, we will create a new account for the company. To create the account of company, first we need to encrypt this password. So to encrypt the password, we will use the bcrypt package. So first import bcrypt from bcrypt package. After importing it, we will come to this. And here we will create the variable with the name salt. So just add const salt equal to await, then use the bcrypt dot gen salt, and here we have to provide number of rounds. So the default value will be 10, so we will provide 10, and after that here we will hash the user password. So to hash the user password, we will create the variable with the name hash password equal to await, and we will use the bcrypt dot hash method, and in this one we have to provide the user password. Simply write password, and after that we have to provide the salt. Just add the salt that we have created here. Now we have the hash password, and we have the name, email and hash password and image file. After that, we have to create the user data. Before that, we have to upload the image file on CloudNuddy platform. So we have to set up the CloudNuddy platform now, so we can store the company image on CloudNuddy. For that, just come back to the web browser and we will open a new tab and search for CloudNuddy. We will open this website, cloudnuddy.com. Then click on this login button, and if you don't have an account, you can click on this sign up also. Just click on this login with Google, select the email ID, click on continue. We will come to this dashboard, and after that, click on this dashboard link and click on this go to API keys. As you can see here, we have created some APIs for different project. Now just click on this button to create a new API key. And here we have to provide the email confirmation code that you will receive on your email. Open your email ID and from there just copy the confirmation code. Just copy the code from here and paste it here and click on this approve button. Now you can see we have this untitled key that is active, and let me rename this key. So I'll type job portal new. After that, let me just copy the API key from here and we will come to VS Code editor, open this .env file, and here we will add the comment, that is CloudNuddy setup. After that, here we will create the environment variable to store the API key and API secret. So we will write CloudNuddy API key equal to, and in this one we will paste this API key. Just copy and paste it here. After that, we will create one more environment variable with the name CloudNuddy secret key equal to, and here we have to paste the secret key. So just come to this page and here we have the secret key. Just click on this I button and click on this copy icon, and after that come to this VS Code and we will paste this key. After that, we have to create one more environment variable with the name CloudNuddy name equal to, and here we have to provide our CloudNuddy name. So you can see here we have the CloudNuddy name. So just copy this name from here and paste it in this environment variable. So we have provided CloudNuddy name, CloudNuddy API key and CloudNuddy secret key. Now save the changes and come back to the config folder and create a new file and write the file name cloudnuddy.js. In this file, we have to create the configuration for our CloudNuddy. For that, simply write import curly braces. We will write v2 as CloudNuddy from, and here we will add CloudNuddy package. After that, here we will create the function with the name connect CloudNuddy equal to, and it is going to be asynchronous arrow function. After that, we will export this function. So just add export default connect CloudNuddy. In this function, we will add the logic to configure our CloudNuddy. So write cloudnuddy.config, and in this method we have to pass one object, and here we have to provide the CloudNuddy name. To provide the CloudNuddy name, we will use process.env dot, and just copy this CloudNuddy name environment variable. Just copy and paste it here. After that, just add the comma, and here we will add the API key property, and here we have to provide process.env dot, and from here just copy this CloudNuddy API key and paste it here. After that, add the comma, and we will provide API secret, and here we will provide process.env dot, and just copy this CloudNuddy secret key. So just copy it and paste it here. Save the changes. Now we have created this function connect cloudnuddy. Next we have to run this function whenever this server is running. So just open server.js file, and in this file, after this connect db function, we will write await, and here we will add connect cloudnuddy and call this function. So you can see this function will get imported from cloudnuddy.js file. Now save the changes. Now our cloudnuddy is configured. Now we will use this cloudnuddy to upload the images on cloudnuddy platform. Let me close this file and open company controller.js file, where we are adding the logic to register a company. So now we have the name, email, has password, and here we have the image file. Now we will upload this image file on cloudnuddy platform. To upload this file on cloudnuddy platform, we will write const image upload equal to await, and we will use the cloudnuddy package. So first we will import the cloudnuddy. So just add import v2 as cloudnuddy from cloudnuddy package. After that we will come to this image upload await, and here we will call cloudnuddy.uploader, and in this uploader we will use this upload function. In this one we have to provide the image file path. So write image file dot path. After that we will save the company data in the database. So just add const company equal to await, and here we will use company model dot create function, and in this one we will add the object where we will add name, email, and password, and in this password we have to provide the has password. After that we will provide the image property, and in this image property we will provide the uploaded image URL. So to get the URL of the uploaded image, we will use image upload dot secure URL. After running this statement, our company data will be saved in the database. After that we will generate the response. So just add response.json, and we will add the object where we will add the success property, that is true. With that we will add the company data. So in this company data we will add some of the data like underscore ID, and we will provide company dot underscore ID. After that we will add the company name property, and we will provide company dot name. After that we will add the email property. Here we will provide company email. After that we will provide the image property, and in this one we will provide company dot image property. So we have provided success true and the company data. After that we will authenticate the user using the authentication token. So here we will send one token also. So when the company get registered, then after registration company should log in using the token. So to generate the token we will create one utils file. So in this utils folder we will create a new file and write the file name generate token.js, and first we have to import JWT, that is JSON Web Token, from JSON Web Token package. After that we will create the function with the name generate token equal to, and in this one we have to pass the ID that we will add in the token payload data, and here we will return jwt.sign method, and in this one we have to add the object where we will add this ID. After that we have to provide the jwt secret So to provide the JWT secret, we will come to .env file, and here we will create one environment variable. So here we will create JWT secret, and here we will add the secret text dev has secret. Now save the changes and come back to the generate token.js file, and here after this comma we will provide our JWT secret by using the environment variable. So just add process.env, then provide .jwt_secret. After that we will add one object where we will define the expires in property. So here we will add 30D, it means 30 days. So this JWT token created by this function will be valid for 30 days. After that we will add the export default, and here we will export this generate token function. Now just save the changes and come back to the company controller.js file, and after this company data, here we will provide the token. So just add token, and here we will call generate token function, and in this one we will provide company._id. Make sure to import this generate token function from here. So we have added this generate token, and in this response we have added success property, company data, and this token. After that, if we get any error in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So in that case, we will give a response using JSON method, and in this one we will add the success property false, and after that we will add the message property, and here we will provide error.message. So this controller function is ready, and now we will save the changes and we will test this API. So to test this API we will use the Postman. So let's open the Postman application, and here we will provide our endpoint address. So select post method, and after that here we will add /API/company/register, and in this body we have to pass the form data. So select form data. In this one, first we will add the name, then we will add email field, then we will add password. After that we will add the image. In this name field we will add the name, that is Slack. After that we will add the email, that is slack@demo.com. Then we will add the password. So let's write any simple password. Then provide the image. So from here we will select the file, and here we will choose the image file. So let me come to project folder. We have the assets, and in this assets we have this company icon.svg. So let me select it. So we have selected this icon. Now just click on the send button. Now you can see the request is sending. After that, here we have the response where you can see success true. Then we have the company details like name, email. Then we have the image property. In this one we have this URL. Just open this URL in the web browser. Just copy this URL and open in web browser. Now you can see the image that we have uploaded using the API is now live at this address. After that, we will come to this CloudNuddy dashboard, and here we will make some changes. So from here we will open this security settings. If I scroll, here we have this option to enable the PDF and zip delivery. So just enable it and save the changes so that we can upload the PDF file also on this CloudNuddy platform. And we will use that function to upload the user's resume. So make sure to allow delivery of PDF and zip files. Save the changes. Now just close this tab and let me close these all tabs. After that, we will come to the Postman, and this API call is perfectly working. And here we have one token also. So we have this JSON web token that we will use to authenticate the company. After that, we will come back to the VS Code. Here we will add the logic for this controller function that will allow the companies to log in into the dashboard. For company login, first we have to get the email ID and password from the body. So here we will write const curly braces email and password. We will destructure this data from request.body. After that, we will add the try catch block, and in this try block, we will get the company data using this email ID. For that, just write const company equal to await. And here we will use this company model dot find one method. And in this one, we have to provide one object in which we will provide the email of the company. If we have any account with this email ID, then we will get it in this company variable. So after that, we will add the if statement, and if we have the company data, then we will compare the password with this company password. So to compare that, we are going to use the bcrypt package dot compare function, and in this one we have to provide the given password and company password. So write company.password, and after that, if the password is same, then we are going to send the response where we will make success true and send the company details, and we will generate one JSON token and we will send it in the response. So write response.json, where we will add the object with success true. After that, we will add the company, and here we have to provide this company details. Just copy this from register controller function and paste it here. After that, we have to add the token also. So write token property, and in this token we will add generate token function, and in this one we have to provide the company ID. So write company._ID. Now suppose this password does not match. In that case, we will add the else statement. And in this else statement, we will create a response using the JSON method. And in this one, we will add the success property, that is false. With that, we will add the message that contains the message invalid email or password. If we get any error in this process, then the catch block will be executed, and in that case, we will add response.json. And in this one, we will add the success property, that is false. And here we will add the message property, that is error.message. Now the login controller function is also ready. Now save the changes. After saving the changes, you can see the message database connected, server is running on port 5000. So now just open the Postman application, and here we will create a new request, and from here just select post, and here we will select this API URL localhost 5000/API/company, and here we will provide /login, and after adding login we will come to this body, and in this body we have to select this raw, and in this one we will select the JSON. After that, we will add the object where we will add the email property, and in this email property we will provide the email that we have added while creating the account. So let me add the email slack@demo.com. After that, here we will add the password, and in this password we will provide the correct password. Now just click on the send button. Now you can see Here we have the success true, and we have the company data, ID, name, email, and image. And at the end we have this token also that we will use to authenticate the company. So this logic functionality is also working fine. So till now we have created the controller function to register a company and to log in a company. After that we will create the controller function to post a new job. Here we have added this controller function, so we have to add the logic for this controller function so that company can add a new job post in the database. Now before writing the logic for this controller function, first we have to create a new model where we will describe the job properties. So in this models folder, create a new file and write the name job.js. In this file, first we have to import mongoose package. So write mongoose from mongoose package. After that, we will create the job schema. So just add const job schema equal to new mongoose dot schema constructor. In this one, we will add one object and define the properties. So first we will add the title and the type will be a string, and here we will make required true. After that, just create a copy of this line and write the description. After this description property, we will create one more copy and write the property name, location. After that, we will create another copy of this line and we will provide the category. Now if I come back to the web browser, in this design we have to provide the title, description, category, job, label and this salary property. So after this category, just create another copy and here we will add the property that is label. After that, let's create one more copy and here we will provide salary. The salary type will be number, so here we will add type number. And after that, let's create one more copy and here we will add the property name that is date, and the type will be number where we will store the timestamp. Now let's create one more copy of it and write the property name visible and the type will be boolean, and here we will make required true. After that, we will add one more property that is company ID. In this company ID, we will store the reference of our company model with company ID. So we will add the type that will be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. After that, we will add the ref property, and in this ref property we will add the reference of the company collection. So write company. After that, we will add the required property that will be true. So we have added title, description, location, category, label, salary, date, visible and company ID. After that, we will use this data to create our model. So here we will write const job equal to mongoose dot model, and we will name this model job. After that, we will add the job schema. Now the model is ready. Next we have to export this model from this file so that we can use it in another file. So here we will add export default and this job model. Now save the changes and just come to company controller.js file, and here we will create this post job controller function. Here first we will get the title, description, location and salary data from the request body. For that, we will write const curly braces and we will add the title, description, location and salary equal to request.body. We will get this data from the body. After that, we will get the company ID. So to get the company ID, we will use a middleware. If we see this postman, when we log in, then we will get the token, and when we sign up, then also we will get this token. So we will use this token to authenticate the company and to fetch the company ID using the middleware. So first we will create a middleware that will help us to decode the token and fetch the company data. So just come back to the VS Code, and in this middleware folder we will create a new file with the name auth middleware.js. In this file, first we have to import JWT and company model. So write import JWT from and then provide JSON web token. After that, we will add import and we will add this company model. Make sure to add the .js file name extension. Now we will create the middleware function that will help us to decode the token that we will get from headers. So let's write export const protect company. So the middleware name is protect company equal to async, and it is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. After that, in this parameter, we will get the request and response and callback function that is next. To create the middleware, first we need to get the token from the request headers. So write const token equal to request.headers.token. After that, we will add one if statement where we will check if we don't have any token. In that case, we will return a response. So just add the return statement with response.json, and with this one we will add the curly braces and write success false. After that, we will add message, and in this message property we will write this message not authorized, login again. If we don't have any token, then this response will be sent, and if we have the token, then we will decode the token. So let's add the try catch block, and in this try block we will write const decoded equal to jwt.verify method. In this one we have to provide the token that we will get from headers, and after that we will add the JWT secret. So just add process.env.jwt_secret. After that we will add request.company property, and in this property we will store the company data using this decoded token. If we open generate token.js file, as you can see, here we have added the company ID in the form of payload data in JWT token. So we will use this decoded ID to fetch the company data using the company model. So write await company.findYID method, and in this one we have to provide decoded.id. After that we will add .select, and here we will add -password. So this select method will remove the password property from this data that we are adding in this request.company. After that we will call the callback function that is next. Now this middleware is ready. If we get any error in this try block, then this catch block will be executed, and here we will add the response using the JSON method, and here we will add the object and define success false. With that we will add the message also that contains the error message. So write error.message. Now this middleware is ready. Just save the changes and come back to the company routes.js file. In this file, we will add this middleware in the route that we need to protect using the authentication token. So first in this company route, we will add that middleware. So here we will write protect company, and after that we will add a comma. So we have added this middleware in this route. So you can see this middleware has been imported from middleware folder. After that, in this post job also we will add the authentication. So just add protect company. In this /applications also we will add protect company and add this comma. In this list jobs also we will protect the route. So just write protect company and add the comma. Similarly, in this change a status also we will add protect company and this comma. In this change visibility route also we will add protect company and comma. Save the changes. So we have added this middleware for all the routes that we need to protect using authentication. After that, let's come back to the company controller.js file, and here we will complete the logic. Using that we will post the job in the database. So we will get the company ID from request.company that we will get using the protect company middleware. To do that, we will write const company ID equal to request.company._id. After that, here we will add the console log and we will add this company ID to test the details. After that, we will add the object where we will add this property title, description, location and salary. So just copy and paste it here. Now save the changes and we will test this route. And here we will test the company ID and these details are coming or not. So just come back to the Postman application, and in this application we will create a new route. So select the type post and the URL will be localhost port 5000/API/company/. Here we will add post job. As you can see in this company routes, we have added post job. After that, we will go to body, and in this body we will select raw data, and here we will select JSON. After that, here we have to provide the data. So first we will add this title, description, location and salary property. So here we will add title, and let's add the test title. After that, we will add description, and here we will provide test description. After that, we will add salary, and we will provide the salary like 10K. Then we will provide the property that will be location. So write location, and we will add the location USA. So we have added the content in this body and click on send button. Now you can see we are getting this message success false, not authorized, login again. So we are getting this message from middleware because we have not added the token in the headers. So to fetch the API, we have to pass the token also. So in this headers, we will add the token property, and in this token property, we have to add the token. So let's come back to the previous API call, and in this one we have this token. So just copy the token from here and come to this new request, and in this headers we will pass this token. And now if I click on this send button, you can see sending request, and if I come back to the VS Code, in this console we are getting new object ID, title, description, location and salary. So we are getting all these data in this controller function. As you can see, title, description, location, salary, and with that we are getting company ID also, new object ID. So this logic is working fine. Now let me hide this one and come back to the Postman application and just click on cancel, because we have not sent any response from this controller function. So just stop it, and here we will create the remaining logic for this controller function. So from here we will remove this console log, and here we will create a new job using this data. For that we will add the try catch block, and in this try block we will add one variable with the name new job equal to, and we will use new, then we will use this job model. So let's click here. So it will import this from models folder. So it has been imported. After that, in this job model we have to provide the object, and in this object we will add the title that we are getting from the request body. After that we will add description, then we will add location, then we will add the salary, and after that we will add the company data. So write company, and in this property we will provide company ID. After that we have to save this job, so write await new job dot save. After that we have to send one response so that user will get to know the job has been added. So here we will add response.json, and in this one we will add success true. And after that we will add one new job property where we will pass this job. In this process, if any error occurs, then this catch block will be executed, and in that case we will send the response using JSON method, and in this one we will add success property, that is false. And after that we will add the message property, and in this message we will add error message. So just add error.message. Now save the changes, come back to the Postman application, and here if I click on this send button, you can see here we are getting error. We have made some mistake. We have added the date property also. So to add the date property, we will come back to the VS Code, and here in this try block we will add the date property, and in this date property we will add date.now. So it will return the timestamp of current date time. After that just come to job model, and here we have the visible property, that is boolean. So instead of required, here we will remove the required and we will add default, that will be true. So whenever a new job will be posted, that will be visible by default. So we have added default true, and after that we have to add the label property also. So to post a new job we have to provide the label. So let's add the label property in this request.body. So from the request body we will get this label, and here we will add that property. So just add label, and after that we have added the title, description, location, category. So let's check if we have added the category or not. So just come back. Here we have to add the category also. So let's add the category, and here also we will add the category after label. So we have added the category. Let's see job.js file. We have added category, label, salary, date. The by default value of visible will be true. Now save the changes, and here we have some mistake and we are getting the company ID is required. So here we have added this company only. So just remove this company from here. We will add the company ID. After that save the changes, and Wait for a few seconds to restart the server. Now the server is running on port 5000 and database connected message is there. Now just come back to the Postman, and here we have to add some other properties like category. In this category, we will add test category. So we have added title, description, salary, location and category. Then we have to add the level property. So write level, and we will provide test level. After that, just click on the send button. Now you can see we have the success true, and we have the new job details where we have the title, description, location, category, level, salary. We have the date also, that is the current timestamp, and here we have the visible property true. Then we have the company ID, then we have this job ID. So this logic is working fine. So we have created the controller function to post a new job, and we have protected this route so that if the user is not authenticated, then they cannot access this route without authentication. If we open our mongoDB database, so let's open mongoDB Compass application. As you can see here, we have this jobs collection, and if I open this, we have a new job that we have added recently using the API. So we have the company ID and all these property. So this logic is working fine. And if I open this companies, so here we have this company that we have created using the API. You can see the company ID, and in this jobs we have added the same ID that we have added using this company token. After that, we will create a new route. So using that, we will get the company data. If we come back to the web browser, you can see here we need the company data in our front end to display the job card. So we will create a new route for our server. Using that, we can access the jobs data for this card. And if I open it, we will create a separate API to get the separate job data using the job ID. For that, just come back to the VS Code, and in this VS Code, we will create a new file in this routes folder. So right click and select new file and write the file name job routes.js. In this file, first we have to import the Express package from Express, and here we will create a new router. So to create a router, first we will write const router equal to express.router interface, and after that we have created this router. By using this router, we will create multiple route. So first let's add the comment, and we will create a route to get all jobs data. After that, we will add some space to create the route, and after that let's add one more comment, and here we will provide route to get a single job by ID. Here we are adding just comments, and later we will create the controller function and create the route. From here we will add export default, and we will export this router. After that, come to this controllers folder and create a new file and write the file name jobcontroller.js. In this file, we will add the controller function for this route. So just open jobcontroller.js file, and here we will create two controller functions. So just add the comment, and we will write get all jobs, and we will add export const, and here we will create the function with the name get jobs. Write async and create this arrow function. After that, in this parameter, we will get request and response. And after that, we will create one more controller function. So just add the comment, and here we will add get a single job by ID. After that, we will add export const get job by ID equal to async, and in this parameter we will get request and response and create this controller function. Now save the changes and come to job routes.js file and create the remaining routes. So to create the route, here we will add router.get, and in this one we will add slash, then we will add the controller function that will be get jobs. So you can see this get jobs has been imported from job controller file, so write .js extension. After that we will add one route here, so just add router.get, and in this one we will use the params. So to use the params we will use slash :id, and after that we will add get job by ID. So it has been imported. So we have created these router. Next we have to initialize this router in server files. So open server.js file, and after this app.use we will add app.use, and in this one we will add the path that will be slash API slash jobs. After that we have to provide the job router. So just come here, and here we will import the job router. So write import job routes from, and here we will add /routes folder / job routes.js file. After that scroll here, and here we will provide job routes. So we have added this job routes, and this API is going to be public. So to access this API we don't need any token. Now just open job controller.js file, and we will write the logic for this get jobs and get job by ID. So to create that logic we will add a try catch block, and in this try block we will add const, and here we will get all the jobs from database. So just add const jobs equal to await. After this await we will use the job model, so write job. So let's click here from this suggestion, and here we will add the file name extension.js in this import statement. After that we will add job.find method, and in this one we will add curly braces, and here we will provide visible property. In this visible property we will mark it as true. So we will get the job where the visible property is true, and if the visible property is false then we will not get that data in the public API. After that we will use .populate method, and in this method we will add this curly braces, and let's add this populate method in the next line, and here in this object we will provide the path that will be company ID. After that here we will add select property, and here we will add -password. So if we come back to the job model, here you can see we have added the company ID that is reference to the company, and here we will get the company data in this company ID property using this populate method, and from this company data we are removing this password property that contains the company password. So we will remove it using this select method. After running this statement we will get the jobs data in this variable. So after that we have to pass this data using the response. So write response.json, and in this one we will add one object where we will define success property that will be true, and after that we will add this jobs data that we will get from this statement. After that if we get any error in this try block then this catch block will be executed, and here we will send the response using JSON method, and we will mark this success false. After that we will add the message property where we will provide the error message. So write error.message. So Our API is ready. Now we will test this API, save the changes and wait for the server to be restarted. And after that, let's open the Postman application. And here we will create a new request. The type will be GET. After that, we will add the address, that is localhost port 5000/API/jobs. And after that, just click on the send button. Now you can see we have the success true, and here we have the jobs property, that is an array, and in this array we have one job. In this first job we have the job ID, title, description and other details, and then we have the company ID that contains the company data like company ID, name, email, image. From here we have removed the password property from company data using this populate select property, as you can see in this line. So this logic is working fine. After that, we will create the logic to get the job data using this ID. For that, first we will add the try catch block, and in this one, first we have to get the ID of that job. For that, we will add const curly braces ID equal to, and we will get it from request.padams. After that, we have to find the job data using this ID. So create a variable with the name job, and here we will use await job model, and here we will use find by ID method. In this one, we have to provide the ID that we are getting from the padams. After that, here we will add .populate method, and let's move this in the new line. And after that, in this populate method, we will provide one object where we will define the path. The path will be company ID. Here also we will add the select property, and here we will add dash password, same as this one that we have added in the previous code. After that, we will get the job data of this ID. So here we will add the if statement, and we will check if we don't have any job data for this job ID, then we will return a response. So write return response.json. Here we will return one object where we will define the success property false, and we will add the message property that will be job not found. After that, if we have the job data, in that case we will return the job data as a response. So write response.json, and in this one we will add the object where we will define success true, and after that we will add the job data. If any error occurs in this try block, then the catch block will be executed, and here we will add the response using the JSON method. And in this one, we will add the object where we will define the success property that is false. After that, we will add the message also, that will be error.message. Now the controller function is ready. Now save the changes and come back to the job routes.js file. As you can see, if we directly hit the /API/jobs, then this controller function will be called. And if we add any params like ID, then it will call this getJobById controller function. So let's test this one. So from here, let's just copy this ID, and after that come to this params, and here we will add the ID property, and in this value provide this ID. Now you can see in this params we have added the ID, and now if I click on this send button, now you can see we have the success true and this jobs data that contains this job ID details. So here we will get only one job data. So this logic is also working fine. So till now we have created the logic for company registration, company login and company job post. And for the public routes we have created this get jobs and get jobs by ID. After that, we will create the controller function for this get company data. By using this controller function, we will get the user data for our recruiter login. Suppose if recruiter has login into this website, then we have to display the name, logo and other details. For that, we will create this controller function that will provide us the company data. So first, here we will open this company routes.js file, and here you can see to get the company data, we have added the middleware product company that will help us to decode the token and get the company data in request.company. So we will come to this company controller.js file, and here we will add the logic that will return the company details to recruiter. So to create this logic, we have to get the company data from request.company. So just add const company equal to request.company. After that, we have to provide this data in the response. For that, we will add the try catch block. In this one, we will add the response.json, and here we will provide object where we will define success true. After that, we will provide company data. So write company. After that, let me move this statement from here and paste it in this try block. After that, if any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will add the response using the JSON method. In this JSON method, we will add the object where we will define the success false. With that, we will add the message property that contains the error message. So write message equal to error.message. Now save the changes and save this controller function and come to company routes. Here we have added this route /company. And now we will test this API. So just come back to the Postman application and we will create a new request. The type will be get. And here we will select the API endpoint, that is /API /company this /company. So just add the company again. Now if I click on this send button, now you can see the message not authorized because we have not added the token in the headers. So to get the token, let's open the previous request and copy the token. And let's open the new request, go to headers, and in this headers we will provide token and provide the token value. Now just click on the send button. Now we are getting the response with success true, and here we have the company details like ID, name, email and image. So this logic is working fine. So we have added the logic for the company route. So till now we have created register, login, company and post job. After that, we will add the logic for this get company posted jobs controller function. So let's open company controller.js file and come to this controller function get company posted jobs. So in this controller function, we will add the try catch block, and in this try block, first we will get the company ID from request.company that we will get using the auth middleware. So write const company ID equal to request.company._id. After that, we have to find the jobs in which this company ID is mentioned. So write const jobs equal to await. After that, we will add the job model and we will use the find method. In this one, we will add object where we will add the company ID that we are getting here. After that, if we open the UI and if I open this view applications page, manage jobs page, here you can see we have to add the number of applicants. For now, here we will return the jobs detail only. When we will create the logic to apply for job application, then we will return the total number of applicants also. So here we will add response.json, and in this one we will add the object where we will define the success property and mark it as true. After that, we will add jobs data, and in this jobs data we will add this jobs. Here we will add one comment also, and in this comment let's write to do adding number of applicants info in data. So we will add this logic after creating the function that is apply for job. After that we will add the code in this catch block. So just add response.json, and here we will add success false. Then we will add message, and the message will be error.message. After that, save the changes. So we have created this company posted jobs logic, and here we have added the comment to do adding number of applicants in the data. After that, we will add the logic for this change visibility controller function. Now just come back to the UI, and here you can see we have the visible option, and whenever we click on this checkbox, then it should change the visibility of that job post. So let's add the try catch block, and in this try block, first we have to get the job ID where we have to make the changes. So write const curly braces ID equal to request.body. After that, we have to get the company ID from request.company, because this route is also protected by product company middleware. So write the const company ID equal to request.company._id. After getting this company ID, we will get the job data according to this ID. So write const and write job equal to await, and here we will use job model. After this job model, we will add dot find by ID method, and in this one we have to provide the job ID. So let's use this ID here, and here we will get the job data in this variable. After that, we will check if the job contains the same company ID, then only we are going to change the visibility, and if the job.company ID does not match with this company ID, then we will not make any changes. So write if statement, and here we will check company ID dot to a string method if it is equal to job.company ID dot to a string method. In that case, here we will make this job.visible equal to not job of visible. If the visible is true, then it will become false, and if it is false, then it will make it true. So it will act as toggle function. After that, we have to save the data, so just add await job.save, and after that we have to send the response. So write response.json, and in this JSON method we have to add the object, and in this object we will provide success property true. With that, we will add this job data also. After that, if any error occurs in the try block, then the catch block will be executed. Then we will send the response using JSON method, and we will provide success false. And after that, we will add the message that contains error.message. So we have created the controller function. Now we will test this change visibility and get company posted jobs controller function. To test it, let's open company routes.js file, and here we have to test this list jobs and change visibility controller function. For that, let's open Postman application, and from here let me close this API request where we have added company/company, then close this one where we are getting the jobs data. After that, we have this post jobs, just close this one, and here we will keep this login API because we need this token. After that, let's open a new request, and here we will select post. Here we have to add the endpoint, that is localhost port 5000/API/company/ here we will add this endpoint list jobs. Just copy and paste it here. Now we will change this post to get method, and if I click on this send button, here we are getting the message not authorized. So we have to add the headers. So in this headers we will add the token, and after that here we have to add the token value. So just copy this token from here and paste it in this value. Click on this send button. Here we are getting the message invalid signature, so we have to correct the token. So let me just copy again. We have missed this one character, so just copy it again and paste it here. Now click on the send button again. Now you can see we are getting response with success true and job data. So we will get only job data according to this company ID. If another company has posted jobs, then we will not get that job data in this array. After that, we will test this API change visibility. So let's copy this one, and here we will open a new request. Here we will select post and we will add the URL, that is http localhost port 5000/API/company/ change visibility. So just copy and paste it here. Now in this header section we will add the token. So let's copy the token from here, and in this headers we will add the token and paste the value here. Then we will come to this body, and in this body we have to provide the ID of the job. So let's come back to the previous request, and here we have the job ID. So let me just copy it and come to this request and click on raw data, select the JSON, and here we will add this curly braces, and in this one we will provide ID property, and in this ID we will paste this ID. Then click on this send button. Here we have the message toString is not a function. So let me just come back to the VS Code. Here in this logic we have made some mistakes, so let me correct it. toString. Save the changes and wait for the server to be restarted. Now the server is running on 5000 port and database connected. Now just come back to the Postman and click on the send button. Now you can see we have the response with success true, and we have the response data where you can see the visual state has been changed to false. And if I again click on this button, then it will make it true. You can see the visual property is true. So this logic is perfectly working. Now again it is false, and if I click again, it will become true. So this logic is working fine. After that, we will create the routes for the user where user can apply for any job and view the application's data and update their resume also. So to create that, we will create the controller file in this controllers folder. So in this folder, we will create a new file with the name usercontroller.js. In this file, we will create some controller function for users, like to get the user data, to apply jobs, etc. So let's add the comment, and here we will write the text get user data. After that, we will create the controller function. So write export const, and the function name will be get user data equal to async, and here we will add request and response. So now this controller function has been created. Now let's create one more controller function. So write comment apply for a job. After that, we will add export const, and the function name will be apply for job equal to async, and create the arrow function with request and response in the parameter. So this controller function has been created. After that, let's create one more controller function that will help us to fetch the job application data for the user. So let's add the comment and we will write get user applied applications. After that, we will add export, then write const, and the function name will be get user job applications. So write get user job applications equal to async, and here we will add the parameter request and response and create the arrow function. After that, let's add one more controller function. Write the comment update user profile. In this one, we can only update the user's resume, and remaining thing we will update using Clerk. Now here we will create the arrow function. So write export const, and the function name will be update user resume equal to async, and create this function. In this parameter also we will get request and response, and here we have created 4 controller functions. By using these controller functions, we will create the routes for the user. So to create the routes, in this routes folder, let's create a new file and write the file name userroutes.js. In this file, first we have to import the express package. So write import express from express package. After that, we will write const router equal to express.router interface, and by using this interface we will create the router. By using this router we will create multiple endpoints. So first we will create the endpoint to get the user data. So write the comment get user data, and here we will write router.get method, and in this one we will add the endpoint that is /user, and then we will add get user data. We are getting the suggestion to import this file, so just click here. So get user data function has been imported from this user controller. Just add .js. After that, let's add the comment, and here we will add the comment text that is apply for a job. After that, we will add the router.post method, and here the endpoint will be /apply, and after that we will add the controller function that is apply for job. We are getting the suggestion, so click here and it has been imported. After that we will add one more comment, so add the comment here and provide the comment text get applied jobs data, and after that we will add the router.get method, and in this one we will provide the endpoint that is /applications, and here we will use get user job applications controller function. After adding this controller function, let's add one more comment and we will write update user profile, where we will update the resume. So let me mention it here, and then we will add router.post method, and in this one we will provide our endpoint that is update resume. After that we will use this upload middleware that will help us to parse the form data where we will send the resume. Then we will add upload.single method, and in this one we will provide the field name where we will send the resume file. So we will add resume, and after that we will add the controller function that is update user resume. So this update user resume has been imported. So now we have created 4 API endpoints and added these 4 controller functions. After that we have to export this router from this file so that we can use it in this server file. So let's write export default, and here we will add this router. Now save the changes and come back to the server.js file and initialize this router. So in this import statement, we will import user routes from, and here we will provide /routes folder and user routes.js file. After that, we will use this user routes to create the endpoint. So scroll down, and here after this app.use, we will again add app.use, and in this one we will provide /API/user, and after this users we will add user routes. Now save the changes, and here we have created the endpoint using this user routes. Now the endpoints are live. Next we have to add the logic in the user controller.js file. So first we will add the logic to get the user data. So to get the user data, here we will add the authentication using the Clerk middleware. So to use the Clerk middleware, first we will come to browser and search for Clerk Express middleware. Open this link. Here we are getting the message the Node SDK will no longer be available. Click on this link, upgrade to Express SDK. So just open this link. After that we have to install this package Clerk/Express, and after that we can use this Clerk middleware in our application. To use this Clerk middleware in our application, first we will install this package. So just copy this command from here and come back to the VS Code editor, and we have to stop this project. So just press Ctrl C. After that, clear these messages, and here we have to paste the command and npm install at Clerk Express. After installing this package, we will start the server again. So write npm run server, and it will start the server. After that, we will come back to the web browser, and here just come to this dashboard from this link, and then we have to add the Clerk secret key and publishable key in our server file. For that, come to this configure and select this API key section. From here, we will copy this key. So just click on this I button, and we have the publishable key and Clerk secret key. So just copy it from here and come back to the VS Code editor. And in this one, we will open .env file, and in this environment variable, we will add the comment, that is Clerk setup. After that, we will paste these key, and here we will write the name Clerk publishable key and remove the next. Here we have the Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key. After that, let's remove these Clerk webhooks from here and paste it here. Now let's add the comment here also, that is mongoDB setup. So here we have added the publishable key, secret key and webhook secret. After that, save the changes, and we will come to server.js file, and in this one first we will import the Clerk middleware. So in this one we will add import curly braces, and we will write Clerk middleware, and we will import this function from this Clerk Express package. So we have imported it. Now just come to this middleware section, and here we will add app.use, and in this one we will add Clerk middleware. So we have added this Clerk middleware function in this app.use. Now we have successfully integrated the Clerk middleware functionality in our Express app. Now whenever we will send any request from the front end, and if we add the authorization in the header, then we will get the user data using this Clerk middleware. After that, we will come to this controller function, and in this user controller.js file, in this function get user data, we will add the logic to fetch the user data. So in this controller function, first we have to get the user ID. To get the user ID, first we will write const user ID equal to, and we are going to use this request.auth.userid. So whenever we will pass the token from the front end, then our Clerk middleware will convert the token into the .auth object that contains the user ID and user details. So we will write user ID equal to request.auth.userid. From here we can get the user ID. After that we will add the try catch block. And in this try block, first we have to find the user using the user ID. So write const user equal to await. And here we will use the user model. So select this from the suggestions from models folder user file. And here we have to add the extension .js. After that, in this user model, we will use findYID method. And here we will provide the user ID that we are getting from this auth object. After that, we will get the user. So first we have to check if we don't get any user for this user ID. In that case, we will return a response. So write return response.json. And in this one, we will pass the object with success property false. After that, we will add the message. In this message, we will provide the message that is user not found. After that, if we have the user in this user variable, in that case, we will create a response using the JSON method, and here we will provide success true. With that, we will add the user data. So simply add this user. If we get any error in this process, then the catch block will be executed. So just create a response using the JSON method, and we will pass the object where we will add success false. With that, we will add the message. And in this message, we will add error.message. So now the logic is ready for this get user data from the database. After that, we will add the logic to apply for a job. To apply for a job, we need a new model, and we will name the model like job applications. By using that model, we will manage the job applications of the user. So in this models folder, let's create a new file and write the file name job application.js. In this file, first we have to import mongoose. So write import mongoose from mongoose. Then we will create the job application schema. So write const job application schema equal to mongoose equal to new mongoose dot a schema constructor. And in this constructor, we will provide the object where we will define the company ID, user ID, job ID, and status. So let's add the properties here. So first we need to add the user ID. This user ID will be a string type. So write type a string. And after that, we will add the reference. That will be our user collection. So write user. With that, we will add required property and make it true. So we have added this user ID with type a string, and here we have added the reference collection user. Then we have added required true. After that, let's create a copy of this one, and here we will name the property company ID. In this one, the type will be mongoose.schema.types.object ID. And here we will add the reference that is company. Here also we will add required true. After that, let's create one more copy of this one. Here we will add the property name job ID. After that, in this type we will add mongoose schema type object ID, and in the reference we will add job. So we are providing job collection. Here also we will make required true. After that, let's add the status property. In this one, we will manage the status of the application like accepted or rejected. So write type property, and here we will add a string. Then we will add the default property, and in this default we will add pending. So whenever a user apply for any job, then the status will be pending, and if the recruiter accept or reject the application, then we will change the status. After that, we will add the date property. So in this one we will add type, it will be number, and here we will add the required property, mark it as true. So we have added user ID, and we have created the reference with user collection. Then we have the company ID, then job ID. Then we have the status and date for this job application. Suppose any user apply for any job, then we have to save the job ID here, then company ID, then user ID, then we will save the status. That is going to be pending by default. And in this date property, we will provide the date when the job was applied. After that, we will create the model using this schema. So write const job application equal to mongoose.model, and in this model we will provide the collection name, that is job application. After that, we will add job applications schema. Then we will get this model. Next, we have to export this model from this file so that we can use it in another file. So write export default, and here we will provide job application. Now we can use this job application in our controller function. So save the changes and come to user controller.js file, and here we will add the logic so that a user can apply for a job. So to apply for a job, first we need the job ID. So we will get the job ID from the body. So let's write job ID. After that, we will get it from request.body. So whenever we will make the API call, then we have to provide the job ID in request.body. After that, we need the user ID for the authentication. So write const user ID equal to request.auth.user ID. After that, here we have the user ID and job ID. Now we'll add the logic to save the data in our database. So first we'll add the try catch block, and in this try block, first we will check if this user is already applied for this job or not. If they have already applied, then we will not create the duplicate application for this job. For that, write const, and we will create the variable with the name is already applied. After that, we will use await, and here we will use job application model. So just click here, so it has been imported. After that, in this model we will use .find method, and here we will pass the object, and in this object we will pass the job ID, then pass the user ID. So if we find any job application that contains the job ID and user ID, it means that user have already applied for that job. So in that case, we will return a response. So let's add the if statement, and here we will check if is already applied .length is greater than 0. In that case, we will return a response using the JSON method. In this one, we will pass the object where we will define success false. And here we will add the message, that is already applied. After that, suppose we don't find any application that contains the job ID and user ID. It means the user has not applied for this job. Then we will apply the job and save the data in the database. So write const job data equal to await. Here we will use job collection, and in this one we will use find by ID method. In this one, first we will find the job for this job ID and save the job data in this job data variable. So we will provide the job ID that we are getting from the request.body. After that, we have the job data. Now suppose if we don't get any job data, then the user is applying for a different job ID that is not available in the database. So in that case, we will create a response. So let's add the if statement, and here we will check if we don't have any job data for this job ID. In that case, we will return a response using the JSON method, and in this one we will pass the object where we will define the success property that is false. After that, we will add the message property, and here we will provide the message job not found. After that, suppose we have the job data, then we will create the job application. So to create the job application, we will add await. After that, we will use job application model dot create method, and in this one we will pass the object, and in this one we have to provide the details as we have created in this job applications model. So we have to provide the user ID, company ID, job ID, status and date. For that, first we will add the company ID, and we will get the company ID from job data dot company ID. After that, we will add the user ID that we will get from the request authentication. After that, we will add the job ID that we are getting from the request body. After that, we will add the date property, and in this one we will provide the current date timestamp. So write date.now method that will return a current date timestamp. So we have added all these details. If I open the job applications.js file, and here you can see we have the status property, and it will be automatically created because we have provided default pending. So the default value will be pending. Now we have the data to create the application. After that, the job applications will be created. Then we have to return a response using the JSON method. And in this one, we will pass the object where we will define the success property that is going to be true. After that, we will add the message property, and in this one, we will add the message that applied successfully. So now the logic is ready for job application. If any error occurs in this process, then the catch block will be executed. So here we will return a response. So write a response.json. Here we will add the object with success property false. And after that, we will add the message property, and here we have to provide error.message. Now the controller function is ready. Now save the changes. After that, we will create the logic to get the user applied applications. Using this controller function, we will get the user's job applications data that we can able to display on our UI. So if I come back to the web browser, and if we come to applied jobs page, so here you can see we have the data. So we have to display the data of applied jobs. So we have to create this controller function. So to create this one, first we have to add the try catch block. So let's add it here. And in this one, we have to get the user ID from the request.auth. So write one variable with the name user ID. And in this one, we will store the user ID that we will get from request.auth.user ID. Then we have to find the applications of this user. For that, let's create a variable with the name application equal to await, and here we are going to use job application model dot find method, and in this find method we have to add the object where we will define the user ID, and after that we will add dot populate method and add it in the new line, and in this populate method we will populate the company ID, and in this company ID we need the name of the company, email of the company, and image of the company. So write it here in this string format. After that we will add one more populate method, and in this one we have to populate the job ID. So let's add job ID, and after that we will add the title property, description property, location property, category, label, and salary. After that we will use this exec method that will execute our query. After that we will get the job applications data in this application variable. So just write applications here because we are getting multiple applications data in this variable. After that we will add the if statement, and here we will add one check. If we don't get any applications here, in that case we will return a response. So here we will add return, and we will add response.json, and in this one we will add object where we will define success and mark it as false. Then we will add the message property. In this message property we will add the message that is no job applications found for this user. Suppose if we get the applications data in this applications variable, in that case we will return a response. So write return response.json, and in this one we will provide the object where we will mark the success property true. With that we will pass this applications data. Suppose any error occurs in this process, then this catch block will be executed. So in that case we will add response.json. With that we will provide one object where we will define success property false, and here we will add message property where we will provide error.message. Now this controller function is ready. Now we will add the logic so that user can update or upload their resume on the database. So first let's come to user routes.js file. Here we have created this route update resume, and here we are using this upload.single middleware. So whenever we will send the resume, we have to send the form data format, and in this form data we have to send the resume in the resume field name. So let's create this update user resume controller function. So first we will add the try catch block. In this try block, first we have to get the user ID from request auth. So write const user ID equal to request.auth.user ID. After that we have to get the resume file from the request file. So just add const, the variable name is resume file, and in this one we will store that file. So write request.file. After that we will find the user data using this user ID. So write const user data equal to await, and here we will use the user model. So just click on this model, and then we will use dot find by id method, and here we have to provide the user ID that we are getting from the authentication. So write user ID here. After that we have the resume file and user data. Now we will update this resume on the Cloudinary platform, and after that we will add that resume file link in this user data. For that first we will check If we have the resume file, just select this resume file, and in that case we will upload that resume. So write const resume upload equal to await. After that we will use the Cloudinary. So we have to import the Cloudinary first. So scroll up, and here we will import v2 from Cloudinary, and here we will add v2 as Cloudinary. After that scroll down and come to this controller function, and here after this await we will use this Cloudinary package dot uploader property, and in this uploader property we will use this upload function, and in this one we will provide resume file dot path. So it will upload the file on Cloudinary platform, and we will get this response resume upload. In this one we have the URL of the resume file. So here we will use user data dot resume property, and we will update this property. So to update this property we have to provide resume URL. So to get the resume URL we will use this resume upload variable, and in this one we have the property called secure URL that will provide the public URL to access this document that we have just uploaded here. After that we have to update the user data that we have updated here, then we have to save the data. So to save the data we will add await user data dot save method. We will save this data in the database, and after saving this data we have to return a response. So write return response.json, and in this one we will pass the object where we will define the success property that is going to be true. And after that we will add the message also, that is resume updated. After that our logic is ready. If we get any error in this process, then this catch block will be executed. So in this catch block we will send a response using JSON method, and here we will provide the object where we will define the success property false, and in that we will add the message also, that is error.message. Now our controller function is ready. After that save the changes, and now we will start integrating the API with our frontend. In this web application first we will integrate the feature of recruiter login and sign up. To do that we have to create some state variable to manage the login credentials, like to manage and store the company token. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and in this one we will open this client folder, src directory, context folder, and open this app context.jsx file. Here we will create some state variables. So after this we will create a state variable with the name company token. So write const company token. Setter function name will be set company token equal to use state, and we will initialize this value with null. After that we will create one more state variable, so just copy and paste it for one more time, and the state variable name will be company data, and here we will set the setter function name set company data and initialize it with null. After that we will come to value object, and here we will add this states and setter function. So write company token set company token. After that we will add company data set company data. After that save the changes, and we will come to this components folder, and here we will open recruiter login.jsx. This is our pop-up where we will add the logic so that user can log in through the API. To add the logic, first we need the backend URL. So to get the backend URL, in this environment variable we will create a new environment variable with the name wheat underscore backend underscore URL, and here we will store the URL, that is http://localhost port 5000. This is our backend URL, that is the server URL. After that, we will save the changes and we will come to app context.jsx file, and here we will create a variable and name the variable backend URL equal to. Here in this variable we have to assign the backend URL from environment variable. So write import.meta.env. After that we will add .wheat underscore backend underscore URL. After that we have to provide this backend URL in this value object so that we can access it in any component. So just add the backend URL here. Now we have to save the changes, and after that just come to recruiterlogin.jsx file, and here from the context we will get the backend URL. So just add comma and add the backend URL. So here we have the backend URL, and in this one, now in this onSubmit handler function, we will make the API call using this backend URL. So to make the API calls, we will use the Axios package. So let's come to this terminal where the client project is running. We will stop this project using Ctrl+C, and after that we will install the Axios package using npm i axios. Now the package has been installed, and after that again start the project using npm run dev. After that, here we have to make the API call. For that, here we will add the try catch block, and in this try block, first we will check the state of our component. So in this component we have two state, that is sign up and login. So here we will check if our state is login. If the state is login, we will make the login API call. So just add const curly braces data. So this is the data that we will get as a response from the API. Here we will add await and then use the Axios package. We are not getting the suggestion to import the Axios, so we have to manually import this package. So write import Axios from Axios package. So we have imported it. Now we will add axios.post because the API type is post. Then we have to provide the backend URL that we are getting from the context, and after that we will concatenate the endpoint. So the endpoint will be /API/company/login /API/company/login, and after that we have to add the body also, and in this body we will add the email, password state that contains the input field value. So we have added this object in the body. Then we will get the response in this data. So here we will check if our data.success property is true. It means the user is successfully logged in, and we will receive a company token and company data in the response. So for now, let's add the console log, and here we will console log this data that we are getting as a response from the API. And after that, let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Just reload the web page. Just click on this recruiter login, and here we will try to log in. So let me just open the DevTool. We will open the console. Now you can see we have the input field, so we will provide the login credentials. So if we remember, we have created the account during the API creation. So here we have the email ID and password for the recruiter login. So just copy this email ID, paste it here, then just copy the password from here and paste it here. Now just click on this login button. Now you can see in the console we have the response where we have the success true, then we have the company data, and this token. So we have to save this company data and token in the state that we have just created in this app context. As you can see here, we have the company token, company data. So first we need to destructure the setter function in the recruiter login component. So here in this object, after this backend URL, we will get set company token. Then we will write set company data. So we have this setter function. So after this successful login, we will call this set company data, and in this one we will provide data.company. So we are getting the company data in this response in this company property. So we are providing data.company. Similarly, we will set company token, and here we will provide data.token. After that, we will store the token in the local storage also, so that whenever a user reload the web page, then the token remains in our application. So let's add local storage dot set item, and in this one we will provide the key name, that is company token. So write company token, and in this one we have to provide the company token. So just add data.token. After that, we have to hide this pop-up. So whenever the user gets logged in, then we have to hide this login pop-up. For that, here we will add set show recruiter login and provide false. With that, we have to navigate the users on dashboard so that they can view the data. For that, we will call the navigate function. So first we have to create the navigate function. So here we will write const navigate equal to use navigate. We are not getting the option to import use navigate, so we have to manually import it. So to import this one, we will add import curly braces, we will add use navigate, and we will import it from React router DOM package. Now we have this navigate function. We will use this navigate to navigate users on the dashboard. So in this if statement, we will add navigate, and here we will add the dashboard path, that is /dashboard. So we have added this logic. Now if we don't get the data.success true, then we will receive an error message. So here we have to display the error message. So to display the error message, we will use React Toastify. So first we have to initialize the React Toastify package. So just come back to the web browser, open a new tab and search for React Toastify. Open this link, and from here we have to come to this section. As you can see, we have to import this in the app component. So just copy this to import statement and come to app.jsx file, and in this one we will paste this import statement. After importing the toast container, we have to initialize it. So here after this statement, we will add this toast container. Now we have successfully added the React Toastify in our project. To display a toast notification, here we will add the else statement, and in this else statement we will add one toast notification. So write toast.error. Make sure to import this toast from React Toastify. Here in this toast.error, we have to provide the error message. So we will get the error message on data.message property. So write data.message. So now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let's open the page and click on this recruiter login. Let's add the email ID and add the password and click on the login button. Let me add the incorrect password and click on the login button. So here we have made some mistake in the backend. So let's just come back to the server folder, then open controllers folder, company controller, and in this login logic, we have used this bcrypt.compare that takes some time to compare the password. So here we have to write await. After adding the await, save the changes and wait for the server to be restarted. Then close this file and come back to the recruiterlogin.jsx file and save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now reload the web page and click on this recruiter login. Now if I provide the email ID and password, so let's add the email ID, that is slack@demo.com, and here we will provide one incorrect password and click on the login button. Now you can see the notification invalid email or password, and if we provide the correct password and click on the login button, now we are successfully logged in and we are redirected to dashboard page. Here this data is dummy, and if I open these pages, these data are also dummy. So now we will replace these data and these information using the API. As you can see in this console, we have the response when we are logged in, and if I open this application, here you can see we have the local storage, and in this one we have this company token. Suppose if I reload this web page, now the token has been removed from the state, but still we have the token in the browser console. But here we have the token saved in the browsers. So we will retrieve this token and save it in our state variable. So let's open the console again and we will add the remaining logic. So here we have added the logic for the state login. After this curly braces, we will add the else statement, and here we will add the logic for the company sign up. So to sign up a recruiter, here we have to pass the name, email and password. Then we have to click on the next button. Then we will pass the image also. So to pass the image, we will use the form data. So first we will create the form data. So just add const form data equal to new form data. After creating this form data, we will append the name, email, password and image of the company. To do that, we will add the form data dot append method, and here we have to provide two parameters. The first one will be field name, that is name, and the second parameter will be a state that contains the name. Now just create another copy of this one. Here we will add the field name password, and here we will add the password state. Similarly, we will create one more copy, and here we will add the field name, email, and here we will provide the email state. After that, let's create one more copy, and here we will add the image field name, and in this image field name we have to provide the image. So just add this image state. After that, the form data is ready. Next we will call the API. So write const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use axios.post method, and in this one we will provide the backend URL, and here we will concatenate the endpoint. So the endpoint is /API/company/register. After that, we have to add the form data. So let's add the form data. After adding this form data, we will get the response data. So here we will check if data.success is true. In that case, we will save the token and company details in the state like we have done here. So just copy this one and paste it here. If we get data.success false, in that case we will add the else statement, and here we will create a toast notification. So write toast.error, and here we will add data.message. If any error occurs in this try block, then the catch block will be executed. So here we will add the toast notification, so write toast.error, and in this one we will provide error.message. So onSubmit handler function is ready. Now we can remove this console log from here, just remove it from here and from here also. Now save the changes. Now we will check the sign up functionality of our component. So let's reload the web page, click on this recruiter login and click on this sign up, and here we have to provide the company name. So let's add Google. Then we will add the email ID. So let's write google@demo.com. Then we will add the password and click on this next button. Here we have the message missing details. So let me just correct it. If I scroll up, here you can see we are checking the state is equal to sign up, and here we have added is text data submitted. So here we have to add the return statement so that the function will be terminated here only. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now this logic is perfect. Now just select any image from here. So we have selected the Google logo and click on this create account button. Now you can see we are redirected to this dashboard page. It means the account has been created successfully and we are successfully logged in using the authentication token. After that, we will come back to the VS Code, and here we will come to app.context.jsx file, and if I reload the web page, the state gets cleared where we have stored the company token. So in this app context, we will add the logic so that whenever we will reload the web page, then if we have the token in the local storage, then we will set that token in this company token state. For that, in this use effect, we will add the logic. So write const, we will write the variable name stored company token equal to local storage dot get item, and in this one we will provide the key name where we have stored our token. So let's open the application, and in this local storage we have the key name company token. So just copy this and paste it here. After that, here we will add the if statement and we will check if we have the stored company token in this variable. In that case, we will call the set company token function, and in this one we will set this token. So write a stored company token. Now save the changes. Now whenever a recruiter reload this web page, they will not get logged out. They will be still logged in because they have token stored in the local storage of web browser. After that, here we have this company data. So whenever a user reload the web page, then we will create a function that will fetch the company data using this token. For that, here we will create a function that will fetch the company data. So just add the comment, and here we will provide function to fetch company data. After that, we will create an arrow function. So write const fetch company data equal to async, and here we will create this function. After that, in this function we will add the try catch block, and here we will add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use Axios package. So we are getting the suggestions, so just click here, so it will get imported. After that, we will use .get method and we will provide the backend URL. After that, we will add the endpoint, that is /API/company/company. So let me just correct the spelling. After that, we have to provide the token. So to provide the token, we will add headers, and in this headers we will add the object where we will add token. In this token, we have to provide the company token. So write colon company token. After that, we will get the response here. So we will check if we got data.success true. It means we have successfully verified and we will get the company data in the response. So we will set the company data and we will provide data.company that contains the data of our company. After that, if the data.success is false, in that case we will add the else statement, and in this one we will add the toast notification. So write toast.error, and here we will add data.message. If any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will add toast.error, and in this one we will provide error.message. Now the function is ready to fetch the company data. Next we have to call this function whenever the page gets reloaded. So for that we will add the use effect. In this use effect we will pass the arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array we will add company token. So whenever the company token gets changed, then this function will be executed, and here we will add the logic, that is, if we have the company token, in that case we will call fetch company data function. So we have added this logic. Now save the changes, and after that we will add the console log also, so that we can see the data in the web browser. In this if statement we will add console log data, save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I reload the web page and open the console tab, here you can see we have the success true and the company data, and we are getting this response from app context.jsx file line number 39 from here. So this logic is also working fine. Now we have the company data and company token also. Now let's come back to the dashboard page, and here we will use these details to display the welcome message and this logo. For that, let's come back to the VS Code. Now we will come to app.jsx file, and here we will add the logic. So first we will get company token. After getting this state, here we will display this route when we have this company token. For that, let's add ternary operator within this route. Here we will check if we have the company token, then only we will return the fragment, and in this fragment we will add this route. So just cut it from here and paste it within this fragment. Suppose we don't have the company token, in that case here we will add this colon, and here we will return null. After adding this, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have the company token. Then we are able to access these pages, and if we don't have the token, then we cannot access these pages. After that we will open dashboard.jsx file, and here we have this section, that is our navbar. So here we have to display the company details that we are getting from the API. So in this file we will come to this div, and here we will add curly braces. Here we will check if we have the company data, then only we will display this company data here. So first we have to get the company data from the context. So write const curly braces company data equal to use context. And in this one we will provide the app context. Make sure to import app context and use context. After that, in this curly braces we will check if we have this company data, then only we will return this div. So let's cut it from here and we will add it here before this div. So just add it here, and if we have this company data, then only we will return this div. So just add the AND operator, we will add this small bracket, and within this bracket we will cut this div from here and paste it within this div. After that, here we have added the static details like welcome great stack. So instead of this great stack, we will display the company name. So to display the company name, just remove this and here just add the curly braces and provide company data dot name. Similarly, here in this image src, we will provide the company image. So let's add company data dot image property. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have registered the account using Google and Google logo. So you can see the name Google and Google logo in the navigation bar. So we are getting this data from the API. If I reload this web page, still we have this data, that is company name and logo. After that, we will come back to the VS Code and here we will integrate the API to add the job. So here we have the add job page. So in this one we will add the logic so that when we fill this form and click on the add button, then we will get the data in the database. So just come back to the add job.jsx file, and here we have added the states like title, location, category, level and salary. So we will use these data to create a new job post. So just come back to the VS Code. Here we will create one arrow function and write the function name onSubmitHandler. So write const onSubmitHandler equal to async and create the arrow function. Here we are going to deal with form. So here we will receive the event from the form and we have to prevent the form from reloading. So just add e.preventDefault. So it will prevent the web page from reloading when we submit the form. After that, we have to add this onSubmitHandler function on the form tag. So here we will add onSubmit property, and in this one we will provide onSubmitHandler. After that, in this onSubmitHandler function, we will add the logic so that we can add a new job post. So we will add the try catch block, and in this one we have to get the description from this editor. So to get the description from Quill editor, we will add const description equal to, and here we will use quillref.current.root.innerHTML. Now we have the description, and here we have the title, location, category, level and salary property. Now we will use these property and send it on API. So we will add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use Axios. Make sure to import this Axios from Axios package. After that, here we will add .post method, and in this one we have to provide the backend URL. So we have to get the backend URL from the context. For that, we will write const curly braces backend URL equal to use context, and in this one we have to provide the app context. After that, here in this post method we have to add backend URL, and after that we will concatenate the endpoint, that is /API/jobs/add. After that we will add comma, and here we have to provide some data in the body. So we will add curly braces, and in this one we will provide the title, description, location, salary, category and level. So we have added the data in the body. After that we have to provide the token. So write comma and add one object. Here we will define headers, and in this headers we will add the object where we will define token, and we have to get the token from the context. So after this backend URL, we will add company token, and after that come to this header section, and here we will provide company token. Now we will get the response data in this data object. So here we will add the if statement, and we will check if we have the data.success property true. It means the job is posted successfully. So in that case, we will display a toast notification. So just add toast.success, and in this one we have to provide the message that we will get from the API. So just add data.message. Now we have to reset the title and description. These three are drop down select menu, so we will not reset this. So in this if statement, we will add set title. Here we will provide empty string. Then we will add set salary. Here we will provide the number 0. Then we will reset this text editor. So just add quillref.current.root.innerHTML equal to empty string. So it will reset the description box also. If we get data.success false, it means we have some error. So just add the else statement, and in this one we will display a notification. So write toast.error, and here we will provide the message that is data.message. If we get any error in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So write toast.error, and here we will display the error message. So write error.message. Now we have added the logic for new job post. Save the changes and come back to the web browser, and here we will add the new job in the database. So in this input field we will add the title. So let's open the assets folder, assets.js file, and here we have some dummy data for the jobs. So let's use this data to add the job. So I will copy the title and paste it in this input field. Then we will copy the description, and this description is in the HTML format. So let's open a new tab, and here we will search for HTML viewer and open this website. Then paste the HTML code. So here we have this text. Now just copy this rich text from here and come to this description section and paste it. Now you can see we have some headings and points. We will select the location, then we will select the job label, that is intermediate level. Then we have to provide the job salary. So let me add 25,000 and click on the add button. So here we have some error, request failed with a status code 404. So let's check the logic that we have added here. If I come to add job.jsx, here we have added the backend URL /API/jobs. Then we have added /add. And if I come to company routes.js file, so you can see the endpoint is /post/job. So just copy the endpoint and come back to the add job.jsx file, and here we will remove this, and here we will add /API/company. Then we will add / and paste this post job. So this is the correct API endpoint to add a new job. Now save the changes. After that, come back to the web browser and click on the add button. Now you can see our job has been added. And if we open the database, now you can see this is the mongoDB Compass application, and if I click on this job collections and reload this web page, now we have two jobs. This job was added using the API testing application Postman, and here we have the new job that we have added using the add job page. So here we have the information like title, description, location, category, label, salary, date and company ID. So this logic is working fine. After that, just come to manage jobs page, and here we will add the logic so that we can see the company's posted job. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and in this one we will open managejobs.jsx file. Here we will add the logic to fetch the data from the API and display the data in this table format. So first we will create some state variables. So write const jobs, setter function name is setJobs, then write equal to useState, and initialize this variable with boolean data false. After that, we will create a function to fetch the company's job. So let's add the comment, and in this comment we will add function to fetch company job applications data. After that, we will create the arrow function with the name fetch company jobs. It is going to be an asynchronous function, so write async and create the arrow function. In this function, we have to do the API call. So we need the backend URL and company token. So we will add const curly braces. We will use the backend URL and company token. We will get it from use context hook, and in this one we have to provide the app context. Make sure to import app context and use context. After that, we have the backend URL and company token. Now we can make the API call. So let's add the try catch block, and here we will write const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use the Axios package. So Axios has been imported. Then we will add .get method, and here we have to provide the backend URL. After that, we will concatenate the endpoint, that is /API/company/list jobs. After that, we have to add the header, so just add the comma, and here we will add the object where we will define headers, and in this headers we will store one object where we will provide the token property, and in this token property we will provide company token. Now we will get this data as a response, so here we will add the if statement, and we will check if the data.success property is true. It means we will get all the job data for this company. So we will add setJobs setter function and provide data.jobs data. And here we will use .reverse method so that we will get the latest jobs in the first element of the array. And if we get the data.success false, in that case we will add the else statement, and here we will add toast notification. So write toast.error and provide data.message. After that, if any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So in that case, we will add toast.error and provide error.message. Now the function is ready. Next, we have to call this function whenever the page gets reloaded. So after this function, we will use the use effect. And in this one, we will pass the arrow function, and we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array, we have to provide the company token. So whenever the company token changes, then we will execute this function. And in this function, we will add the if statement, and we will check if we have the company token, then we will call fetch company jobs function. So we have added the logic. After that, we will get data.success true. Then we will add console log also so that we can see the data in the console. So write data.jobs data. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see, if I come to add job and reload the web page, so here we are getting the company data. And if I come to manage jobs, and here we have one array, and in this array we have one object because this company has posted only one job post. So here we have the details like category, company ID and other job details. So we will use these details to display this table. If I see this data, here we don't have the applicant's data. So in this UI we have to display the applicant's data, like how many applicants have applied for this job. But we don't have this data in this response. So now we'll add the logic so that we can count the applicant's data and add it here. For that, we will come to server folder and we will open companycontroller.js file and scroll this file. So in this get company posted jobs function, here we have added to do. So here we have to add the logic so that we can count the number of applicants applied for this job. So to add that logic, let me remove this to do, and here we will create a variable with the name jobs data, and it is going to be await, and we will use the promises. So let's add promise, then use the all method, and in this one we have to map the jobs array that we are getting here. So we will map the jobs array. After that, in this map method we have to pass the asynchronous arrow function. So write async and pass the arrow function. In this parameter we will get the individual job, and in this function we will check the number of applicants applied for this job. For that, we will create a variable with the name applicants equal to await, and we will use the job application model, and in this one we will use .find method, and here we have to provide the filter, that is job ID. In this job ID we will provide job._id that we are getting from this parameter. After that, we will get number of applications for this job ID. So in this applicants, we will get the number of application for this job ID, and we will add that number in this job object, and we will save that object in this jobs data array. So here we will add return, and we will return one object. Here we will use the spread operator, and in this one we will convert it into object. Then we will add one property, that is applicants, and in this one we will add the applicants.length. So in this response where we are passing this jobs for the jobs data, now we will pass the jobs data directly. So remove this colon and jobs from here. Now we are passing this jobs data in this response. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I reload this web page, now you can see here we have some network error because the server has not restarted till now. So just wait for the server to be restarted. Now you can see server is running and database connected. Now just come back to the web browser and reload this web page. Now you can see here we have the company data and this array, and in this one we have the number of applicants, that is 0. So till now we have not applied for any job, that's why the applicants is 0. If any user apply for this job, then this applicants count will increase. Now we have to display this data in this table. So just come back to the VS Code and we will come to manage jobs.jsx file, and here we will come to this manage jobs data. So here we have added this data from assets file, that is the dummy data. So we have to add the actual data here. So just write jobs state After that, we will use the map method. Now if I come back to the console, here you can see the applicants. So here we have the job.applicants, that is correct. Then we have the job.location, this is also correct. Then we have added job.date, this is also fine. Job.title is also fine. So all the logics are correct. So save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have this data, full stack developer, then job post date, that is the current date, then the location and applicants is 0. And here we have added this visual. So you can see it is already visual, but here we are not getting the checkbox. So we will correct it. So in this input box, we will add the checked property. And in this checked property, we will provide job.visible property. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have it checked. Here we are getting some warning in the console. That is, we have directly provided this checked, but we have not provided any onChange property. So we will add that logic that will help us to change the state of this visible property, so that if we click here, then it will update the visible state. So you can see this visible property is true. If I click here, then it will become false, and if I click again, then it will become true. So first we have to create a function. So after this function and before this use effect, let's add one comment. Here we will add the comment function to change job visibility. After that, we will create the arrow function with the name change job visibility, and it is going to be an async arrow function. Now in this function, we will get the ID of the job from the parameter. So just add the ID, and in this function, we will add the try catch block. Before writing the logic, first we will add this function in this input field. So just add the onChange property, and here we will provide the arrow function, and here we will call change job visibility function, and in this one we have to provide the job ID. So just add job dot underscore ID, that is the job ID that we are getting from this object, as you can see here. After that, we will come to this function, and here we will add the logic to call the API and change the visible state. So just add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use the Axios package dot post method, and in this one we will provide the backend URL, and after that we will concat the endpoint, that is /API/company/ change dash visibility. After that we will add comma, and here we will add the object where we have to pass the body. So in the body we have to provide the job ID. So just add the ID that we are getting from this parameter. After this ID, we have to provide the headers also, where we have to add the company token. So just add the comma and add the object. So in this object we will provide headers, and in this headers we will add the object and provide the token property, and in this token property we will provide company token. So we have created this API call. Now we will get this data in the response. Let's move it in one line so it will look better. After this API call, let's add the if statement, and here we will check if the data.success is true. In that case, we will display a toast notification with style success and provide data.message. With that, we have to fetch the latest data from the API for this page. So here we will call the fetch company jobs function. Suppose we get data.success false, then we will add the else statement, and here we will provide toast.error and provide data.message. If any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will display a toast notification. So just add toast.error, and here we will display the error message, that is error.message. Now we have added the logic for the visual state. So just save the changes and come back to the web browser. Reload this web page. So here we are getting the error in the console, jobs.map is not a function. So just come back, and here we have initialized this jobs data as false. So we have to correct this one. So we will remove this false from here and initialize it with empty array. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I reload this web page, now you can see we are getting all the data, and if I click on this checkbox, now the visual state will get changed, and in this data that we are getting from the API, you can see the visual property is false. And if I click on this checkbox again, now it is enabled, and if I open the new response, and in this object you can see visual true. So this logic is working fine. So till now we have added the recruiter login, sign up, add job functionality, manage jobs functionality, and after that we will add multiple jobs in our database using this add jobs page. So let me add more job, and I will skip that part that is not essential for this video. So let me add some jobs and come back again. So now I have added total 23 jobs in this database, and we are getting all the jobs list here. After that, we will add this logout functionality here so that we can log out from this account. So just come back to the VS Code, and we will open app.context.jsx file. After that, here we will open dashboard.jsx file, and first we will get some setter function and a state variable from this app context. So we will get set company data. After that we will get set company token. After that we will create one arrow function with the name logout. So let's add the comment, that is function to logout for company. Now we will create the function. So just add const logout equal to, here we will create this arrow function. Here we have to call set company token function, and in this one we will provide null. After that we will remove this token from the local storage also. So just add local storage dot remove item, and in this one we will provide company token. After that we have to call the set company data function, and here we will provide null. After recruiter logout we will use the navigate function. In this navigate function we will add the path, that is our home path, so that whenever recruiter click on the logout button, then they will be redirected to home page. After that we have to link this function with this logout link. So you can see here we have the li tag. So in this one we will add the onClick property, and in this one we will add this logout function. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on this logout, now you can see we are successfully logged out, and if I try to open /dashboard/add-job, it will not open this page because we have added app.jsx, and in this app.jsx we have added, if we have the company token, then only it will display these routes. If I directly open this page, then that component will not get rendered. Now let's come back to the home page. Here we will again check the recruiter login. So just click on this one and we will add the credentials. Click on the login button. Now we are logged in, and on this route we have all these options. Whenever we are coming on the dashboard page like this one, then here we are getting nothing. So here we have 3 pages. So we will set any of these pages for the default page, so that whenever we will open the dashboard, then it will open any of these page. So we will make this manage jobs page a default page. So whenever we will open the dashboard, it will open this manage jobs. So just come back to the dashboard.jsx file, and after this logout function, here we will add the use effect. Here we will add the arrow function. And after this arrow function, we will add this dependency array. In this function, we will add the if statement, and here we will check if we have the company data. In that case, we will navigate the users on /dashboard/manage jobs. After adding these routes, let's come to dependency array, and here we will provide company data. So whenever the company data gets changed, then this function will be executed and it will check when we have the company data. Then the user will be navigated to dashboard/manage jobs page. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser, and here we will open /dashboard. Now you can see we are directly navigated to this manage jobs. If you want to set any of these page as a default, then copy the route and paste it here. So whenever a recruiter will log in, then they will come to default page. After that, we will come back to the home page, and here you can see we have the data. This is the dummy data that we are getting from the assets file. So now we will display these data from the API. So to get these data from the API, let's come back to the VS Code, and here we will open app.context.jsx file. Here you can see we have created the function to fetch the jobs. In this function, we have added set jobs, and we have provided jobs data array that we are getting from the assets file, as you can see here. Now here we will add the logic that will help us to fetch the job from API call, and we will set that job in this jobs state. So first we will add the try catch block. Now remove this set jobs from here, and in this try block we will write const curly braces data equal to await. After that we will use the Axios package dot get method, and in this one we have to provide the backend URL. So write backend URL plus we will provide the endpoint to fetch the job. So just add /API/jobs. And after that we will add the if statement, and here we will check if our data.success property is true. In that case, we will get the job data in the jobs property. So we will call set jobs setter function, and in this one we will provide data.jobs. With that we will console log this data.jobs so that we can see the jobs data in the console. If any error occurs in this process, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will add the toast notification using this error style, and here we will provide error.message. And if we get data.success false, then we will add the else statement, and here we will display the toast notification using this error, and in this one we will provide data.message. Now this logic is perfect. After that, save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. Now if I reload the home page, now we will get this array where we have total 23 jobs data, and each object contains the company ID that contains the company details like name, image and email. And here we are getting the data that is from the API, and if I click on apply now button, then this page will be open, and here you can see we have the job ID in the URL, that is the job ID created in the mongoDB. Now we have the mongoDB ID that act as a job ID for this job data. Here we are getting the description also, and these points are also looking good. Now we will open the logic of this page. So just open apply job.jsx file. Here we are getting the ID from the parameter, and then we are searching for that job in this jobs array. Now if I open our job routes.js file, here we have created one endpoint for a specific purpose where we have added the ID and it will provide the job details. So from here we have to find the data from this jobs. We will create this logic so that if we call the API and fetch this job data using this ID. For that, we will remove this logic from here in this fetch job function, and after that remove this if statement also and simply call this fetch job whenever the ID gets changed. So remove this jobs. Now in this function, that is fetch job, we will fetch the job data. So to fetch the job data using this ID, we are going to call the API. So here we will add the logic to make the API call. So first we need the backend URL. So after this jobs array, we will add backend URL. After that, in this function, we will call the API. So just add const curly braces data equal to axios dot. Here we will use the get method, and here just provide the backend URL and concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/jobs, and here we have to provide the ID of the job. So to provide the ID of the job, we have to use the template literal. So from here we can remove this quote and we will use this backtick. And in this one, we will provide the $ curly braces and provide $ID that we are getting from the parameter. Here we have to add the await. After that, we will get the response. So just add the if statement, and here we will check if the data.success is true. In that case, we will call the set job data function, and here we will provide data.job that contains the data of our job. After that, if we get data.success false, then we will add the else statement and provide toast.error, and here we will provide data.message. Now we have to wrap this API call in the try catch. So just add the try catch block, and in this try block we will add this logic. So just cut it from here and paste it in this try block. Now if any error occurs in the try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will add toast.error, and here we will provide error.message. Now this logic is ready. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I reload this web page, now you can see here we are getting the data from the API call. Suppose if I open network console, and here you can see if I reload the web page, here we have the network calls. So in this one you can see we are calling the localhost port 5000/API/jobs/job ID, and in this response we are getting the job details like this one. So this logic is working fine. Now just come back to the console again. Now you can see we have registered this company with this name. So here we are getting more jobs from this same company. But here one thing is missing. In this job card you can see we are getting this Slack icon, and if I come to home page, here also we are getting this Slack icon. So we have to correct this logic. So just come back to this component file, that is jobcard.jsx, and in this src we have added a static image. So next we have to change the image, and we have to provide the image that we are getting from the API call. So if I open this property, here you can see we have the company ID, and in this company ID we have the image property. So we have to provide this image here. So to provide the image here, we have to remove this and write job dot, then we will provide company ID, and then we will provide the image property. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have the Google logo. With that, if I click on this apply now button, here also we are getting the Google logo and other details. So this logic is working fine. After that, if I click on this login button and log in through Google account, let's click on continue with Google. Now we are logged in. After that, we will come to app context, and in this app context, we will create a state variable with the name user data, and in that one we will store the user data like name, email ID and the profile image, so that we can use it for other purposes. So just create a state variable here. So just add const, and the state variable name will be user data, and setter function name is set user data equal to, and we will initialize it using the null. After that, create another copy of this state variable, and here we will add the state variable name user applications. After that, we will add the setter function set user applications and initialize this value with empty array. And here we will store all the applied job data for this user that we will display in this page, that is applied jobs. So right now this is the dummy data. So we will store that data and we will display that data on this page. So we have added this user data and user applications a state. After that, we will create a function that will help us to fetch the user data from the API. So after this function, that is fetch company data, here we will create a comment, and let's add the comment text function to fetch user data. Now we will create this function. So just add const fetch user data, and here we will create a asynchronous arrow function. So write async and create the arrow function. In this function, we will add the try catch block. After that, to make the API call, we have to get the token from the Clerk. Clerk provides the token using the use auth hook. So first we will come to this section, and here after this backend URL, we will write const curly braces, and here we will add user equal to use user. We will import the use user from this Clerk React. After that, we will add const curly braces get token, and we will get this token function from use auth hook. So this hooks provide this function. By using this function, we can get the token that we will send the API call to get the user data. So we have the user and get token function. If I see here, we are importing the jobs data. So now we are getting the jobs data from the API call. So we don't need this statement here. So remove this import statement from here. And after that, come to this function fetch user data, and here we will add the logic to fetch the user data. So here we have to get the token. So just add const token equal to await, and here we will call this get token function. So it will provide us a token that we will use to authenticate the user. After that, we will add const, and here we will destructure the data from the API call that we are making using the Axios. After that, we will use the get method, and in this one we will provide the backend URL, and here we will concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/users/user. So this is the endpoint to get the user data. After that, we have to add the authentication. So just add the object and let's move it in the new line. And in this object, we have to provide the headers. And in this headers, we will add this curly braces. And in this headers, we will add the property that is authorization. So just write authorization. And after that, we will add colon. And here we have to provide the backticks. And in this backticks, we will write bearer. And after that, we have to add the token that we have generated here. So after this bearer, we will add $sign curly braces and provide the token. Now we have added this authorization bearer token to fetch the user data from this endpoint. Here we have added this headers authorization because if I come to server.js file, here you can see we have added this Clerk middleware. So whenever we will pass the token that is generated using the getToken function, and if we pass the token in the headers authorization property, then this Clerk middleware will help us to decode that token and provide the user details that we will get from request.auth. After that, we will get the response data. So here we will check if the data.success is true. In that case, we will receive the user data, and here we will call setUserData function, and in this one we will provide data.user. Suppose we get data.success is equal to false, then we will add the else statement, and here we will display a toast notification. So write toast.error, and in this one we will provide data.message. If any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will add toast.error, and we have to provide the error message. So write error.message. So now our function is ready. Next we have to call this function whenever our page gets reloaded. So we are going to use the use effect. So scroll down, and here we have the use effect. Here we will create a new use effect. In this one, we will pass the arrow function, and after this arrow function, we will add the dependency array, and we will add this user. Whenever the user gets updated and gets changed or logged out, then this function will be called. And in this function, we will check one condition. So just add if statement, and here we will check if we have the user. Then we will call the fetch user data function. So we are calling this fetch user data. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I come to home page and reload the web page, and if I open network tab and click on this reload button, here we are getting this user API call, and in this response we are getting success true, and this user details, that is ID, name, email, resume and image. Here you can see till now when the user creates an account, the resume property is empty string. So now we will come to this page, apply now page, and here we will add the logic for this apply now, so that whenever user try to apply for a job, then first it will check for the resume. If the resume has been uploaded, then first it will check if the user has resume or not. If the user does not have the resume, then we will send the users on this page from where they can update the resume from this section. To add that logic, just come to this page, apply now, and here open the console and come back to the VS Code. We will come to apply job.jsx file, and in this one we will add the logic to apply for a job. So after this fetch job function, here we will create a new arrow function that will help us to apply for a job. Here we will add const apply handler and create one asynchronous arrow function. Now in this function we will add the try catch block, and here we have to correct this spelling. We will add apply handler. In this try block we will check if we have the user data or not. If we don't have the user data, it means the user is not logged in. In that case, we will display a toast notification login to apply for a job. Suppose we have the user, and we don't have the resume. Then we will send the users on the applied jobs page. From there, they can upload their resume. So first we have to get the user data from context. So come to this section, and here we are getting the jobs and backend URL. Here we will get user data. After that, we will get the user applications data also. After that, come to this function, apply handler, and in this try block, we will add the if statement. And here we will check if we don't have any user data. In that case, we will add the return a statement, and here we will display the toast notification using this error property, and here we have to add the message that is login to apply for jobs. After that, suppose we have the user data, and in this user data, if we don't have the resume property, then also we will display a toast notification. So just add the if statement, and here we will check if we don't have user data dot resume property. In that case, here we will add the return a statement, and we will return a toast notification with the type error, and here we will provide a message that is upload resume to apply. After that, we will come to this button tag. Here we have added apply now. So in this button, we will add the on click property, and in this one, we will provide apply handler. Similarly, here we have one more button. As you can see here. Here also we will add on click property, and here also we will provide apply handler function. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. For now, let's click on this logout button. So we are logged out. Now let's open apply now page, and if I click on this apply now button, now we are getting the message login to apply for jobs. So let's log in again. Click on this button, continue with Google. Now we are logged in, and click on this apply now page and click on this apply now button. Now you can see we are logged in, and still we are getting this message login to apply for jobs. So just fix this issue. So just come back to the app.jsx file, and here we have created this state variable like user data, set user data, user applications, set user applications. But we have not passed this state and setter function in this value object. That's why we are not able to fetch the setter function in that file. So here we have to add the user data and set user data. Then we will add user applications, and after that we will add set user applications. So we have added this. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I reload the web page, and now you can see we are logged in, and if I click on this button, you can see the message upload resume to apply. Now just come back to the VS Code editor, and we will open apply job.jsx file, and in this apply handler, before displaying the message upload resume to apply, here we will add the code that will redirect the user on applications page. So just add navigate function. So we have not initialized this navigate function. So first we have to initialize it. Scroll up, and after this ID, we will add const navigate equal to use navigate. So just click here, use navigate has been imported. After that, come to apply handler function, and here we will add navigate function, and in this one we will provide the path that is /applications. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on this apply now button, here we have the message upload resume to apply, and we are redirected to this page. So here we will add the logic so that if the user want to upload the resume, they can upload it from here. For that, just come to this applications.jsx page, and here we will add the logic. So to add that functionality, here we have to get the backend URL, fetch user data function, user data state, user applications state. So here we will write const curly braces, and first we will get the backend URL. So write backend URL. After that we will get the user data. After that we will get the user applications. After that we have to get fetch user data function. So if I come to app context.jsx file, here we have to provide this function, fetch user data, save the changes and come to applications.jsx file. After that we will get these functions and state from context. So write use context, and in this one we have to provide the app context. After that we will create the arrow function with the name update resume and asynchronous arrow function. So write async and create the arrow function. Now to make the API call, here we have the backend URL. Now we have to get the user details and get token method from the use auth hook. So to get that function and data, here we will write const curly braces user, and we will get the user detail from use user hook. This hook will provide the user detail. After that we will add const get token. We will get this from use auth hook. So this hook will provide the get token function. Now we have this backend URL and this get token function. Now we can do the API call to update the resume. So we will create the functionality and we will call the API that will upload the user resume. So just add the try catch block, and in this try block first we will create a form data where we will add the resume. So just add const form data equal to new form data, and in this form data we will append the resume. So we have to add the field name, that is resume, and after that we will add resume state that contains the resume file. After that here we have to generate a token using this get token function. So just write const token equal to await, and here we will call get token function. So it will create a function for us. After that here we have to call the API. So just add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use the Axios package to call the API. Now we will select the post method and provide the backend URL, and in this one we will concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/users/update resume. In this one we have to add the body, so just add the comma and provide this form data in the body. After that we will add the comma, and here we have to add the headers. So let's add the object, and in this object we have added headers, and in this headers we have added the object, and here we have to provide the authorization property. So just add this authorizations. Here we will provide authorization, and here we will add template literal, and in this one we will add backtick, and we will add this bearer. After that we will add the token that we have generated from get token function. So we will add token. Now our API call is ready. After that we will add the if statement, and in this one we will check if we have the data.success property is true, it means the resume has been updated. So in that case we will write await, and we will call fetch user data function so that we will get the latest user data in the state. With that we will add the toast notification also. So let's add the toast notification here only. So just add toast.success, and in this one we will provide data.message. Suppose we get data.successFalse. In that case, we will add the else statement, and here we will provide toast.error. And in this one, we will add data.message. Now our function is ready. If any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will add toast.error, and we will add the error message, that is error.message. After that, whenever the user resume has been updated, so after updating the resume, after this try catch block, we will add set is edit false. With that, we will call set resume and we will make it null. Now save the changes, and after that, we will link this update resume function with our UI part. For that, we will come to this is edit part, and here with this is edit, we will check one more thing, that is if we have the user data and if we have the user data.resume property equal to an empty string. In that case, we will display this upload resume button. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we don't have the resume property in this user data resume. In that case, we are getting this select resume directly. And if we have the resume in the resume property, then we will get the edit option here. So after adding this logic, let's select the resume from here. So we have selected the resume, but here we are getting the same message, select resume. So here we will add the logic so that when we select the resume, here we will get the name of that resume. So just come back here, and here we have the select resume text, and from here we will remove the text and we will add the curly braces, and here we will check if we have selected the resume. In that case, we will provide resume.name, and if we don't have this resume, in that case we will add the message, that is select resume. Save the changes. Now you can see when we selected the resume, here we have the name of that file. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, we will add the logic so that when we click on this save button, then this function will be called update resume and this API will be called. So just come to this section. Here in this button tag where we have added the on click functionality. So from here we will remove this one, and here we will add update resume function. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. So we have selected the resume file and click on this save button. Just wait for a few seconds. So here we have the notification resume updated. If I reload the web page and come to this network, and if I open this user, so now you can see resume updated, but still we are not getting the resume here. So here we have some error. If I select any resume and click on save button, we are getting the resume updated message, but we are not getting the resume file in our backend. So just come back to the VS Code editor and open usercontroller.js file from server folder. And here we have some mistakes. So you can see we have added resume file equal to request.resume file. So here we have to add request.file. Just save the changes and wait for server to be restarted. Now you can see the message server is running and database connected. Now just come back to the web browser and we will click on this reload button. Now after that, here we have the select resume. So let's click on this button and select a resume file. Click on this save button. Now you can see we have the API call, and here we have the message resume updated. After that, we will not get the save option. So here we will get this anchor link and this edit button. And if I open this user property, here you can see we have the resume link that is coming from Cloudinary. So our PDF file has been uploaded on CloudNetD storage, and here we will get the link. Now this logic is perfectly working. After that, if you want to update the resume again, just click on this edit button and we can update it from here. And after that, if I come to this applied jobs page and reload the web page, then also you can see we have the resume and edit button. And if I come to apply now page and if I click on apply now, now we are not getting any error message like login to apply or upload your resume to apply. Now we can create the rest of the logic for this apply now button. So just come back to the apply job.jsx file, and in this file we will complete this apply handler function. After that, here we have to generate a token to call the API to apply for a job. To generate a token, first we have to get the get token method. To get it, we will come here, and after that here we will add const curly braces get token, and we will get this function from use auth hook. Make sure to import this use auth. After that, come to this apply handler function, and here we will create the variable that is token, and here we will use await get token function. After that, we will call the API, so just add const curly braces data equal to await. Here we will use axios.post method, and in this one we have to provide the backend URL. With that, we will add the API endpoint, that is /API/users/apply. Here we have to add the body, so just add the comma, and in the new line we will add the object where we have to provide the job ID for this job. For that, here we will use job data. If I scroll up, here we have this state job data. We will use this state. Here we will add ._id property that will provide us the ID of this job. After that, we have to add the headers. So write curly braces, and here we will add headers property. And here in this headers, we have to provide the authorization property. So just add authorization colon. And in this one, we will use template literal bearer, and here we will use token. After that, we will get the response in this variable data. So just add the if statement, and here we will check if our data.success is true. It means we have successfully applied for this job. In that case, we will display a toast notification using this success property and provide data.message. With that, we will add the else statement, and in this else statement we will add toast.error, and here we will display the message, that is data.message. If any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will display a notification, so just add toast.error and provide error.message. Now let's test this logic, save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I reload the web page, and you can see we are logged in, we have the user data also, and click on this apply now button. Now you can see the message applied successfully, and after that, if I again click on this button, we are getting the message already applied. Suppose user have already applied for this job, then we are going to add the logic that will display already applied message in this button. So to add this functionality, first we have to get the user's applied jobs data. So we will get that data and we will display that data on this page also, and we will use that data on this page to display the message already applied. To do that, just come back to the VS Code and just come to usercontroller.js file. Here we have created this function get user job applications. We will use this API to get the user's job applied applications. To do that, just come to app.context.jsx file, and after this function, fetch user data. Here we will create a new function with the name get user applications data. So here we will add the comment. In this comment we will write function to fetch users applied applications data. After that we will write const fetch user applications equal to async, and here we will create this function. Now in this function we will add the try catch block. In this try block, first we will generate the token, so just add const token equal to await, and here we will use this get token function. After that we have the token. Now we will call the API, so just add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use the axios.get method, and in this one we will add the backend URL, and in this one we will concatenate the API endpoint, that is /API/users/applications. After that, here we will add the header property, so add the object define headers property, and in this one we will add the object, and here we have to add the authorization property. After adding it, here we will add colon, and then we will add the template literal, so just add backticks, and here we will add bearer $sign curly braces and provide the token that we have generated here. Now we have done the API call. After that we have to check the response, so we will add the if statement if we have data.success property true. So we will call set user applications setter function and provide data.applications. After that, if we get data.success false, then we will add the else statement, and in this one we will provide a toast notification with the type error, and here we will provide error.message. In this process, if any error occurs, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will display a toast notification with type error, and after that we will add the error.message. Here we have done the mistake, so in this toast notification we will add data.message. Now our function is ready to fetch the user's applications. So we have to call this function whenever our user gets changed or user gets logged in. So in that case, after this fetch user data function, we will add fetch user applications function. So whenever our page gets reloaded and we get the user data from the Clerk, in that case we will fetch the user data and then we will fetch the user applications. After that, in this value object we will add this function also. So let's add fetch user applications function so that we can access it in another component. After that, let's come to applications.jsx file, and here you can see we are displaying the dummy data. So instead of this data, we will display the data that we are getting from the API. As you can see in this network tab, here we have the applications and here we have the applications data. So in this array, you can see we have the object that contains the applied job data. So here we have the company data, job data, and user ID and application ID. After that, if I come back to the home page and apply for another job like this one, human resource specialist, click on apply button and click on apply now. Now you can see the message applied successfully. And after that, if I reload the web page, now you can see in this applications, we have the applications array, and here we are getting two objects that represent our applied jobs. So this logic is working fine. Now we have to display this data on this applied jobs page on this section. So just come to applications.jsx file, and here we have the user applications. Now just come to this section where we are rendering the dummy data from assets. So let's remove it, and here we will add user applications state. Now if I see here, we have to display the company data. So we are getting the company data in this company ID property. We have the company ID, name, email and image. So instead of this company, we will display this data. So come to this job.logo. So instead of job.logo, we will add job.companyid.image. After that, we will display the company name. So let's add companyid.name. After that, we have to display the job title, and we are getting the job detail in this job ID property. Here we have the title. So to display the title, here we have to use job.jobid.title. Similarly, for the location, we are getting the location data in this job ID. So here, after this job, we will add job ID.location. After that, here we have to display the applied date that we are getting in the root with this date property. So this job.date is correct. Now for this status, we are getting the status here. So this job.status is also correct. Now we have to save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we have the blank screen. So let's open console. We are getting this error at line number 95. So let's check it. So here we are getting this error. So we have added capital J. So let's provide a small j, save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I reload the web page, now you can see here we have the company name, job title on which we have applied, and then we have the location, date and the status, that is by default pending. As you can see here, we are getting one warning, that is we have to add the key property in this mapping. So here in this tr tag, we will add the key property and provide index number. Now this is correct. Now just come back to the web browser and reload the web page. Now we don't have any warning. So here we have the company ID, title and other details. After that, we will add the logic so that if I click on apply now button, and if we have already applied for this job, then here we will get the message already applied. After that, just come to this page, apply job.jsx, and first we have to import some data from the context. So here we are getting the data using this context. So after this user applications, here we will get fetch users application. We will get this function that we will pass from this context. As you can see here, we have passed this function in this value object and we are destructuring this function. After that, here after this apply handler function, we will create a new function that is checked already applied. So just add const check already applied equal to, and here we will create the arrow function. Here we will check if the user has already applied for this job or not. So just add const has applied, and after that we will use user applications data dot some method checks if any application have the same job ID as job data or not. So here we will add the parameter that is item, and here we will check if item dot job ID dot underscore ID property is equal to job data dot underscore ID. So in that case, here in this has applied variable, we will get true, and if the user applications does not contains this job ID, then we will get null. After that, we will create the setter function with the name is already applied, and we will save this has applied data in that state. So just come to this section, and after this state, we will create a new state. Here we will write is already applied, and setter function name is set is already applied equal to use state, and here we will provide value false. Now suppose in this function, if we have has applied true, in that case we will save that data in this is already applied state. So we will call set is already applied state, and we will provide has applied. After that, we will add the use effect here, and in this use effect we will pass the arrow function. After that, we will add this dependency array. In this dependency array, first we will add the jobs data, then we will add user applications, then we will add ID. So if any one of three state gets changed, then this function will be executed. So here first we will check if the user applications dot length is greater than 0. With that, if we have the job data, then we will call this function check already applied. So we have to call this function. After that, we will use this state is already applied to display the message the user has already applied on this button. So just come back to the VS Code and come to this button tag. As you can see here, we have the button tag. In this button tag, we will remove this message, and here we will add this curly braces, and we will use the ternary operator. So just add is already applied, and if it is true, in that case, we will add the message that is already applied. If this already applied is not true, then we will add apply now. So we have to add this message again. So just copy this and come to this second button tag, and here also we will remove the text, and here we will provide this ternary operator. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now if I reload the web page, if I click on this apply now button, here we are getting already applied, but we are not getting the text on this button. So we have to check it. Again, come to this function. Here we have done some mistakes. So instead of this job data, we have added jobs data. So remove this S, and here we will provide capital J because we have named the state job data. So we have corrected this job data, and after that come here in this function, and here also we will add job data. So write the correct spelling job data. After that we will come to this top of this file, and here you can see we have the jobs data. So we will find where we have used this jobs data. So as you can see in this use effect, here also we have to add job data. Now we have corrected this, and if I come to top, now you can see this jobs data is not used anywhere. So we can remove this. That is the dummy data that we have created in the assets file. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we have the message already applied on this button. Now if I come to this section and click on apply now button and click on apply now, now you can see here we have the message applied successfully, but here we are not getting the latest data that we have already applied. So we have to correct this logic. So whenever we apply for a job, after that if we have successfully applied for the job, then we will call this fetch user applications function. So in this apply handler, After this successful apply, we have to call fetch user applications function. So it will fetch the latest data. So just save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let's reload the web page. Now you can see the message already applied in this button, and come back to the home page, apply for a new job. So click on this one, click on apply now. Now you can see the message applied successfully, and here we have the message already applied. Now if I come to this applied jobs section, here we have the 4 jobs that we have applied, and we are getting the applied job data. So till now our logics are working fine. After that we will add the logic, so that if we click on this cloud engineering, and here we have already applied for this job, and here we have the full stack developer. If I click on this apply now button, now you can see if we apply to this one, here we have already applied. Then if I open the cloud engineering again and reload the web page, still we are getting this in the suggestion. So we have already applied for this job, and we are getting this suggestion in the card. So if I click on apply now, we are getting the message already applied. So we have to correct this logic. If I apply for a job, and we will not display that job in the more jobs section. For that, just come back to the applied jobs.jsx file and scroll this. As you can see here, right sections more job, here we have this section. So previously here we have added the filter in which we have not added any logic. Instead of that we have added true, that is not filtering any job card. So after that here we will add the logic, so that we will not see any card that is already applied in the right section of this more job section. For that, remove this true from here, and here we will add the logic to filter the data that we have already applied. So we will add the curly braces, and in this one first we have to get the set of applied jobs ID for that user. So let's add the comment set of applied jobs IDs. Here we will create the variable that is applied jobs IDs, and here we will use new keyword, and we will create a new set. Now in this set we will use the user applications array, and in this one we will use the map method, and here we will pass the individual applications. After that we will check if we have the job ID in this application property. With that we will check if we have app.jobid._id. Then we will return this ID, and we will send this ID in this set applied jobs ID. After this statement we will get a set in which we will get all the job ID that is applied by this user. After that we will add one more comment, and in this comment we will write return true if the user has not applied for this job. After that we will return not of applied jobs IDs dot has property, and in this has property we will provide job._id, that is the ID of this job data. Now in this filter we have added the logic where we are getting a set of all the job ID applied by this user, and here we are checking if this set contains this job ID or not. Then we are returning this statement where it will help us to filter the jobs. If I save the changes and come back to the web browser, now you can see from here the full stack job has been removed, and here we are getting data scientist job post. And if I click on this apply now and click on this button, so now we have applied for this. And if I come back to the previous tab, now you can see the job cloud engineer, and in the right side the data scientist card has been removed because we have already applied for that. So now we are getting the new jobs that we have not applied till now. So this logic is perfectly working. Now from the user's end, we have successfully created all the logics for fetching the data from the API, for displaying the user's applied jobs data, and to create the user and log out the user using the Clerk. Now here we have installed the Sentry. If I open this issues tab of this Sentry dashboard, till now we have not received any issues. So if you get any issue during making your project, then the issue will be listed here and you can see and monitor this issue using this panel. So here we have the option of backend, and if I open it, and here we have the query section. So here we have all the queries that we have performed using this mongoDB database. As you can see here, we have added this job applications where we are filtering the job ID and other queries. If you have to see how is your backend performing, you can monitor it from here. You can see the average response time of your query. And if the API is taking too much time to execute the query, you can monitor it from here and you can use different logic to make the duration shorter. So using Sentry, you can easily monitor the query and the issues of our application. After that, let's come back to the project and we will open the dashboard. So let's open /dashboard. Now you can see in this manage jobs section, we have this applicants. So we have applied for this job, cloud engineer, network security engineer, and many more. So we are getting the applicants number. You can see we have the applicants 1. So this logic is also working. After that, we will create the logic to display the application data. So we have rendered the dummy data from the assets file. So here we will fetch the data from the API. So if I come back to the VS Code editor and if I open company controller file, so here you can see we have created this controller function, get company job applicants. So till now, here we have not added the logic for this controller function. So first we will add the logic, then we will make the API call from client project. For that, here in this file, first we will add the try catch block. Now in this try block, we will get the company ID from request.company. So we will write const company ID equal to request.company._id. After that, here we have to find the applications for this company ID. So just add comment and here we will write find job applications for the user and populate related data. After that, we will add const applications equal to await. Here we will use job application model, and after that we will use the find method, and in this one we have to provide the filter that is company ID. We have to get the data of this company only, so we will provide the company ID. After that we will add dot populate, and in this one we have to populate the user ID. So we will add user ID. After that, in this one we will add the name property. So just add name, image, and we will add resume to display in the dashboard of recruiter. After that, we will add one more populate method, and here we have to populate the job ID. So just add job ID. After that, in the job data, we will add title, location, category, label and salary of the particular job. After that, we have to execute this query, so we will use this method. After that, we will get the applications data. Then we have to call the return function, and in this return we will return a response using the JSON method, where we will add the object with success property true. With that, we will pass the applications data. If any error occurs in this process, then this catch block will be executed. So just add response.json, and here we will add curly braces. Here we will add success false, and the message will be error.message. So just add error.message. After that, we will save the changes. So we have created this controller function. Now we will call this API from the client project. So just come back to the VS Code, and we will open view applications.jsx file. In this file, first we have to fetch the applications data of that company. So we will get backend URL. So just add const backend URL, and we will get the company token from context. So we will add equal to use context, and in this one we will provide app context. Now we have the backend URL and company token. After that, we will create the state to store the application data. So write the state name, applicants, then we will add the setter function, that is set applicants equal to use state, and initialize it with boolean data false. After that, we will create the arrow function. So just add the comment, and in this one we will write function to fetch company job applications data. After that, we will create one arrow function with the name fetch company job applications equal to async, and then we will create this arrow function. In this one, we have to call the API. For that, we will add the try catch block, and in this try block, we will add const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will use axios.get method. So let's click on this axios to import this file. After that, we will add .get, and in this one, we will provide the backend URL, and we will concatenate /API/company/applicants endpoint. After that, we will check the response. So we will add if data.success is true. In that case, we will get the applications data. So we will set the application data in set applicants and provide data.applications.reverse. So we are using the reverse method that will add the latest applicants on the top of the list. After that, if we get data.success false, then we will add the else statement, and here we will provide toast.error, and in this one we will provide data.message. If any error occurs in this process, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will add the toast notification using this error method, and we will provide error.message. Now this function is ready. Next we have to call this function from this page. For that, here we will add use effect, and in this one we will pass the arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. Here in this dependency array we will add company token, and in this function we will add the if statement, and here we will check if we have the company token, then only we will call this function fetch company job applications. Here we have missed one thing. So in this API call, we have to add the headers also. So let's add comma, and here we will define the headers. And in this one we have to provide the object where we will provide token, and in this token we will provide company token. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I open this network tab, reload the web page, and if I open this view applications page, here you can see we have the all applications for this company. Now you can see we have total 4 or 5 applied jobs. So now we will display these jobs in this table. So to display these jobs in this table, in this return statement, first we will check if the applicant's state is true. In that case, we will add one more check, that is if applicants.length is 0, in that case we will return a div. So just add this bracket, and in this one we will return a div. Suppose the applicants.length is greater than 0, in that case here we will return this structure. So here we will add this colon. Now suppose if the applicant's state is false, then we will display a loading state. So just come here, and after this a small bracket we will add colon, and here we will add this loading component. After adding this loading component here, just come to this section where we are rendering the dummy data from the assets file. Here we will remove this dummy data, and here we will render this applicant's data. After that we will add the filter property, and in this one we will pass the individual item, and here we will check if the item contains job ID and item contains user ID, then only we are going to display the applicants in this table. So we have added this filter. After that we can map this data. Now if I open the network tab, you can see in the applicants we are getting the applicant name in this user ID property. So we have to provide this property in this section. So in this span tag, to get the applicant's name, we will use applicant.userid.name property. Similarly, for the job title, we will add jobid.title property. For the location also, we will add applicants.jobid.location. So we have added the name. For the image, in this image tag, we will add applicant.userid.image. After that, in this anchor tag, we have the href property. So here we will provide curly braces, and we will provide the link of the user resume. So just add applicant.userid.resume. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Let's open the console, and here you can see we are getting the user image, username. We have this job title, location, and resume. If I click on this resume button, now you can see this resume is open in the new tab. After that, our CSS is not working, so this image and text is not in the center, so we will correct it. So just come to this td tag, and here we will add item center. Now save the changes. Now you can see it is aligned perfectly. After that, we will add the logic so that we can accept and reject any of the job application. If I update this one, then the user will see the status here. So let's come back to view applications page, and here we will add the logic for this accept and reject option. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and we will open company controller.js file. So here we have created this function, as you can see, change job application status. So here we have to add the logic for this controller function. So first we will get the ID and status from request.body. So just add const curly braces id and a status. After that, here we will write request.body. After that, we will add the comment and we will write find job application data and update a status. After that, we will write await and we will use the job application model dot find one and update method. So we will select find one and update method. After that, we will add the object where we will provide the underscore id property and we will provide the id that we are getting from the request body. After adding this id, we have to add the data that we want to update. So just add a comma and after that we will add the object, and in this one we will add this status that we are getting from request body. By using this, we can change the status of the application. After the application state gets changed, then we will add the response using the JSON method. And in this one, we have to add the object where we will define success property. And here we will mark it as true. After that, we will add the message property. And in this one, we will add the message that is a status changed. After that, we will add the try catch block. Now we will move this logic to this try block. So just cut it and paste it here. If any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will generate a response using the JSON method. And here we will provide the object where we will mark the success property false. After that, here we will add the message that contains the error message. So just add error.message. So here we have added the logic to update the status of the application. So now save the changes and come back to view applications page. And in this file, we will create the arrow function to update the status of the application. So first let's add the comment, that is function to update job application status. Then create an arrow function with the name change job application status equal to async and create the arrow function. In this one, we have to call the API. So just add the try catch block. And from the parameter, we have to get the job ID and job status. So select the status. After that, here we will make the API call. So to make the API call, here we will write const curly braces data equal to await. And here we will use axios.post method, and in this one, we will add the backend URL. With that, we will concatenate the endpoint that is /API/company/change status. After that, here we have to add the body. So let's add it in the new line. So after this comma, we will add curly braces and we will add the ID and a status in the body. After that, we will add the headers also. So add the comma and provide one more object where we will provide headers. And here just provide the object where we will define token property and we will provide company token. After that, we will add the if statement and we will check if we have the data.success property true. In that case, we will call fetch company job applications function to fetch the latest data. And if we have the data.success property false, in that case, we will add the else statement, and in this one, we will display a toast notification with the type error. And in this one, we will provide data.message. If any error occurs in this try block, then this catch block will be executed. So here we will provide toast.error and provide error.message. Now the function is ready. Next, we have to link this function with this drop down like accept and reject. So just come to this section. Here we have created two button tag, accept and reject. So in this one, we will add onClick property in both button tag. In this onClick property, we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call change job application status function, and we have to provide the job application ID. So write applicant dot underscore ID. That will provide us the job application ID. After that, we will provide the status. So here we will provide accepted, and in the second one, we have to provide rejected. Now save the changes and come to web browser. So from here, if I click on this accept button, let's open this network tab. Here you can see network, and here we have the change status response success true, and the message is a status changed. But here we are not getting any sign that the application is accepted or rejected. So we will add the logic for that. So here we will add the logic. So in this td tag, we will add the curly braces, and here we will check if the applicant dot status is equal to pending. In that case, we will display this div. So we will add this question mark, and we will cut this div from here and paste it after this question mark. And if the applicant dot status is not pending, then it must be accepted or rejected. So in that case, we will add the colon, we will provide one div, and in this div, we will provide applicant dot status property. And right click, select the format document, so it will look good. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see we have the accepted. If I click on this reject, now you can see rejected, and the status will get changed. Now you can see in this latest applicant API call, we have the status accepted. Here we have the status rejected. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, let's click on this accept, click on reject, and here we will click on accept. So we have added this feature. Now just come back to the web browser, and from here, let's open applied jobs page. Now you can see if I open this page, this is still the old data, and if I reload this, we have the latest data. Now you can see we have this message, but when we are coming to this page directly using this route, then we are not getting the latest data. So we have to fix that issue. So just come back to applications.jsx file, and in this file here we have to get fetch user application function, and after this one we will come to this section, and here we will add the use effect. In this use effect, we will pass the arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array, and in this dependency array, we will add the user. To get the user, here we have added this use user hook that we are getting from Clerk. Now whenever the user gets updated or changed, then this function will be called. So here we will add the if statement, and here we will add if we have the user in this user variable. In that case, we will call fetch user applications. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser, and here we will reload the home page. Now if I open this page, now you can see whenever we open this page, and here this API will be called again. If I go to home page and click on this page again, now you can see this API call will be done. So this logic is perfectly working. After that, come to this dashboard. So just add /dashboard. Here we will add the logic so that when we are getting the data from the API, then we will add the loading animation like this one. So here we have to add the loading animation in the center. So to do that, just come back to the VS Code editor and we will open manage.jobs.jsx file. Here we have initialized this data, jobs data, with empty array. So we will add the value false. After that, we will come to the UI part of this section. And here in this return statement, we will check if we have the jobs data true or we have the data in this array. In that case, we will add the ternary operator. So we will add if this jobs dot length is 0. In that case, we will display a div where we will add the message that is no jobs available. So just add the question mark, and after that we will add this bracket, and here we will add this div. After that we will add the colon. Suppose if this jobs state is still false, in that case we will return this loading component. So we will add this loading. Now if I save the changes and come back to the web browser, when I change the tab, we have the loading animation. So we are able to see this loading effect. After that, we will correct the position of this loading effect so that it will be displayed in the center. So to correct the position of this loading effect, just come back to the VS Code, and here we will open dashboard.jsx file, and here we have mounted this outlet. So in this div, we will add the class name property, and in this class name we will provide flex1, height full, padding 2, and padding for larger screen. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see if I click on this one, this loading animation is coming in the center. So we have corrected this loading animation. Now suppose if a recruiter log in and till now we have not posted any job and we don't have the application data, in that case we will render this div that we have created here. So here we will add the message that is no job is posted. So let's place this div here, and in this div let's add the message using the paragraph tag. So here we will add the message no jobs available or posted. After this message, come to this div and we will add the class name property, and after that we will provide flex items center justify center and height 70 vh. After that we will add some CSS property for this p tag also. So just add the class name property, and we will provide text XL. For larger screen, we will add text to XL. Right click and select format document, save the changes, come back to the web browser. Now if I click on this one, now you can see we are getting the loading effect, and if we don't have any job here, then we will get the message in this component. So to see that message, we just have to add not of 0 and save the changes. So as you can see, we will get the message like this. So when we don't have any job for that particular company. So let's again revert these changes and save the changes. Now we have these job data. Now we have to add the same thing for this job applications. Suppose the company posted for the job and till now no one has applied for that job. We don't have any application. Then we have to display that message. So just come back to the VS Code, and from here let's copy the div, and we will come to view applications.jsx file, and here also we have added this div. So just remove this div, and here we will paste this div, and instead of this message no jobs available, we will add different message. So just add the message no applications available. Now save the changes And to see this one, we will add not of 0. Save the changes, come back to the web browser. Now you can see the message, no applications available. Now revert the changes so that we can see the applications. So this logic is also working fine. Now this loading effect is also looking good. After that, we will come to home page, and here if I open applied jobs, we have created the resume button so that user want to see the updated resume, then they can click here and open the resume in new tab. So we have not added the resume in this button, so just add it here. So just come back to the VS Code and we will open applications.jsx file, and here in this Anchor tag we will add the href property. Here we have already added the href, so remove it, and in this href we have to provide the resume link. So just add curly braces user data dot resume. After that, I want to open this link in new tab, so just add target property and we will provide underscore blank. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. If I click on this resume button, now it will open the resume in new tab. So this logic is perfectly working. Now we have completed this job portal application completely. Now we will deploy this project on Vercel platform. So let's close all these tabs, open a new tab, and we will open Vercel dashboard. So let's open vercel.com. Here our server is already deployed. We have already deployed this server to manage the Clerk webhook. So let's click on 3 dot, click on settings. Then we have to update this environment variables. So just open this environment variables tab, and here we have to add rest of environment variables. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and here we have this server folder, and in this one we have .env file. So till now we have added Clerk webhook secret and mongoDB URI. So next we have to add this JWT secret. So just copy this one and paste it here. Click on add another. Then we will copy this Cloudinary keys and paste it here. So here we have added these 3 Cloudinary keys. After that, we have to add this Clerk publishable key and secret key. So just copy this one and come back, paste it here. So we have added all these environment variables. Just click on the save button. Now we can see we have total 8 environment variables. Let's verify it from here. So we have added all the environment variables here. After adding the environment variable, we have to commit the latest changes in the GitHub. So just click on this source control button and add the message project completed, and click on this commit button and click on sync changes button. So it will sync the changes to our GitHub. So now we have added the changes on our GitHub. So our deployment will get started automatically. Now you can see here our server is deploying with latest changes. So just wait for a few seconds to complete the deployment. Now you can see we have the ready message, and now we can access the server. So let's come to this project, and here let's open this URL for our server. Now you can see we will get the message API working. So the server is perfectly working and we are getting this message API working. After that, we will deploy the front-end part. So to deploy the front-end, let's come back to the client folder, and in this client folder we will create a new file and name the file vercel.json. Here we have to add some configurations so that Vercel will support the React router. So let's open new tab and search for github/greatstackdev. From open, we will open this notes, and from here we will open Vercel JSON config. We have already used this config for Express server. Now we will use this config to support React router. So just copy this configuration from here and paste it here in this vercel.json file. Save the changes. Again, click on this source control button. Add the message, that is Vercel JSON added, and click on this commit button. Now click on sync changes button and wait for the sync. Now after completing this process, just come back to the web browser, and from here you can see the deployment will again start. So the backend deployment has already started. Next we have to deploy the front-end part. So just come to overview, then click on add new project. We will select this repository job portal new. Click on this import button. Now we will add the project name, that is job portal new client. After that we have to select the root directory. So just click on this client, then click on continue button. After that we will select the environment variable, and here we have to add the environment variables. So just come to VS Code. From here we will open this .env file from the client folder. From here we have to copy this and paste it here in this environment variables. Now in this backend URL, you can see we have added this localhost. So just remove it, and here we have to provide this URL. So just copy the URL from here and paste it here. Make sure to remove this / at the end, then else it will not work. So remove the / from the end. After that we have added the backend URL, then click on this deploy button and wait for a few seconds to complete the deployment. Now you can see the message, congratulations, and our client project is successfully deployed. Now just open this continue to dashboard button. Here we will get this link, job portal new client. Just open this link in new tab. Now you can see we have successfully deployed our client app, and we are getting these job card. Now you can see we can change the pagination. If I click on this apply now, it will open this page. Let's click on this login. Click on continue with Google. Select the Gmail account. Click on continue button. Now we are logged in. After that we will open applied jobs page. Here we will open applied jobs page. Now we have this resume option, and here we have the applied jobs data. Now let's apply for another job. Just click on this button, then click on this apply now button. Now you can see we have the message applied successfully, and here also we have the message already applied. Now just open applied jobs page. So here we have this section, and here we have this pending status. Now if I come to home page, and from here if I click on this logout link and open this recruiter login, and we will provide the email ID and password. So we will provide the email ID and password and click on the login button. Now you can see we are getting this data in the manage jobs. Then we have the view applications. We can view the applications. Here we have just applied for this job. So here we have the option to accept and reject. So just click on accept. So you can see it is converted to accepted. And if I come to home page, all the things are working fine. From here we can add a new job. We can manage the jobs, view the applications. So this website is completely working. Now just click on this logout option. So this logout function is also working. So finally we have completed this full stack job post website project. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video and also subscribe my channel Great Stack to watch more videos like